In 2026, with tools like Claude Code, Codex, and Cursor, it is easier than ever to build and launch real software. But that is no longer the hard part. The hard part is still figuring out exactly what to build, designing it in a way that is valuable for you, your business, or your customers that are going to be using it, and getting it in front of the right people so that you can either start making money from it or you can start making it work for your business. Now, in this video, I want to walk you through the full process, my exact system, in a definitive guide on exactly how to build real software with AI, not just vibe-coded AI slop, how to decide exactly what you should be building, and how to get it in front of real paying customers, or how to get it actually working inside of your business. I'm going to be doing this using my exact system, which is called ProductOS. Now, this is going to be a long one, and there's going to be chapter notes down below in the description so that you can follow along in multiple sessions if you want to. And so I'm going to be breaking down the exact system that I use to build and launch any type of software using AI tools like Claude Code, Codex, and Cursor. It's going to be a full step-by-step walkthrough to build real software using these AI tools and deploy them, and give you the confidence that they are actually going to work, and also to show you exactly how you can do the exact same thing and either start making money from the software that you build or get it set up so that you can start using it to grow your business. Now, if you don't know me, my name is Chris, and for the last 15 years I've been working with and advising and designing real apps and software for startups that have gone on to exit for millions of dollars, raise millions of dollars, including Y Combinator backed startups as well. And so with that all said, let's jump straight into the full process. I'll walk you through every single step that you need to do here, how to set up ProductOS, and how to build any software with AI inside of your business or to get real customers. Let's get stuck in. So before we get started, I want to just give you an idea of why you might want to listen to me. Well, I have been running a design agency called Telescope for the last 5 years, and this is a growth and design agency. We've helped over 50 high growth startups, including Y Combinator backed startups, not only just design apps and software that actually work for their users, but to grow and scale their businesses, their technology businesses, and their software products to thousands and thousands of users, help these companies to build products that have allowed them to exit for millions of dollars, and to help design products that won Apple Design Awards and allowed them to raise millions of dollars as well. And what is amazing about the time that we're in now is that anyone can build these type of software companies and these types of software using AI tools. And although everyone is saying that software is dead because of AI agents, I actually think the very opposite is true. There is going to be more software than ever. There's going to be more people building software than ever. And what I've seen from speaking to hundreds and hundreds of people through my community and across a bunch of different industries is that there is just so much demand still for really, really good software that solves a really, really clear problem that is targeted at a specific type of customer. And so the opportunity right now to build software with AI, not just in the traditional sense, but also alongside a lot of other AI tools, is just massive. And if you have any knowledge or expertise in a specific field, then you are going to have a software idea inside of your head, inside of all of that experience and knowledge that you already have. It's going to be able to be built and help hundreds and hundreds of other people to solve their problems, and also either turn into a software business in itself or help you to build a business that is powered by software that enables you to grow even faster, all because of these AI tools like Claude Code, Codex, and Cursor. Now, I've also helped hundreds of people inside of my own community. We've had people who have got real signups for their app, so 7 signups. We've got people who have launched real iOS apps. We've got people who have made over $15,000 for lifetime deals when they launched their product. We've had people who have created short form content that's got them hundreds of thousands of views for their app that they've launched. People who have built and launched their first apps on their app stores. People who have built software for other businesses and landed 10K deals from a 23K add-on. People who have launched startups that are making 10K plus and actually things that, and people who have even accidentally made their first $1,000 with their app because what they built was something that people actually wanted, and they were able to find the right people to actually take their idea to and put it in front of them. And that is the entire reason why I'm doing this video. And that's the entire reason why I built this process that I use to do this, called ProductOS, to help you build and launch real software that is actually useful to people and agents, and to turn that into a software company or to empower your own business. And just to show you that this is something that I have done myself as well, I've actually launched multiple apps, including making over $1,000 in just 30 days from launching my own apps and turning my own expertise into a sellable software product. And this is just some quick screenshots from last year from the dashboard, basically showing the amount that I had made from this software. I actually decided not to continue growing this software because my business went in a different direction, but just to show you how possible this is and that you can do it too. And so what are the problems with actually building software with AI? Well, I think there are 4 key problems that I have managed to solve with this system. And that is firstly, that you can build anything with AI. And so we want to be in a position where we know exactly what to build because we figure out what is the right thing for us to build and what is the right way for us to actually get it in front of the people and get it in front of real paying customers, or what is the right way to determine if this is something that we're going to build that's actually going to work for our business, and instead of jumping between every single different tool, just to build something that we know is going to work. The second problem is that building fast is no longer the advantage. Yes, anyone can build software in 24 hours. I even created a system to build any application in 24 hours. But the difficult part is not just building something now. You can just have an idea and then build it in a few hours with AI. But you want to be able to build something that people and agents actually want to use. And that process takes a little bit of time. And I have baked into ProductOS the steps to figure out how to actually do that. The third problem is that you don't, especially if you're non-technical, I imagine a lot of people watching this will probably be non-technical and will not know how to code. And that's okay, because the new type of software engineer are people who are going to be building using these AI-powered tools like Claude Code, Codex, and Cursor. And because you're non-technical, you have no confidence that whatever you build is going to be scalable, secure, or even works. There's a lot of fear around, will what I build even work for people? And is it secure enough to basically not have any risk of leaking data or any of these other things? So we want to be able to build on the tech stack with tech, and following a process is going to give you the confidence of what you're building actually works, and is going to follow a process that you can trust every step of the way. The fourth problem is that you are launching to silence. So people will build something, they'll get it live, they'll put it out there, and then nobody actually responds, either because it's the wrong channel, the wrong target customer, or the positioning and the business strategy and the pricing strategy behind their app was just completely wrong in the first place. So we want to fix those issues, and we want to map out the exact path to your first 5K, either making 5K through the software that you build, or making an additional 5K through your business by using that software inside of it. And so those are the problems with building with AI and the solutions that I have figured out with ProductOS, and using this process to actually solve these problems. And this has all been put together off the back of working with hundreds of people, taking people through my coaching program, the Product Studio, and also working with people inside of my App Builders Academy over on school to figure out exactly where people are getting stuck, how to help people the best to actually build real software and get it in front of real paying customers, and to implement it inside of their business. And so here are the steps that we're going to actually be going through in this video. And we're going to be going through 4 key phases. The first phase is called define, which is about what is the idea that we're building. Let's figure out if it's actually got legs. Let's figure out if the pricing strategy and the business strategy is correct. And let's quickly validate it to figure out if anybody actually wants this. The second phase is called design, which is where we create our design system, our design style, before we actually build the product, and we create a minimum viable brand identity for our product, a logo, a visual style, a worldview to help us actually differentiate ourselves in the market, or to align with our own business's brand identity and visual direction. And the third part of design is about mapping out our onboarding flow for our product, as well as anything else we might need, like a landing page or our app store listing if we're building a mobile app. And these are the key touch points from a design point of view when we think about a product that is successful. And these are the key touch points that I have seen have the most impact to focus on for any early stage startup, which is your onboarding flow, your landing page, and the first product experience that converts someone into becoming what we call an activated user, i.e. someone who is going to use your software on a regular basis. And then again, we want to do a quick validation here, share designs with someone, get some feedback from the people that we shared our idea with initially to see if we're going in the right direction. Then the third phase in ProductOS is called develop, which is where we create the spec for our software. And this basically includes a PRD and a roadmap file, as well as a product vision document, which outlines our vision for the products that we're building, as well as our Claude and agents.md files, which are going to guide our coding agents in exactly how to build the software that we want to create. Then we're going to build the MVP using basically a skill to build the full thing for us from scratch through the entire roadmap. We're going to test and improve this software that we've built, and then we're going to deploy our project live to a real environment where either customers can access it or people in our business can access it and use it on their teams. And this is all using skills inside of the ProductOS system. So this uses the launch checklist skill just to map out exactly the step-by-step process that you can use to get your software live. And again, then we're going to do a quick validation, some sort of waitlist launch or comment, basically a comment if you're interested, to get people to sign up to actually access the thing that you've built. And you can even record a quick demo video here showing the actual software that you've built and a part of it or some of the interactions to get people a little bit excited about what you've built. The fourth part of ProductOS is the distribution phase, where we're going to go through these three kind of key steps, which I have seen work from all of the early stage startups that I have worked with in the past, which is basically first to figure out your go-to-market strategy. What are the channels you should focus on, and how should you prioritize your efforts in terms of the best place for you to market your product to? Second is turning those channels into a set of growth experiments that you can run very, very quickly to figure out what is going to work. So we want to experiment broadly across a wide range of channels, a wide range of types of different creatives, different headlines, different videos, different messages, all of these different things to find something that works as quickly as possible. And then once we've found something that works, we want to then automate it so that we can scale to more and more people. And this means doubling down on what works, doing more of what works, doing better at what works, and then using AI to automate it so that we can actually scale. And this is my full process for building a product from idea to distribution, which is called ProductOS. And this is what I teach inside of my coaching program, the Product Studio as well. We go through this full thing in about 30 to 60 days, get your product up and running, and then spend a ton of time figuring out the distribution part or how to embed it inside of your actual business to make sure that it works and it's going to get you at least that minimum 5K return upon building a piece of software. And so what are we going to actually build in this video today? Well, I want to build a product based on my own expertise, which sits primarily in this space of design. I'm going to show you how to set up ProductOS inside of an existing code base or inside of a fresh project, which is what we're going to do from here. We're going to set up a fresh project. We're going to install ProductOS, and I'm going to show you how to go through all of these steps inside of the process: define, design, develop, and distribute, so that by the end of this video, we're going to have a working piece of software which we can deploy to a live environment that has a go-to-market strategy mapped out for us, a set of growth experiments, and a plan for how to automate and scale that, as well as full confidence from us that we have built this in the right way, is a professional level of design quality, and that we are building the exact right thing that is going to work for us as a product to either turn it into a software business or to unlock our own business by using software inside of it. And so my idea that I'm going to be building, because I have this design background in product and building apps and software with companies and with early stage startups, is I want to solve this problem that I have seen in vibe coding, which is low consistency of design styles across multiple projects, across building websites, landing pages, apps, software, all of these different things, even marketing creatives, because there is no shared source of truth for your AI agents when it comes to design. There is no design system and brand guidelines that exist that your coding agent can access on a regular basis in order to design everything in a way that matches that. And I'm going to build this so that I can use it myself primarily, but also so that I can get customers for this and start to grow it as a separate software product alongside my existing business. And later I have this idea that I want to do kind of a product design like audit platform as well. But the first thing I'm going to start off with is this cloud-based design system app idea. And I'm going to show you exactly how to build it. And don't worry if you have a slightly different type of app idea, or you're building something more with agents, you can still follow this exact process. This process is called ProductOS for a reason, because it's not app OS. It's not just about building apps, it's about building real products that actually work. And a product is not just an app on the App Store. A product can be a set of AI skills, a combination of agents and skills. It can be a combination of services and software. It could be any of these different types of combinations that will work for your business. It could be a set of internal tools that your team uses to automate work so that they can scale and produce more content, for example, or introduce efficiencies into your team. There's a ton of stuff that you can do with this. And what I've got here is something I like to call the product offer, which is the starting point for any product idea, and is the starting point for our entire process here. Once you've found an idea, to then create the product offer and figure out exactly who the customer is, what the pain is that you're solving, what the outcome is that you're getting that customer, what the mechanism is that you're going to use to do that, any proof that you have that this is going to work, and any guarantee that you can offer in order to minimize the risk for your customers for the product that you're building. And this product offer is the single most important thing that I think you can create before you actually go into building any piece of software, whether that's to put in front of customers or whether that's for your own business. That's why it's the first part of ProductOS. That is why it's the first part of my coaching program that I take people on. We create your product offer. We map out your exact path through ProductOS, and this is where it's slightly different. If you're just setting up ProductOS following this video, then you'll get the generic ProductOS setup. If you're doing this inside of my coaching program, for each person, we'll create a specific custom plan tailored to your idea, tailored to your path, and it can also work if you're already building something but you just got stuck. Most people have already started building and they're just stuck. They don't know what to do next. So ProductOS and my Product Studio coaching program is exactly tailored for this as well. So we can kind of pick up exactly where you are in your existing product based on whatever you're stuck with to get you to a point where you're making 5 to 50K from your product idea, either inside of your business or as a software business. So what are the tools that you're going to need? Well, the tools that you're going to need if you want to follow along with this video is we're going to be building a web app, and we're going to be building this web app based on these pieces of tech. And there are some alternatives that you can use down here as well if you want to. So I'm going to be using Claude Code as my primary agent to build my app, where you can use Cursor or Codex alternatively. I'm also going to be using Convex as my database and backend layer. You can alternatively use Superbase, Cloudflare, or Firebase. I would highly recommend Convex because Convex lives inside of your code base, which means it is super easy for your agent, which means it is super easy for Claude Code, Codex, or Cursor to make changes to your backend or database without you having to go to a separate dashboard somewhere else. I'm going to be using Clerk for my authentication layer because I think it is the easiest one to set up when you're building apps. But alternatively, you could use Superbase, Convex, or WorkOS, or BetterAuth. There's a bunch of different authentication providers out there. For payments, I'm going to be using Stripe Managed Payments. You can alternatively use Polar or Autumn. I'm going to be using Stripe Managed Payments because this is the easiest setup to get started with. And for deployment, we're going to be using Vercel again because this is the easiest setup to get started with. But alternatively, you could also use something like Railway for render, or if you're building more enterprise-grade applications, you could use something like AWS or Google Cloud Platform as well. And the system that we're going to be using is called ProductOS, which is my full system of skills, context, documentation, and guidelines to build, launch, and scale any product using these AI coding tools, regardless of your level of coding experience. And I want to explicitly state that here as well, is that you do not need to know how to code to be able to do this. You can get started with any of these tools. You don't have to look at any of the code. You just need to understand some of the fundamentals, and that's what we're going to be able to cover going through this, so that you can follow along easily, step by step as we go. So with that all covered, now that we've got all of the basics out of the way, you know who I am and problem we're solving, how to build using ProductOS, the idea that I'm going to be building here, and the tools that you need to start building to follow along with this process, let's get stuck into the actual build and start building our app idea with ProductOS. So the first thing you're going to want to do is you're going to want to set up ProductOS, and we're going to want to get our project folder created on our machine. So the first thing we're going to do here is create a folder wherever you want the folder for this project to live. Just create a folder there. I've created a folder and I've called it eyedropper-app because the app is going to be called eyedropper, and that is the folder that I want to build this in. Next, we're going to want to set up ProductOS inside of this folder. So we're going to want to install ProductOS. And ProductOS is a Claude, a Codex, and a Cursor plugin. And there are instructions in the README as well as to exactly how to install the plugin for each of these. I'm going to be using Claude Code to build, but we're going to want to install ProductOS inside of this project here. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to go to the ProductOS GitHub repository, and this is saying it's private for now, but this is going to be publicly available by the time you're watching this video, so you'll be able to get that from the link in the description down below. You're going to want to download ProductOS. Once you have downloaded ProductOS, you're going to get this ProductOS main zip. Now what you need to do is you need to go over to Claude Code in the desktop app. Now you can do this with the terminal, but for most people, and especially non-technical people, the easiest way to build software with AI is going to be inside of the desktop apps. So Codex, Claude Code, and Cursor. So you're going to want to get hold of the Claude desktop app if you don't already have it. If you don't have it, you can just go to claude.ai/download. And this is where you can download the Claude desktop app. Just click download here and then install it that way. And you're going to get the Claude desktop app here. Now let me collapse all of these projects inside of the Claude desktop app here. And what we're going to do is we're going to click new. And if you haven't already used Claude Code inside the Claude desktop app already, you're going to basically start off on this home screen, and you're just going to want to click onto code on the right hand side here. That is going to take you into Claude Code here. And what I'm going to want to do first is actually going to install ProductOS as a plugin. So we're going to want to go to this customize link in the left-hand navigation here. And then you scroll all the way down and go to plugins at the bottom here. Go to add and then upload plugin here. And then I want you to drag and drop that zip file for ProductOS into Claude here. And that is going to allow us to upload ProductOS as a plugin to use inside of the Claude desktop app. And this is all of the skills inside of ProductOS, which we can use by typing / and then naming the skill in chat. And basically all of these are named by the phase inside of ProductOS that we're going to be doing. So we've got define here, design, develop, and distribute, as well as a bunch of other skills inside of ProductOS that you can use. And now that that's installed, let's go through actually setting it up inside of our project. So now that we've added that plugin, let's go to new here inside of Claude Code. And I want to go to my local folder because I'm going to be building this locally. And I also want to choose the eyedropper app folder that we set up before. So I'm going to open this eyedropper app folder here. So this is the project that we're going to be working inside of Claude Code. And then all I'm going to do here inside of this eyedropper app folder is just do /studio setup. And that is going to set up ProductOS inside of this project. Now I do have this set to Fable 5 and high, which I would recommend using as you go through these skills, but you can also use it with Opus 5 and get really good results with ProductOS. I'm also going to set the mode here to auto so I don't have to keep doing these mission requests as we go through. And this studio setup skill will basically copy all the files from ProductOS over to your project folder, and it will guide you through getting started with ProductOS to build your product. And the first thing we're going to do here inside of ProductOS is to create this product offer that I was talking about so that we can understand our product in a lot more detail. We're going to do our product offer, we're going to figure out our pricing strategy, and we're going to dig deeper into our customer persona as well. And this information is really going to help us figure out the right direction to go with our piece of software before we start building anything. And this is the part that most people skip, is actually figuring out how do you build the right thing before we actually start writing any code at all. So it's now said ProductOS is installed and wired into your new eyedropper app repo. Here's what setup did. It created the repo. Eyedropper app was an empty folder, so it did git init, which basically initializes Git. If you don't know what Git is, or GitHub, basically Git is a version history control for any sort of code or file-based project that lives locally on your computer, and you can use it to manage your versions as you build, or to build new things, and you can also roll back to previous versions if you need to as well. So it kind of gives you that control, and it also allows you to get your project into GitHub, which we're going to need to do later in order to deploy it using Vercel. And the studio setup skill here in ProductOS will basically just set all this stuff up for you. Is wired the right root guidelines. So basically you've installed a Claude.md and an agents.md file. And this is a set of instructions built on top of the Carpathy for rule Claude.md file, as well as a few additions from ProductOS, including secure by default and design fidelity, as well as this intro piece about design, about ProductOS here. This is going to be basically your guiding set of instructions for building your project. And if you're using Codex or Cursor, you get an agents.md file as well here. It's also git ignored the system. So what this means is that it excludes ProductOS when you actually push your app live, when you get your code base into GitHub, and when you deploy your code to a live environment, it's going to ignore all of the ProductOS files. So none of this stuff is going to be uploaded to your repository. And it says no plan shipped because it's got no custom plan from myself from going through the Product Studio, which is my coaching program. You're basically starting from scratch here with ProductOS, which is completely fine because you can pick and choose what you want to do. But if you do want that custom plan, that is something that I do as part of my coaching program. So the first action here is to go into the define section. So what we're going to do is we're going to work through these sections one by one. We're going to start with define, and then going to go into design. We're then going to go into develop our actual product, and we're then going to go into distribution. So let's start off with define, and inside of ProductOS is basically a checklist file with every step that you need to do through each phase. So this is the checklist for define. So the first thing we need to do here is our product offer. Then we're going to do our customer persona, and then we're going to do our pricing strategy. And then we can move on to our mini launch, which is that quick win. Basically, the first kind of win in our products, kind of validate that our idea is any good and get some feedback from real people. So let's run the product offer skill and get started by creating our product offer. So I'm going to start a new thread here, and this is just a habit to get into. It's just to start a new thread every time you start something different inside of your project folder. And we're just going to do studio define. And I'm going to go to, and we're going to use the Studio Define Offer Builder skill here. So let's do the Studio Define Offer Builder, and we're just going to send that off, and we're going to use this to create our product offer. Now this is going to ask us a series of questions about exactly what we want to build, and it's going to help us figure out what the offer for that product might be. Who is our target customer? What pain are we solving? What is the outcome we're going to get them? What is the proof that we have that it works? What is the mechanism that we're going to use to get them that outcome? And what guarantee can we give them to de-risk them signing up to actually use this software that we're building? So it's going to ask us here, what's the product in 1 or 2 sentences, and who do you think this is for today? So let's just go back with an idea about what we're building here. So I want to build a cloud-based design system storage platform for teams, startups, design teams, and software engineering teams to basically be able to reference their design system and their brand kind of design direction using MCP with any of their local AI agents that they're running on any projects, basically creating a single source of truth for the design system and brand identity for a given company or a given business that any agent can access in order to maintain consistency and quality across all of the work that they're doing, regardless of whether that's a landing page, a new piece of software, or even marketing stuff using their AI agents. And let's send that off to Claude Code here. And now you might think this is an unnecessary step to do before building an app or a piece of software with AI, but this is actually one of the critical things that most people miss, because being able to be really specific about the type of customer that you're targeting, the pain that you're helping them solve, and the outcome that you're going to help them get is actually just thinking about that and just being able to define it and write it down is something that a lot of people don't have. There's a lot of problems that people really commonly make when they go through building software or building applications with AI. And these are that they build for a too broad type of customer. They're not specific enough about the type of customer that would actually use the thing that they're building. And so you end up building something like an AI content creation tool. who are you helping to create content, and what type of content are you helping them create, and what type of outcome is that going to get them. Being specific about that is going to help you build a much better product. And also, the reason why this is important is because the best products generally start off with a narrow wedge, a small entry point into the market, or a small type of use case. If you're building it for your business, a single use case that you build a custom tool for, or a custom piece of software to really solve this individual problem really, really deeply and very, very well for a specific type of customer. And that is going to be how you kind of make an entrance into the market. And that is also where a ton of opportunity is at the moment as well, because the big software companies will not build these tools. And a lot of individuals have their own knowledge, their own expertise that is going to allow them to go really, really deep on a specific problem and solve it using AI for a very specific type of customer. Or even if you're building this for your own business, to actually wrap up your internal processes and your own sort of frameworks into a piece of software that you can then use to help serve your clients even better, take on more clients, and actually scale your business. And so what we've got here basically is a breakdown of everything that exists at the moment and what competitors are kind of attacking this at the moment. So this is super interesting. So the pain is real, named and loudly documented. Design system drift is now a term of art. Super design, smooth UI, and AI guild all describe the same moment. The agent invents a color, picks its own spacing, and rebuilds a component that already exists. The common folk remedy is a design.md file in the repo. There are whole guides and YouTube videos about it, which I have also done a lot of. Verbatim pain language worth keeping. Claude Code forgets your design system between sessions. But the storage plus MCP layer is being attacked from 3 directions simultaneously. Figma's dev mode MCP server, Frontify MCP and beta, which does the brand half. ShadCN's registry MCP makes any component registry MCP compatible with one command. But then the money side, Zero Height starts at $149 a month, the category at $10 to $20 user pro tiers, and $45 to $90 user enterprise. 21st.dev proves MCP native distribution works, YC backed, but sobering, of 11,000 MCP servers, fewer than 5% are monetized, and most earners cluster at 500 to 10K a month. MCP is a channel, not a business model. So that's really good to know. So all of this information that we're generating now to create this product of it is basically what's going to help us decide how we actually, all the little details that go into building this piece of software, to building this project, to solve this problem. And it's in these little details where success or failure is made. And so we want to make sure that we're digging into this in detail and getting it right. So storage platform is the role noun, and it's where the wrapper risk lives. The design system that already exists in Figma, Figma's free MCP serves it. If it exists as code, ShadCN's registry serves it. If it's enterprise brand guidelines, Frontify serves it. A storage layer between those and the agent is a Jasper shape. One platform feature drop from absorption, and the drop already happened. The research exposes the segment none of the 3 giants serve, teams that don't have a full design system at all. Figma MCP is useless without a maintained Figma library. Okay, so we're starting to hit on this idea that maybe the documentation of the design system and the storage of that across multiple touch points is actually the right way to go here. So the fastest growing population in software, AI native startup shipping with Claude Code and Cursor has a landing page and app, some marketing pages, 3 repos, and no design system. The system is vibes plus a design.md. Somebody wrote in one repo that the other ones can't read. That's your customer and the cross-repo, cross-service angle in your original pitch. That reframes the product, not storage for a design system, but the canonical machine-readable design system itself, generated version and served to every agent on every project from one URL. Exactly. Closer to granola shape for brand consistency than Dropbox for tokens. Okay, so element 1 is the customer here. So founders and small product teams shipping multiple surfaces with AI coding agents who have no maintained Figma library or full design system. I think that's perfect. So 3 questions to test this. Which of these 2 people is your first buyer? The AI native founder or small team with no design system, or the established design team with a mature assistant who wants an agent to respect it? I would say the AI native founder and small team with no design system. That's going to be a lot easier to get them adopt. And this is where our own judgment has to layer on top of what AI has given us back here in this ProductOS system. B is where Figma and Frontify already stand. If your conviction is B, we need to talk about why you win that fight. I'm going to go with A here. So 1 is going to be A. And then for 2, you listed 4 audience teams: startups, design teams, engineering teams. Who would you exclude? If a 200-person company's design ops lead asked to buy, is that a distraction or the dream? The wide mesh diagnostic: if nobody's excluded, there's no wedge. So we need to focus on one specific type of customer, at least to start off with, who we think is going to be the primary buyer for this product. And we're going to design a product to serve them with the language that they know. And so I think that startups are going to be our first market here, with more generalist people doing a bunch of different things, because the issue isn't like a design team wants to control design, or it's a design ops person at a company. It's about small teams who are moving fast that don't have a design system and want to kind of build that in the early stages. So I'm going to go for startups here. And then number 3, where did this itch come from for you personally? If you felt this pain in your own multi-repo work, that story is worth more than my research. So I'm going to say I've come up against this pain for my own company, and I've helped hundreds of people build apps and software through my community on school and through my coaching program. And this problem comes up again and again and again, where you're building multiple things across different projects in the same brand or business, but you have no reference source of truth, and AI keeps on making up all these different styles and nothing is consistent. So I know this incredibly well, and I have a background in helping early stage startups from my design agency that I ran for 5 years prior to helping people build software with AI. So if we want to build in our own proof, our own experience into the products that we're building here, because this is going to give people, potential customers, proof that this system is something that is real and it's something that is going to work for them. And having that background and that expertise and knowledge is going to be the difference between your product and just a generic anything that somebody can just create with a prompt, because you know the detail about that industry, that expertise, that knowledge that other people don't have. Okay, so here's the final form of our customer: startup founders and small teams building multiple services for one brand. Okay, great. Element 2, the pain. So pain here is you shipped 3 things for the same business: the app, the landing page, the marketing page. Each has a repo with its own agent session. Put them side by side, they look like 3 different companies. 3 near miss blues. Every new session, that agent forgets the brand and reinvents it. So you're repasting design instructions into prompts and hand maintaining a design.md. A repo that goes stale the moment the brand shifts. And also design is going to change constantly now with AI tools, and even quicker than it did before, where people weren't even maintaining these design systems. So that's super difficult. So what does it actually cost them when it happens? So this is a really interesting part of the product offer that I think is super important, is how do we reframe the outcome in a tangible way for our potential customer. So we want to say to our customer that if you use this tool, it's going to save you $2,000, and then that way you can charge them justifiably $500 for it. And we want to move out of this world of charging a low subscription for access to software, and we want to move into this world of figuring out an outcome that the product we're building gets our customer or our business, quantifying that outcome in terms of revenue, time saved, or something else, and then referencing that outcome against the price that we're charging for access to this tool. So for one, I'm going to say I've seen companies that literally failed because there was no shared design language across the entire team in the business. Now, this was a big company, but these things do happen, and losing that brand consistency and that brand positioning can have a really huge impact in terms of products that don't land when you launch them, losing customers over time, and also costing a lot of time spent maintaining badly designed projects across your entire team when you should be spending it building stuff instead of just constantly tweaking design styles on each new thing that you build. What's the trigger moment? So I saw my 2 pages side by side and winced what a customer investor commented, or I started repo 2 and realized I had nothing to hand the agent. The trigger tells us when they'd actually reach for the product. So I think the moment here is when you have more than one person trying to build something and using the same set of rules, and they're building it locally rather than in the cloud. I think the main trigger here is when 2 people are building using AI agents and they're doing it locally, working on separate projects, and they have no way of giving it the same rules other than manually sending each other a design.md file and hoping that they stay consistent over time. And has anyone in your community tried to buy their way out? Paid for a tool, a template, a Notion brand doc, hired someone to write their design tokens? Evidence of spend is the strongest pain signal there is. I know people who are running businesses who have paid designers specifically to be able to do this, create design systems and maintain them across multiple surfaces. So I already know there is a strong need for this from startups to established businesses. Let's send that off to Claude Code. And what this is helping us to do is to help us identify those buying signals as well for our product idea. And what you get out of the end of this process may not be the exact same idea that you started off with, but you're going to have a much sharper product and you're going to know and have the confidence that there is actually a market for the thing you're building. So it says the two-person trigger is what justifies your architecture. A solo builder can limp along with the local design.md. The moment there are two people with two local agents in two projects, a file-based fix just won't work. Somebody's copy is always stale. That's the moment cloud plus MTP stops being nice to have, and it is the only shape that solves it. I think there are other ways that you could solve it, but the point still stands. Also has kind of said that one of the stories, the examples I gave was a bit kind of vague, and maybe we don't want to use that. And now let's get onto the outcome part of the product offer. So the outcome here is probably the critical part of your product offer. It's what someone is actually going to get through using your product. And the reason we want to focus on figuring out the outcome before we start building our software, our app idea, is that now we're moving into a world of AI agents. People are much more focused on paying for getting something specific, paying to get something specific in a similar way that you would to traditional service businesses, rather than paying for a set of features, because you can kind of just mild code those features in an afternoon. You don't need to pay for them. So we want to help someone achieve an outcome with the products that we're building. So which is the magic moment you'd sell? So a new project starts on brand instantly. I think that's it. I think we want to just go like, you just prompt something basic and it's automatically on brand. The magic moment, I think, is the most basic prompts that you can imagine, and then it just automatically creates it on brand using the MCP without the user even asking. The scope question that decides your whole build. Your customer has no design system. Does the product create it for them? E.g., point it at an existing app or landing page and it extracts tokens, type, spacing into the canonical system, or must the author do it by hand first? Let's say if authoring is homework, most of this customer segment installs onboarding. So I think we want to extract it from an existing GitHub repo, probably. An existing project, or maybe locally. Let's just ask that question. I think the scope that we need to have here is to be able to first either extract a design system from an existing GitHub repo or a local project, or allow the user to import one if they already have a design.md, for example, that they want to use as a starting point. But I'd like your suggestion on what direction we should go here. Then for number 3, it says, would you stand behind under 10 minutes to first on-brand generation, or is there a better number from watching your community members work? I would say like a design system your entire team can use in under 10 minutes. Let's go with a design system your entire team can connect to in under 10 minutes. Okay, so the outcome here is going to be a design system your entire team can connect to in under 10 minutes. From then on, the laziest prompt you can type, build me a pricing page, comes out on brand automatically because every agent on every project pulls the same live system without being asked. Okay, so the mechanism. This is the most faked section in a product offer. This is where your idea either survives, the could figma either is in one feature drop, or doesn't. It's an MCP server, is not a mechanism. There are 11,000 MCP servers. So we want to do something different here. So it's got some ideas here of what moats we could go with as well. I know a lot of people are thinking about, what moat can they build into their product, how do you protect your product. Generally, I don't think a moat is something you should worry about until you have something to defend. There's no point building a moat around nothing because nobody's coming for that nothing. If you want to build something valuable first, and then when you need to defend it, that's when you think about your moat. But it's interesting that it's got it in here. So here's the moat, I think. ChatGPT can write a design.md, but it can't make it a live version and team shared endpoint. So that passes the test here. There's a hole I need to pressure test you with because the magic moment depends on it. On brand without the user even asking doesn't happen by default. MCP tools are pull based. The agent has to decide to call your server, and vanilla agents won't reliably do that. The standard fix, your init step drops a small rules block into each repo's agent config. So Claude.md or cursor rules that says always consult the design system MTB before generating UI. One time per repo, then it's ambient. Is that your plan, or do you have a stronger trick? The detail is load bearing for the whole premise, so I want it named. So we have to think about how are people going to actually call this design system kind of layer here. And so I think a Claude.md is a good starting point, but I think a way of like running this inside of a project, which would just automatically set it up for you, would be kind of the best way to do this. So let's figure out an easy way to just set this up super quickly inside any new project and then build that as a team habit inside of any company using this system. I think that's going to be the best way to do this. Does the schema carry a brand, voice, copy, and rules in V1 or visual system only? I think we'll just do visual system only for now. Let's just do visual design system only for version 1. And then is there anything in your head beyond serve and sync and like drift detection, linting generated output against the system, not pushing it into V1, checking whether it's on your roadmap because verification is the strongest remote layer available to you long term and might deserve a mention, offers future facing, framey. I think I want to do something verification wise here. I want to allow the user to verify versus the design system on any existing projects, for example. So if you've built a website and you want to verify and get to your design system, I think you should be able to do that as part of this product. Can we bake in the simple sort of verification pass against the design system as a way of getting the verification part off the ground in V1 so that users become familiar with it as they start to use the tool? And then we'll do more detail in future versions of this product. So let's send that off to Claude Code here. And now we're going to move on to proof and guarantee, which are the last parts of our product offer. All right, so now we're looking at the guarantee here. So guarantee is a risk transfer which diffuses the buyer's #1 objection. This is why we want to have a guarantee at heart of our product offer. Your design system is yours, portable always, one-click export to plain.design.md in a standard design tokens JSON at any time forever. Cancel when you keep the best design system files you ever had. Still usable with any agent, free for solo use on one project, no credit card. If your team isn't connecting and generating within 10 minutes of signing up, a full refund on any pay plan, no questions. I think that is great. We're doing a refund if your team can't use it, and also we're saying it's free for solo builders, which I think, like, going into our pricing strategy is a really good on-ramp for people. Use it for free if you're building by yourself, and then when you end up hiring people as part of your team, if it does work out, then you can start to pay to use this same design system via, and you can also use it for free if you just want to see that it works, and then you can, you know, get your team on board on a wider basis after that. So 3 questions: free solo and paid team pricing line. Let's do that. Any hesitation on one-click export? I think that's fine. It genuinely eases churn. My view for this, lock-in fear kills more sales than export ever cost change to turn. So I'm all happy with that. And then is the 10-minute setup promise operationally real? It requires extraction, fastly it to be genuinely one prompt smooth. If V1 setup is only in like 30 minutes, we'd adjust the number now. Let's just be ambitious. Let's just be ambitious for 10 minutes and then work to get it down to as small amount of time as possible. And then the last part here for our product offer is proof. So this is basically the track record that we've done it before, and this is pulled from the information that I've already said here. So 5 years running a startup design agency, then hundreds of founders taught to ship AI-built software through your community. That's great. The split screen demo, this category is killer, proof, artifact, same lazy prompt, fresh repo with and without the MCP connected. That's going to be a great demo to be able to do. A named basic cohort from your own community, 10 to 20 teams, real names, before and after brand consistency screenshots. So we can do this potentially with my coaching program or with my community as well. And this proof says, built by a designer who ran a startup design agency for 5 years, then helped hundreds of founders ship AI-built software through his community and coaching program. The demo is the proof, same one-line prompt side by side, which is great. So 4 questions. These are the last ones before I run the whole offer check and rewrite the file. What are the real public numbers I can name? Community member count, coaching cohort size, community name, and are you comfortable with naming them in the offer? So for now, for the purpose of this, I'm just going to stick with hundreds. Let's just go with hundreds, and for the startups, that my agency has helped would be over 50, including Y Combinator backed startups. Will you commit to the split screen demo as the canonical launch artifact? We're going to say yes. Do you already know 2 to 3 specific people and businesses who'd be a day one name case study? I'm going to say yes for this. What's the product called? And this product is going to be called PyDropper. Let us send that off to Claude Code. So now Claude Code is going to build our entire product offer here. So let's allow this. We'll just turn this to auto again as well. Just make sure to keep turning it to auto. And this is going to create our product.offer.md file, which is basically everything that we've detailed out here and defines our entire product. And as you're going through ProductOS and creating these files, so you can see here, we've got our product offer here. So describe your product using your product offer. This has basically a kind of 1 paragraph summary of our product that we've created, this eyedropper product. Here is the customer. Here's the pain that we're solving, the outcome, the mechanism, the guarantee, and the proof. And here is the evidence, category signals, risks to watch, and a bunch of other stuff. But this product offer is going to define our entire product. And now we can move on to creating our customer persona next. Claude Code has already predicted this by saying, let's do the customer persona next. I'm just going to do tap, and we're going to create the customer persona next. So I'm just cutting this in here because I didn't break down exactly why the customer persona is important to map out before we actually get into detailing the customer persona for this app that I'm building called Eyedropper. So now we've created the product offer. The next thing we're doing here is creating a customer persona. And if you don't know what a customer persona is, basically it's a map of exactly all of the things that our customer, that defines who our customer is, what they do, what problems they experience, and how we can kind of solve these problems for them with this product. And understanding this in more detail is the key to being able to position our product in a way that resonates with our customer, that's going to motivate them to sign up for the product, and that's ultimately going to motivate them to pay for our product as well in an ongoing basis. And so this customer persona is basically fitting after the product offer here and before the pricing and business strategy. So we're just cutting it in here. And if you want to know exactly how to run this customer persona skill inside using ProductOS, because Claude will suggest that you run the customer persona skill next from the end of the product offer builder. But all you have to do if you want to run it in a separate session or from ProductOS is basically just to type define and then find the customer persona skill here. Do this as a new session inside your project. So I'm doing this inside of Eyedropper. Click on that skill and then hit enter to run that. And this is going to go through and ask us some questions to help us figure out our customer persona for the app that we're building. And it's going to help our AI agent here, Claude Code or Codex or Cursor. If you're using Codex or Cursor, it's going to help the AI agent to understand better how to position this product for this customer, because it's going to have all this context about exactly who our customer is, which is something that you don't have if you just jump straight into building your app, into building your product without actually figuring this stuff out beforehand. So it's really, really important to take the time to go through these steps, do the product offer, do the customer persona, and then after that, we'll get into pricing strategy for our product before we start designing and building it as well. So let's get into the customer persona now. So now let's go into the customer persona here, and this is going to build from the product offers customer line and basically allow us to figure out a lot of detail around our exact customer for this app. So the design conscious co-founder of a 2 to 5 person AI native startup, and the more specific that we can be, the better, because we really want to be able to focus on exactly who we're targeting for this app. 2 or 3 people shipping products, landing page marketing across separate repos with Claude Code or Cursor. So I think design conscious co-founder of a 2 to 5 person AI native startup is a great starting point. So here are some questions that we have to answer, 3 forks to settle before I go research. And it's going to go and do a bunch of research around this across social platforms, on the web, a bunch of stuff to figure out what is this customer asking about, what are their pains, and how do we dig into exactly how we build and create the messaging for this product as well. So technical debt is the architect a classic technical founder, an engineer who codes or uses agents to go faster, or the newer AI native builder? I'm going to say AI native builder for this, more of a generalist, I think. Who's the buyer versus the victim? My hypothesis makes design conscious one the buyer who then pulls their teammate in. Does that match what you've seen? I think so, because you need to be design conscious in order to experience this pain a little bit of seeing something that's just doesn't look right and then wanting to fix it. So let's just say you're right. And then solo to team moment in your community. When this person hits the 2-person trigger, they're usually adding a co-founder, a contractor, or a second AI agent running teammate. So they're usually adding a contractor at this point, or maybe a teammate. So let's say, honestly, it's usually a contractor if they need one, and it's usually a technical contractor like a developer. So they would be maintaining the system and then just giving this other person the tools in order to build following this system. Okay, so what it said here is that the persona isn't handing taste up to a designer, they're handing constraints down to a developer. So giving a contractor the brand without recording a 30-minute loom is a context scene we'll use. And then what it's done is browsed the web, it has done a loan research here, named communities, so some subreddits here, so r/vibe coding, school groups like Vibe Coding Academy and AI Builders, the named voices like Miley Brown, Peter Levels, and Mark Liu, and hard anchor prices to the $20 a month standard tier across Cursor Pro, Claude Pro V0, Lovable at $25. So all of these other tools, plus the verbatim pane from the offer session. So it's taking our existing context that we've already built in the offer here in order to figure out this persona. And I'm going to show you once we've written the customer persona why this is so interesting to do before you actually build your products. So the persona is a generalist AI native founder building a whole brand through agents. The tagline, semi-technical founder who learns shit through AI agents, now building an app, landing page and marketing site for one brand across separate repos. With every new agent session reinvents the design because the only system is a stale design.md. The role is a founder, often a solo plus contractor. One line description is came to software through AI tools, Claude Code or Cursor. Holds the brand's taste personally, as no formal design training or design system background. So the prior background, when Sam walked into your community, what were they before? Marketer, an agency person, ops, corporate professional, or a designer, or a student. Pick the single most common one. It shapes the language and trust signals throughout. So I'm going to say they are a semi-technical person, someone who's already worked in a technical or a semi-technical capacity on a product team before, or in a startup before. Someone who's already probably worked on a startup or a small tech team before, or has done something in products or around software development, but not the actual software development itself. So it's going to be in that sort of semi-technical area. Most likely a professional who has worked in tech in some capacity. For number 2, the stage is modal Sam, pre-revenue, building their first product, already making some money, even small MRR. I think they're probably pre-revenue, most likely pre-revenue here, but this would also be useful for teams with products that are actually making money. And that might be a better persona to actually bring on first because they're more likely to have buying capacity to actually use this tool and embed it in their teams. So actually, let's go small MRR, someone who's started to make money and has started to put a team dealer around the thing that they'll be. And then for number 3, the name check, happy with Sam. Let's just go with that. And move on to the next part of the persona here. So now it's going to dig into the problem context here. So when does this problem happen? When does this actually happen? So which moment fires most often in your community? Now this is leaning more on my community, but I think I probably have more knowledge of this from my previous kind of working directly with early stage startups through my agency. So reviewing someone else's output or their own agent's output into fresh projects. Let's go. Number 1 is going to be on fresh output in a new project. 2 is evening review, right? Small MRR founders in your world, are they full-time on the product, still fitting this around other commitments? It changes the scene. I think they're probably going to be full-time on this at this point, which also makes sense with the small MRR kind of capacity here. And I think actually makes sense for small teams who are full-time building a business around their products. And in the emotional register, I've picked resentment at policing and fear of looking amateur. From your coaching calls, I think let's go with that. Let's go with that for now. So now we're starting to understand a bit more about how our customer is actually thinking. They have a resentment about constantly policing their design system, so we can use that in our language. And this isn't going to guarantee that we're going to get customers when we build and launch this, but it is going to give us the right framing and positioning for our product to actually be able to talk to our customer in the language that they are familiar with. Let's get into behaviors and habits. So what do they actually do? What's the modal workaround you actually see? Font spacing, design.md copies or screenshots as reference. It's all of them, to be honest. I think most commonly people are just pasting screenshots as a reference and maybe using a design.md, but probably just screenshots is the lazy way for most people to do it. Is ship it off brand anyway real? It's the most damning behavior, but I've inferred it. Have you watched community members do this? I think so many people are focused on shipping fast, they often forget about the compounding effect of like constantly doing off-brand and poorly designed work and features. And I think most people will just work to a deadline and want to get it out regardless of what it looks like without knowing what the hidden cost of that is. And then anything surprising I'd missed, a workaround from your coaching course an outsider wouldn't guess, those odd specific behaviors and the most persona defining details we can get. I think the most common workaround is just to use design specific skills and plugins, but they often have their own flavor to them rather than being actually helpful and just add a lot of overhead in terms of process to the whole build journey. Let's send that off to Claude Code. Alright, so tools and tech fluency. So the bar, named apps, last adoption with stick drop outcome, honest AI trust level. So these are going to be the tools that our customer persona is using. I'm going to say Claude Code or Cursor, which is modal in your community, effects which integration leads your onboarding and docs. Most people are going to be using Claude Code. I think Claude Code is the most common by far. Does Sam touch Figma at all? Even just to look at inspiration, probably not using Figma, if I'm honest. Does the trust asymmetry ring true? High trust in agent code. So I'm going to say a yes, that this asymmetry does reign true there. And now we're going to identify the key job to be done for this customer persona. So what is the key thing that they are trying to do when they use our product? So the job to be done, so I can clause, is it speed or coherence, the true motivator? I put speed first, so ship at agent speed with coherence as the payoff. If your community members would honestly say, I just wanted to stop looking amateur, emphasis flips. So yeah, we want to do basically coherence is the real motivator. Number two, do the frequencies match what you see? New service roughly monthly, drift weekly. So I would say that it can almost be daily. Drift can almost be daily and maybe even multiple times per day if you don't have your system documented. And this is where it's good for AI to ask these questions, because we're kind of changing the answers that the AI is assuming here. And if we just did a really simple rough guess at what our product should be, we're going to get all of these little details wrong. And so it's really good to identify this stuff up front, which is why we're doing this whole process with ProductOS. So current alternatives here. So what do they do at the moment? A layered coping stack, screenshots, design.md, 30 to 60 minutes of correcting and reprompting, design skills and plugins from the community, tried and then abandoned. And basically, since they started shipping with agents, they've typically had 1 to 2 years of accumulating this coping stack. Satisfaction is 3 out of 10. It sort of works while the brand quietly diverges everywhere else. I think that's correct. Rank, check. I've ordered the stack screenshots to design.md to reprompting to plugins to paid designer. Yep, I think this is all good. So we're getting a really, really clear picture of exactly who our target customer should be for this app. And then section 8, or our customer persona, is basically pains and frustrations. So a pain is nothing travels. The design system doesn't go between these different agents. Number 2 is policing is manual and piecemeal. Catching drift means eyeballing output. Some people are good at that, some people are bad at that. And pain 3 is the brand can't be handed off. Onboarding a contractor means Slack messages and a design.md copy and paste. I think this is all good. Is a bigger pain missing? Candidates from our conversation that didn't make the cut. Design plugins impose their own flavor, where I ship off-brand under the deadline and feel the compounding cost later. I think let's just go with these. And ranked by frequency times cost is nothing and travels genuinely number 1. I think, yeah, let's just go with that. That's perfect. And now we're getting into the objections that our customer is going to have. And so this is where we can start to shape the copy on our landing page throughout our products to basically address these objections that our customers might potentially have. So the bar, ranked criteria, the real objection in Sam's words, and a concrete proof that beats it, my proposal. So top 3 evaluation criteria. I think the killer objection here is this is just a fancy design.md. I already do this for free with screenshots, probably. The proof that beats it is the split screen demo, same one-line prompt on Sam's own project, with and without eyedropper. I think that's great. I think that's perfect. So let's go with that. I actually think that these objections are also worth bearing in mind. This is the killer objection, so let's stick with this. Now we want to figure out, are these customers willing to pay? So this is their willingness to pay. So how much do they currently spend on this problem? So maybe $40 to $150 a month on AI tooling already, Claude Pro Max, Vercel plus a V0 or Lovable Experiment. And maybe paying for other tools like Google Stitch potentially as well, with drift hitting daily, calling it 3 to 5 hours per week of corrective reprompting and pixel policing, and the expensive one, contract hours of 50 to 80 hour partially spent producing or reading off-brand UI. So we're trying to figure out like how much is this problem worth to people. Anchor products and pricing, Claude Pro, Claude Max, I don't really think these are related. Acceptable monthly price is $20 a month for a solo paid tier, or $40 to $60 once the contractor C joins, which is exactly where the paid trigger sits. Price ceiling around $100 a month for the whole team. Above that, Sam mentally reclassifies it from a stack tool to a serious bend and stalls. That's Claude Max territory, reserved for the tool that does the actual building. I think $100 a month for the whole team feels pretty okay, but we probably do need to price it a little bit lower. Do the acceptable ceiling numbers match for communities? You watch these people buy tools constantly. If their flinch point is 15 or 25, or if they'd pay $50 a seat without blinking for something that touches every surface, I don't know if we can charge per seat for this, because it's just an MCP server. People are going to have access to it. I think we just want to do maybe like a more of a service-based software approach here, where we set it up for the company, we help them maintain it over time, and maybe we just charge on like a team-based pricing for like unlimited people. I think we should probably do that instead. The contractors hours line, is it worth qualifying harder? So pay the dev $2K after the UI came back and did brand rework. I think that's pretty convincing here. A thing I want to figure out here is, if this is just an account with an MCP server that you access using your agent, what is to stop anyone from just accessing this on a solo kind of paid tier? And we're going to get more into this in the pricing strategy. So let's just drop this concern in here now. I think we need to figure out a better way of teams, startups, and individuals using and paying for this, because if this is just an MCP where you access it, what's to stop someone signing up with an account and then just being able to use it, access it via MCP for an unlimited number of people? I don't think the per seat pricing still works. And I'd rather do just like a single team price, or maybe we do just like a free trial with then access for a specific price or a certain amount of usage. Can we figure out another way to do pricing here? And then for the contractors' hours, I think this is a really good thing to lean into. I think the pay to dev $2K and half the UI came back needing a brand rework is a really strong case here that we can use to justify the price. Okay, here we go. So this is a much better pricing setup suggestion here off the back of that comment that we've given to Claude here. So free is one design system with one connected project. You'll probably do that through a CLI or through something with Claude Code or Codex or whatever you're building with to access the MCP, where we kind of authenticate versus the person who signed up. And this is the trial and split screen demo, permanently free. And then the team is a flat monthly price per brand for unlimited people, unlimited projects, usage capped generously. Sharing the endpoint isn't leakage anymore, it's the product working. Every extra agent connected makes the system more entrenched, which is great. So flat monthly price per brand, I think, is great. Maybe we want to consider an enterprise tier here as well, and then later a studio tier, so multiple design systems, which quietly serves agencies and portfolio builders and becomes your expansion revenue without a new product. So that's great. It's identified some ways that we can scale this later as well. And this is just making the product much, much stronger. So let's do this. So let's confirm this. I actually think we can maybe go higher than this per brand, maybe $99 here per month. I think will make sense, but let's just confirm this for now. So let's confirm those. So now it's identified where these people hang out. I think this is pretty good. It's identified some subreddits here, people they follow, podcast newsletters and channels. So I think that's great. Let's go with this. And then now here we're going to figure out who is the anti-persona. Who are we not targeting here? So This is saying who looks similar but is a bad fit. The Figma Fluent designer or design engineer at a funded startup with a real design system, tokens in Figma variables, a component library, review workflows. They'll find eyedropper through the same design system plus AI agent searches. They're precisely who it's not for. I think this is risky, but I also think this is a good way of defining what we're building a product for. Because if they already have tokens in, I don't know, they have tokens in Figma variables, component library, review workflows, maybe we want to pull them in towards something like eyedropper. But one question here, and then I read a file, does the hobbyist worry you more than the designer? I would say yes. I think we want to cater less for the hobbyist and more for the designer. So let's put the hobbyist builder as the anti-persona, someone who is not even design-minded, who you might think that we want to convince to create a design system, but who is never going to graduate beyond just building kind of AI slop, vibe-coded looking things into actually building real software, or turning their software ideas into a business or building software within their own business. So let's change the anti-persona here to more of the hobbyist kind of builder, because ultimately they're never going to be able to pay for this product because it's never going to give them enough value, versus a startup who's actually building on a day-to-day basis and coming up against this problem over and over and over again. Although I do think it would still be super valuable for them to have the free tier here. It's something that I would definitely use. I don't think we're trying to build a product here that is going to scale and actually get customers. We want to focus on our primary target customer. There's nothing to stop the hobbyist from signing up, but ultimately we're not focusing on building a product for them. So now all 12 sections of our product persona are locked in, and it's going to write a product, and it's going to write our customer persona file here. And you might think that this beginning process is a little bit tedious in terms of going through all these questions, but the amount of information and the context that you're getting out of this is so useful when your AI agent starts actually building your product, because not only do you know exactly who you're building a product for now and the offer, the way that you're positioning your product, but your agent will have all of these documents to know exactly who it's building this product for, that it can reference whenever you build anything new. And this is what I believe is the right way to build, is this product-led AI development kind of method using this system in ProductOS. And you can see here, if I click on this customer persona file, markdown file here, we've got all of our customer persona detailed in this. And this is going to be what our AI agent uses when it actually builds the product to understand who we're building for, how to write copy, how to basically construct all of the features throughout our entire product. And so now that we've done that, let's go on to the final part of the define phase, which is figuring out our pricing strategy. We've kind of done it mostly, but we want to do it fully here and understand all the details in the pricing strategy before we launch, to make sure that we're giving our product the highest likelihood that someone is going to actually pay for it. So let's do pricing strategy next. So I want to take a quick break in this video to show you a conversation that I had with someone called Zach, who is making over 20K a month from their app idea. And when he started off building it, he didn't know how to write code at all. What he did have was knowledge of a specific industry and an idea of exactly what problem he should be solving for them. So he built an app, validated it with customers in this industry, and started to scale something beyond what he even thought was possible. This is a great example of someone who came up with an idea and knew the offer in detail before they launched their app, and then was actually able to scale it to make a significant amount of revenue, and is now scaling it even beyond 20K a month. So without any more information, I'm just going to show you a bit of my conversation with Zach so that you can see that this is really possible for anyone, even if you don't know how to code. Okay, so today we're speaking to Zach, who has built a SaaS platform, is making over 20K a month, and want to learn from Zach a little bit as well, what he's built, how you've got it to reach 20K a month, and to kind of show people that this is totally possible to build apps that can actually make money. And we're kind of just doing this bootstrap as well. So yeah, I think it would be great to kind of kick things off if you can like introduce a bit about you, who you are, what you've built, and kind of a bit of background as well, so people can understand a little bit more about you.
Yeah, so my name's Zach. I built a SaaS web app called litpal.ai, completely vibe coded, originally built in Replit. And it's been running for a bit over a year now, but I relaunched it almost 9 or 10 months ago back in August of 2025. And since then, it's grown to over 20K MRR, generated over 6 figures in total revenue. So I used to be in the business model of Amazon KDP very heavily. And what Amazon KDP is it's a business model where you can make and publish your own books using AI and publish them to Amazon through Amazon's system of Amazon KDP. Basically, what KDP is anybody can upload files of their books and have them be sold on Amazon, and Amazon will actually handle all the fulfillment of the books, the printing, the shipping, and all the fulfillment process for you completely passively. And so what I did is I built a software that helped people publish and create books quicker using AI tools. That way, you could create books in a day instead of having to just combine a whole bunch of tools together and create a book over like a week or 2 weeks.
Was the end goal like do you want to turn your thing into a SaaS, or was the end goal or were you just trying to build something to help you kind of like create these books for yourself as like a starting point? Like, how did that even start?
So it started off, I actually wanted to make coloring books as quickly as possible because the coloring book creation process was really painfully slow. You used to have to use like ChatGPT to generate every image one at a time. You had to generate like 40 at a time. So it could take like hours and you'd get rate limited. So I discovered make.com, where I could build my own make.com automations to create coloring books. And through that, I decided, I could really turn this into an app or a software. And I just went down the whole rabbit hole of vibe coding and building things out. I started off with like Bolt and like these various tools to help me learn how to do this. And then eventually I ended up launching the software and selling it online.
So I want to understand a little bit about like that first time you tried to build something, and then what happened and like what things went wrong, and then how did you kind of like, how did that turn into like what you have today? Because like a lot of people starting with these tools, whether that's like Lovable or Bolt or Replit, kind of started out there and then they built something, it maybe didn't work. There was a lot of bugs, especially like last year. I think this definitely happened like a lot for people. So yeah, just kind of walk through like, what did that first version of this look like? Where did it break? Like, what did you have to do to get it to a point where you could actually get it in people's hands?
So I actually launched the app before it was really fully polished. It was the first version of the app before I relaunched was really terrible. I used like a ton of different tools that were all like patchworked together. I used things like Airtable and a little bit of Subabase. I also used things like Bolt and Replit to build the entire thing. Things that used to break for me a lot were Stripe and Auth. In the early days, when I was still in high school, I would be checking my laptop and I'd be getting random like support emails about like auth breaking and payments breaking. Like someone would sign up for the platform, pay through Stripe, and then their credits just wouldn't load. And I would have to like in the middle of class or like on my way out, I'd have to figure out how to like fix this manually. So there was a lot of struggles, especially in the early days, just with the random bugs, because vibe coding has really, gone a lot more advanced. I don't really have any technical background. So, the tools have progressed a lot more than they were like a year ago. And it's a lot easier to build things with less bugs now than it was like when I first started.
Is there anything that you took away from that in terms of like a lesson that you learned, or like something that you always bear in mind when you're building anything now?
Yeah, so definitely some key learnings that I got from those experiences were you should never be afraid to ship something to production just because it might break. Like odds are when you first start off, a lot of things you ship will be broken, and you shouldn't delay shipping these updates just because you have fear of perfection. Um, the truth is your users will find the things that break before you will. Like you can always keep reprompting Claude or Codex to keep finding the bugs for you, but the bugs will only show up when users actually test them. So the number one thing that I learned was always just iterate on what the users tell you. So if you get an email from a user complaining that a feature doesn't work right or that it's too slow, the best thing you can do is just take that exact support snippet, put it into whatever coding agent you're using, and help it, problem solve with you and find a solution.
I think people kind of like get hung up on that point where you don't want to put it in people's hands because it feels like it might break and you don't know what could happen. I think it's just really good, like you said, in that way, you kind of put it out there and then you see what breaks when people start using it.
And then that, I mean, in a way that also like makes you a lot more motivated to fix it. I mean, I'm definitely not saying like do stuff with like payments and auth where you don't know what's going to happen, but it certainly gives you a lot of motivation to fix it if anything goes wrong.
For sure.
In terms of the launch process, like at what point did you decide that, you know what, this is ready, I'm going to give it to people, I'm going to launch it to real customers? And how did you actually go through that launch process?
So for me, there wasn't really an official launch or even really an official relaunch. It was just me putting it out there and then making content about it. I didn't really have like a specific launch day or like a big announcement. I didn't go to any of the platforms where you can like traditionally launch apps like what was that website called?
Product Hunt. Yeah.
Product Hunt.
Micro
That's
launch.
right. Yeah. So, I didn't really use any of those platforms. I just put it out, started making content about it. And then as people joined, I would just keep refining from there. There wasn't really, I'll be honest, the app was not polished when I launched it. There were still things breaking, but I just launched it at the minimum viable product, and I just started getting paying users. And from there, I just kept fixing and putting updates.
Yeah. So you did content around it. What was the content? Where did you post stuff? Like what was going through your head at that time of like, okay, this is how I'm going to start to get users?
So I started a YouTube channel a few years ago, but I wasn't really active on it at all. And then when I launched my software Lit Pal AI, I started making videos about the business model of Amazon KDP. And in those videos, I would position my tool as like the fastest AI tool to help you create books faster. When I first launched, the only tool that was really in the app was the coloring book generator. So I would make videos about how to make coloring books as quickly as possible. I still make very similar videos to this day, but most of my customer acquisition comes from my own YouTube channel. Like easily 99% of it comes from there. I have a few affiliates now, and I recently started an affiliate program, but most of the traffic comes from my YouTube videos and my personal brand. And I found that that's really been the easiest way to get users because your audience trusts you and they want to see a face behind the product and not just like a boring company.
Yeah, I think this is a really good approach. And it's like the same approach that it's the same approach that I've used for the community and other apps that I've launched. And I think what people kind of like miss a lot of the time is that you build for where you think the opportunity is instead of building something to help either yourself or to help people that you care about helping or actually have expertise to be able to help. Like it worked out really well in your case because you already knew about KDP. You already were trying to create books that you could sell, and you were already doing that well enough where you could kind of teach people how to do that. And then through that teaching, you're kind of using your own products in order to help people achieve the outcome that you're basically kind of selling through this product. And so I think that's a really good, like the question I would ask anyone watching this is like, if you're thinking about getting started is what expertise do you have? And what problems do you come up against going like when you're using that kind of knowledge or expertise? And how could you help someone in a similar position to like get a valuable outcome based on that knowledge that you have? And then once you can do that, whatever format that takes, like I'm very biased towards YouTube, long form, like you do YouTube as well. It's a great platform for this sort of thing. If you can teach people how to do that and then build a product that basically fits into that process, then I think that's a really good strategy to take initially. And you're kind of proof here that this is like worked out really, really well for you. So I'm also happy about that because I do a lot of YouTube. So I think it's a great strategy.
All right, now let's get back into the course. So it's going to basically figure out the pricing strategy based on our product offer and our customer persona here. So the buyer is Sam, no bridge needed, the founder who feels the pain, holds the company card and decides the loan in about 90 seconds. Value is continuous, the system syncs, propagates changes and polices every new surface month after month. So this is a monthly subscription, not one-time purchase. The unit is the brand, not the seat. Locked in the persona session, the MTP endpoint is shared by design, so unlimited people and projects per brand, and the band from the persona is 29 $29 to $49 with a hard ceiling around $100. My proposal, $29 per month per brand. So reasoning, Sam's mental slot for a tool in my stack is $20 to $25, and $29 sits one notch above. Enough to signal that this covers the whole team and every project, not enough to trigger the compare with Claude Max flinch. At launch, you want a number low enough that the split screen demo closes the deal on the spot, because your first 100 customers are worth far more as proof than has revenue. Now, if we get 100 customers at 49, that is 4,900. So we're going to have to aim, and this is where we want to do a little bit of reverse maths here to figure out. If our ideal starting point is, say, $5,000 per month, then okay, 100 customers at $49 a month or $50 a month, $100 people at $50 a month gives $5,000. How feasible is it for us to get 100 people to use this on a team basis? And are there any other ways that we could kind of go about this? So we could also do, now I think it's pretty feasible to be able to get 100 companies to spend $49 on a tool that it's going to get them consistency across all of their services from a design point of view with all of their coding agents. I also think for the amount of time and money that this is going to save teams, $49 feels pretty low as well. So I think maybe we should go like $49 for founder pricing and then $99 as like a, maybe for the first 100 spots, let's say, so that we get our 5,000 MRR. We can get that pretty quickly. And then we up it to maybe 79 or 99 further down the line. So let's go with that instead. Let's go with 49 as founder pricing for the first 100 spots here. And then 79 as post-founder pricing after we build up some case studies and testimonials, because I think the value of actually having this as their team and company grows bigger is going to save a ton of hours and a ton of mistakes and allow them to just ship so much faster. I think the value is really there. It might seem a little bit high, but I reckon we start there and then reduce it rather than going up through 29.
Let's at least start there instead. No, I think it might be a little bit ambitious to say 49, but I think if we can build this in the right way and add the verification layer against the design system in here as well, I think this could be a bit of a no-brainer for small teams and startups to actually pay that much. So yeah, here we go. The 2K contractor rework story and 3 to 5 hours a week of pixel policing make 49 look cheap. Starting high and discounting and founding cohort is strictly better than my raised later path in one respect. First 100 brands of 49, then 79 is a real urgency mechanic. We can do like a time thing here potentially as well. One guard against the negotiable range pattern. The number you say out loud this week is 49. The 79 exists only as the printed list point price. It makes the 49 feel like a decision, not a discount you'd negotiate. Okay. So let's go for that. I'm building eyedropper. It gives, so here's like what happens after this point in ProductOS. Basically, we want to do sort of a launch post at this point in order to gauge whether people will actually be interested in this. And you do this launch post either as an outreach message to people who fit your target customer persona, or we do it to your existing audience or to your existing network of clients to get a sense from them about whether this is something that they're going to be willing to pay for. So here's the sentence. I'm building eyedropper. It gives every AI agent in your team your design system over MCP, so everything you ship looks like one company built it. Founding price is $49 a month for your whole team and all your projects. First 100 brands, then it's 79. That's half a Claude Max seat. Would that be worth it to you? So our first mini launch is basically figuring out if it's worth people spending their money on that. If the phrase makes you flinch or doesn't sound like how you would talk to your community, rewrite in your own words and give me your version. Otherwise, say lock someone write the file. So let's just do lops here, and we'll get our pricing file, our pricing strategy written up. Now this one is super quick. We've got our pricing strategy here mapped out. So who pays our customer persona, launch price, $49. So one number with the Billy shape that matches the value, $29 a month. 199 one time, so we could go down that route as well. We're saying $49 per month per brand. Founding price for the first 100 brands, and that's going to get us to our 5K a month kind of mark. Price anchors here, your price line. This is basically all of the pricing information for our product so that our agent knows exactly what we're doing. Now we have all of the documents we need in the define part of figuring out our products. So we figured out our product offer, we figured out our customer persona, we've done our pricing and business strategy, and now we can do mini launch post off the back of this in order to validate this. So it says next step per the defined checklist, the mini launch. So let's do a mini launch next. Get a little mini launch post for this, and we can get this out to people to validate, to see if they're interested in this product. And once we've done that, we're going to turn all of these documents into a single file called product.md, and that is going to be what our agent uses to actually start figuring out how do we design and build this product. And so for the mini launch, what it's given us here is a few different routes that we can go down. Either, and this is based again on all the information that we've given to Claude Code as we've been going through this process into ProductOS. So number one is the DM ask. So personal messages to 8 to 10 named people from your community or coaching who you've personally watched hit the brand drift wall. So I can create a DM here, and this is giving us some DM variants. So hey, you know that thing where you spin up a new repo, ask hey name, you know that thing where you spin up a new repo, ask Claude Code for a landing page and it comes back looking like a generic template? None of your brand travel when you're pasting screenshots as a problem like the pixel police. I'm building a fix, eyedropper, your design system lives in the cloud, and every agent on every project pulls it over MCP automatically, extract it from your existing app in one prompt. Everything you ship looks like one company built it. Change the brand once every repo follows. Founding price will be $49 a month for your whole team and all your projects. First 100 brands, then $79. Honest question, knowing your setup, would that be worth it to you? And if not, what's missing? I reckon it's a pretty good first DM. I would change some of this to make it sound less AI. I'm going to take out stuff like M dashes and things, which we've got 3 of in this one DM here, so you can change that stuff for sure. Variant B is a community post, so building something new and I want you to poke holes in it. The pain you've all felt. Every new product, your agent reinvents your brand. 3 near misses, 2 border radius, and a landing page that doesn't max. The fix is pasting screenshots in design.md. The fix I'm building, eyedropper, extract your design system via your existing app in one prompt, and it lives in the cloud. Every agent, every team, every repo can pull it over HTTP automatically. Laziest prompt you can type comes back on brand. Change the brand once everything follows. Founding price is $49 per month per brand, whole team included. Does this match your experience, and what would make you not use it? I'm honestly seeing maybe the $49 is like over ambitious here. Maybe, I'm not sure. Variant C, the build in public expose. Your AI agent has no idea what your brand looks like. Every new repo, new blues, new radius, new fonts. You're not shipping a product, you're shipping 5 almost products. So I'm building eyedropper. Your design system served to every agent on every project over MCP. Extract it for your hack in one prompt. $49 a month, founding price, first 100 brands, who wants in? I'm going to go with this one. Build in public, expose, 3 questions to close, sitting, Warren McLean, name the 8 to 10 DM targets right now, which variants ship. My recommendation, A and B inside of 14 hours, see if your feed is already active. The commitment, what's your send time? Give me a day, and let's just say I'm gonna do C nil, and I'll do B over this. So let's copy a C. I'm actually going to go to my X account here. I'm just going to paste and make this post because this is our mini launch post. So your AI agent has no idea what your brand looks like. Every new repo, new colors. So we're just going to edit this. New styles, new fonts, the same insert everywhere. Insert just shows up where it shouldn't. You're not shipping a product, you're shipping 5 almost products. So like you end up shipping 5 things that all look slightly off and a little bit like AI small. So let's just come out. I'm building eyedropper right now. I'm building eyedropper to solve this right now. Let's say I'm building a tool called eyedropper to solve this right now. Your design system serves to every agent and every project over MCP. Extract it from your app in one prompt. Extract it from any code base in one prompt. Let's say opening up to founding. So here we go. Your AI agent have no idea what your brand looks like, meaning every project looks like AI slot. Let's make it a little bit more punchy. Every new repo, new colors, new styles, new fonts, Inter just shows up without you asking. You end up shipping 5 things that all look slightly off and a little bit like AI slop. Let's just get rid of that. I'm building a tool called eyedropper. I'm building a tool to solve this right now. Your design system serves to every agent on every project over MCP. Extract it from any code base in one prompt. $49 a month, the founding price. First 100 brands. First 100 products. Hey, so here we go. It's my final message here. Your AI agent has no idea what your brand looks like. Let's say design system, because we're going to go into the design system angle here a little bit more. Your AI agent has no idea what your design system looks like, meaning every project looks like AI slop. Every new repo, new colors, new styles, new fonts, Inter just shows up randomly without you asking. You end up shipping 5 things that all look slightly off. I'm building a tool to solve this right now. Your design system serves to every agent on every project via MCP. Even the most basic prompt follows your design system perfectly. Get started from any code base. $49 a month founding price, first 100 teams who wants in. Let's just post this, see what happens. We're going to post it, follow the ProductOS process. And this is now a little bit of a commitment from us to actually go and build this thing. We've put it out into the public world. We put it out to potential customers. And we've got this mini launch here with our messages that we can send. So each of these posts here, that we can send as a May launch, basically, to get our product out there, which we've just done. And now we have gone through, and now the final thing to do here, because now if you were going through the Product Studio program, you would post this mini launch into the community as a win, and then we would see how many people reply. But what I'm going to do here instead is we're going to go onto the file part, the define section here, which is to turn all of this information into our products.md file, which our agent is going to use to create all of the plan and is to create all of the plans and all of the design assets to actually go away and build our product. So let's do that. And all we're going to do here is go to ProductOS Studio Define Products. And this is going to turn all of these documents into our products.md file. So now we've got a summary of our app back for the top, for the main part of our products.md file here. So eyedropper, your design system served to every AI agent on every project. Eyedropper gives startup teams one live design system that every AI coding agent but use on every project for every teammate automatically follows. Perfect. I'm going to say, let's go in this. And here's our customer summarized here as well. So let's go in that. The problem outlined. So let's go with this. And the point of doing this is just to summarize everything that we've done into a single file that the agent can read whenever it needs context of our products that we're building. So this is the why section as well, and this is really interesting. So 3 advantages stack here. First, the wedge. The giants will serve teams that already have a design system, so we're not trying to do that. Frontify sells brand governance to enterprises, not trying to do that. Shatsien's registry tools need an existing component registry. We're not trying to do that either. We are seeing Solar completely different design tools, so let's keep going. That was perfect. The worst case of trying eyedropper is walking away with the best design system files the team has ever had. The business model, which we've identified here as well. So $49 a month per brand. It's a founding price, and then $79 once the case studies start to come in. Let's go with this. And the proof, which is rooted in my experience, my design agency, and my community as well. And also the proof that this is happening in the market at the moment. And then our goal here, the near-term buy is deliberately small, one apply to the May launch, the first proof of contact between this offer and a real potential customer. From there, the signal ladder climbs up the roll. Can I try it when the design preview ships? So next, we're going to go to the design phase, get our design system sorted for building this product, and then go and do some design exploration before we actually build the app. We're going to do another mini launch, which basically creates a mockup, and then we're going to share that mockup as well in the same channels that we've done that initial mini launch as well. And this has created our products.md file. So now we have our products.md file, and this is the output from the full define section. And this is what it's going to give our coding engine. As I mentioned, this gives it all the information that it needs to actually help us build our product. There's kind of like one single source of truth to reference from everything that we've discussed already with Claude Code about the products that we're building here. So now we've done this, let's go on to the design part of building our product. In the design section of ProductOS, where we're going to create our design system and also do some visual exploration of the products before we start building it. So now we've done the define section of creating our product, we're going to move on to design. And this involves a few things. We're going to basically first, I'm actually going to swap these steps around because these are done in a slightly different way here. First, we're going to create our minimum viable product identity for our app that we're building. And this is where we're going to basically define like the visual direction of our branding, how we're going to differentiate our product in the market, and basically what positioning, what brand positioning and visual identity is actually going to work here, what imagery style we're going to use, what fonts we want to use, all of these kind of decisions inside of our product identity. The second step after that is going to be to create our design system so that we understand, so that we have a source of truth, a single source of truth for all of the design for this product that we're building. And that will be done in a design.md and a design.html file. And I'll show you how to do that when we're using the skill inside ProductOS when we get to that step. And this is basically going to help us to avoid any AI slop inside of our app. And this is something that you're going to maintain and keep consistent over time, basically, and add a couple of rules to your Claude for MD and agents.md files, which should already have these rules in there, basically to always follow design.md and design.html as the single source of truth for your design for whatever product you're building here. And then the last step here that I'm going to do is basically map out the onboarding flow. There are some other skills within ProductOS, but for the sake of this video, I just want to show you how to do the key thing here, which is mapping out your onboarding flow. There are other skills inside of ProductOS that help you to do things like create your landing page outline, figure out what you should be writing on your App Store listing, which I do as a custom plan for anyone joining the Product Studio program. But the key thing you want to get right for pretty much every single product and app that you could build is the onboarding flow, because this is going to be the first experience that people use for your product. And this is going to be the way that most people make a decision about whether they want to pay or whether they don't want to pay. And if this is a slightly different product, say you're building something for your business that you're going to be using with clients, you want to make sure that onboarding process is seamless and works with your existing service, and you understand how you're going to actually do the onboarding flow with your customers. And then we're going to do another quick validation here where we basically share a designed screen of our app, maybe the design system, or we're going to use a design tool here to create a design of our app before we actually get into building it. We're going to share that to give another bit, to basically get a bit more validation that what we're building is going in the right direction. So let's get started here by creating our minimum viable product identity, by creating the brand identity for our product. So what we're going to do is just type /studio inside of Claude Code where you have the ProductOS skills set up. And then we are going to find the design identity creator skill here. So we're going to select that, and then I'm going to just press enter to run this skill. And I'm doing this inside of the same project folder here as well. So all of these skills are being run inside of this project folder. And you can see here the start of it, it's going to start by reading the source documents. So this is primarily our product.md file, which outlines everything about our products that we've already decided. So the customer persona, the offer framework, all of this stuff is all included in the product.md file. And our agent is going to be able to reference that product.md file at multiple points throughout the build. And also even in the distribution phase when we get to that, in order for all of the distribution stuff to have a better understanding of our actual product. And this is why ProductOS really helps you to build up all of this context about the products that you're building as you go, so that your agent always has full context about exactly what you're building it, and not only just what you're building, but why you're building it, why you chose to build this specific product. Okay, so it's going to ask us a couple of questions here to start off with. So first, basically, we want to start walking the 5 elements here. So worldview, tone, direction, and visual lane. So this is going to ask us just some questions about what we like, what we kind of see the direction of our brand going. So what's the brand you most admire in any category, not just software, and what specifically do you admire about it? So this should be for our products, basically. So we have Linear, Stripe, Notion, and Liquid Death as examples. And these are given as examples because these are visually, they're kind of unique in their positioning in a way. So like Linear is very calm and precise and opinionated. Notion has a level of human warmth and character to it. And then Liquid Death is basically a rebellious character in a boring category. So for the purposes of this, I'm going to go with Notion, but you can put in any other answer that you would say here. So you might want to say something like Apple, or maybe I would recommend choosing something different that not many people would select. So Apple is maybe a little bit too Common, most people are going to say Apple here as a reference. I've worked with tons of design clients. Everybody says Apple is their design reference. So go with something different than Apple. Go with something unique, something that you admire in a different category, or something that embodies the values of the product that you think you're building. I'm going to go with Notion here because I think that is the best fit for eyedropper. Eyedropper is the working name in the repo and docs. How attached are you to it? So let's do committed, confirm it. There is a name review tool inside of ProductOS as well. So if you are unsure about the name, you can get some other options using that skill. I'm going to go committed, and then it's going to help walk us through all of the rest of the stuff that we need to define here in terms of our product identity. And if you're wondering why you would even want to do this product identity in the first place, this is because with so many more products and apps and software entering the market because of vibe coding, it's even more important than ever to stand out in your market and to differentiate yourself, not just visually, but also by the mission and the statement that you're making about the world. What is the thing that you believe in the world, that you want to see in the world? And so an example for this product would be that I believe everybody on a team in a business should have access to the best and most consistent design references, regardless of whether they're technical or non-technical, whatever they're building. That's kind of my worldview here that I'm taking with this tool. I'm just going to switch it over to auto mode as well so that we don't have to run all these permissions. It's checking domain availability for eyedropper as well here. I've actually already got eyedropper.dev, so this shouldn't be an issue. It says fetching eyedropper.design, so it's finding some other URLs here that maybe other people are using and comparing against them. All right, so it's done some research, as you can see by the text above this question. I'll get into that in a bit more detail once we've answered this question as well here. The first question that we're being asked after we've confirmed our name direction, and the name is going to be the first thing that you're asked to do here as part of the product identity, is which worldview or contrarian belief pair is the brand's spine. And there's two really powerful things that come together that give a brand really its kind of character and soul and meaning. And these two things are your worldview and your contrarian belief. So what do you see in the world? What is the way that you see the world that's unique to the thing that you're building or your business, if you're building a tool for your business? And the contrarian belief is, what do you believe that no one else in this category believes to be true? What stance are you taking to stand against something, to rally people behind that kind of contrarian belief? Now, not every product needs this always, and especially, but if you're building something which is more traditional software, you're launching it and you want to get customers, you want to get paying customers for it, then this is going to be more important. If you're building this internally for your business, this is going to be less important. And so here are the options that we've been given. And this is where AI is going to help you along the way to figure these things out for your products, and where these skills inside of ProductOS really shine, because now it's starting to pick up on all of the context that we've already given Claude Code about our products that we're building in that define part of ProductOS. And so now it can figure out what is the best direction for us to go, and we can kind of guide it based on our judgment. And our judgment here is really the most important part in determining whether this product that we're building is going to be successful or not successful. So we've got taste is infrastructure. So the worldview is taste shouldn't depend on who's in the room. It's ubiquitous across everybody. And the belief is that most design tools believe a design system is a document humans maintain. We believe it's live infrastructure that agents consume. So I think that's a really, really strong start. Number two is your app is the system. The worldview is the work you've already shipped knows more than the docs about it. And the belief is most design tools believe you need a design system before you can be consistent. We believe your shipped app already is the design system. I don't really like that one as much. I think taste is infrastructure is much better. And then small teams, real companies. Worldview is coherence is what makes a small team look like a real company. And the belief is most AI tools optimize for speed of shipping. We optimize for what shipping fast erodes, because a brand that looks different on every page quietly costs more than slow ever did. I think 1 and 3 are really, really good, but I'm going to go with number 1 because I think this is the strongest out of all of them and mirrors my own vision for this product the best. You can define your own if you want to, if you don't want to go with the AI's recommendations. And just to go over what it did before this as well, it says the name is confirmed. It also did a bunch of research on our competitors and their own identities, their own product identities. And then it's gone through why eyedropper. could be good. So for the name, we basically want to go through these 4 things. It's like, can you say it? Can you spell it? Can you search for it? And can you feel it? Does it feel like something? Does it feel like something real that is a tool or like something that you could use? And so say it, I used eyedropper for that. Makes sense. Spell it. Eyedropper is really easy to spell. Search it. You could definitely search for eyedropper. You might get some other stuff, but eyedropper is definitely searchable and ownable as a search term. And then feel it. You know what an eyedropper is if you're a designer. It's that tool where you select the color and you drop it onto something else. So it all makes sense. It says on geteyedropper.com would be the pick for the domain. We've done the world deal, and now it's asking for our tone. The tone is about our tone of voice. How do we want to talk to people? How do we want to talk to our customers? And this is something that AI often you don't think about this if you're just using AI to write the copy for your product or write the copy for your landing page. You're not thinking about how you communicate to your customer, what might make you sound different. And this is really, really important because if you're running your own business and you're building tools for it, this aligns with your own business direction. This aligns with your own business's tone of voice. And if you're building something as a new product, this tone of voice is going to be something that subtly helps you to stand out amongst a sea of AI written competitors. And now that everyone is building with AI, the key is not to use AI to do something fast, because that's the same thing that everyone else is doing. The key is to be careful and crafted about the direction that you want to go, because that is going to mean the difference between falling into a sea of AI slop and really standing out in your market and your industry. So how does eyedropper sound? The category speaks corporate governance or dev cool. Nobody speaks to Sam in plain English. Sam is our customer persona. Not huge fan of the name Sam, but we can change that later. So either we do warm, plain talk, which is Notion or MailChimp kind of shape. I really think MailChimp as a brand is incredibly strong. They have this real like tongue-in-cheek kind of friendly nature to them, which is just very different to all of the other tools in the category. And I think that's part of the reason why MailChimp stands out so well in the space. Which is plain spoken but not dumbed down, warm but not cutesy, opinionated but not preachy. Example, type the laziest prompt you've got, it comes back on brand. I like it, but I feel like maybe we can get a little bit more humor in there or some more character in there. Calm authority, linear shape, precise, calm, declarative. Example, your design system served to every agent, nothing drifts. I think it's just too like samey as everything else. And dry deadpan, a dry half step towards irreverence. So example, you didn't quit your job to argue with a robot about border radius. Funnier, more polarizing. I think we can do warm plain talk with a dash of deadpan nature to it, because I really like that like subtle kind of humor element on there. And I think that will really land with people using a lot of these other more serious tools. What does eyedropper look like? Category default is dark mode screenshots, purple gradients, component grids. We definitely don't want purple gradients. So here is where we're starting. We're going to start to avoid this AI slop direction. And we can define this a lot more inside of the design system generator, which we're going to do after we've done the product identity. So we've got warm illustration, hand drawn line illustration, plus ink and pigment drop motif on light backgrounds, before after screenshots, pairs as the recurring proof artifacts, references Notion, MailChimp, vintage pigment catalogs. I like this, but it risks leaning into, and this same like here, type-led editorial, bold editorial, dense, confident layout, stripe, press, economist shape, authority positioning. These two risk leaning into Claude slop, which is basically like the beige background, editorial, serif, fonts, like that sort of thing, or screenshot first, before after UI pairs as the whole visual language, linear and arc shape. The proof is the brand. So proof as in like design before and after. I like that. I do think let's go for something else though. I want this to have a more plain, brutalist, Swiss type design direction, because the design system for each company is the hero. The design system of any product or any company that is using this tool is the star of the show. And so our UI has to kind of fade into the background a little bit while still being very professional and characterful. So let's answer that here in this other field. I think eyedropper needs to make the design system of the company the star of the show, and the design direction for eyedropper kind of fades into the background a little bit. So I want to go a lot more minimalist, Swiss style, and maybe a little bit brutalist, with more just focus on white and black, and then the system colors, with a very high level of polish and refinement on the very subtle details of the UI, like the soft shadows or border radiuses of components and the letter spacing of typography, so that we take something that's very minimal and we make it feel super premium and polished. So let's submit that there as well. Okay, so now we've got everything for our product identity. So it says that's a sharper concept than my recommendation, which is something that Claude would say. That's very Claude of it. The gallery wall brand, I like it. Eyedropper itself stays monochrome and Swiss, so the customer's design system is the only color in the room. It also unifies everything because the literal eyedropper is clear glass. The color it carries is always yours. I really like that connection, actually, that Claude has helped to come up with here, of that connection between an actual eyedropper and the UI, and we can lean into that kind of glass effect UI as well. Tone lock as a plain talk with a dash of deadpan. Let me run coherence checks and write the file. So now it's going to go through all of these things that we've defined as our brand. So worldview is taste shouldn't depend on who's in the room, and then a belief is the system is infrastructure, not a document. So the belief leads into the tone, which is an infrastructure conviction delivered in calm, dry, plain talk. Agrees. We're going for deadpan plus Swiss minimal is a classic pairing. Dry wit lands hardest in stark type. So it's basically checking that all of these things work well together. All of the decisions that we've made are going to work well in combination for our full brand identity. And you can start to see how all of these small little decisions make a huge difference when it comes to the feel and the character of the brand. And this is going to be something that stands out versus everything else. We've got also the name, which is a precision instrument, clear until filled with the customer's pigment. The name is the visual concept, which is great. And then distinctiveness against Zero Height, which is corporate SaaS Blue. Frontify, which is an enterprise portal. Figma, which is a colorful dev tool. 21st.dev, which is dark component grid. Moda and on brand, which is generic. A monochrome Swiss with borrowed color is tellable from all 5 without a logo. So we're creating that unique style in the market as well. One watch item, Vercel owns black and white minimal in dev tools. So the difference is told are the micro polished warmth and the borrowed color device. Okay, so we're maybe similar-ish to Vercel, but that's okay because we're in the design space as well. That design language is going to be something that people recognize as high quality. So I think we're okay there. Maybe we want to change it a little bit later, but I'm still really happy with this. Eyedropper's locked product identity. So here we go. This is our product identity file. And again, this is context for our AI agent to use in the future when we create our design system. So the minimal viable brand in words, 5 decisions, a name, 2 layers of belief. So this basically just goes through our brand card, which is a summary of everything. Then a breakdown of everything that we've discussed, from the name to the worldview, as well as examples. So like good and bad examples for our worldview. Same for contrarian belief, tone of voice, and visual style here. And this visual style gives us style notes as well as composition rules, and then references that we can look at for our visual style as well. And we can get those and drop those into the design system creator. So we also have a breakdown of when we should use each of these different types of visual assets and how they should be used as well, which is great. So that is our full product identity. Now we know exactly what our product is and how it's going to stand out. Now we can run the Studio design system with the Vignelli manual image. And I want to attach an example here as well. So we're going to go and find a visual example that I can use to add in to generate our design system for this product. And for this, I'm just going to look at Dribble, which is a classic design source of inspiration. And I'm just going to go for Liquid UI because I want to I might search for Glass UI as well. Maybe Glass UI is better. Glass morphism may have kind of faded a little bit though in terms of the trend, but we shouldn't really be too worried about trends here. We really want to just design something that's super clean and crisp and follows our minimalist black and white theme. So let's actually type in Glass UI here. And I think we can go for something like this reference here, which I really, really like. So I'm going to copy this reference image. I'm going to come over to Claude. I'm going to paste this in as well. And I'm going to say, and the attached reference image. So you can also see here that the design system skill inside of ProductOS is actually taking the references that it's come up with as we've gone through that product identity definition, and it would create the design system based off that. And you can also add in additional references here as well. So I'll load the design system skill and run it with your two references, the Vignelli manual and this attached soft minimal flight UI. So let's actually just go back here and go to Vignelli manual. And I think we probably should have looked at this before. So it's going to be this one, the Vignelli Canon. So this is the sort of design direction that we're leaning into, which is great. This is perfect. This is exactly what we want to do. This sort of style, bold, black and white, kind of minimalist design style, very strong on grids, very strong on typographic layout, minimal on color. I think this is perfect as a reference alongside the image that we attached as well. Okay, so now it says I have the format spec. Now the analysis of your attached reference, read against the Vignelli manual and the lot identity. So what I see in the image, palette, almost total monochrome, pale, cool gray page with white cards, near black ink text, mid-gray secondary label. The only saturated color on screen is content, airline logos, the blue of the earth, etc. Typography, a precise, grotesque, big, tightly tracked numerals, a very Vignelli gesture sitting inside a soft UI, which is what we want. Depth, soft, diffuse, low opacity shadows. Shape, generous radius throughout. Density, airy, clear gaps between unrelated blocks. Mood is weightless, calm, premium, exact. The two references split cleanly among the identity's own seam, so there's only one real conflict to rule on. Vignelli wins on structure, and the attached image wins on surface. One guardrail I'll bake in. Full neumorphism is an accessibility trap and a 2020s cliche. The system should take the image's soft lift, not its style label. So I think that's a great direction. And this is where skills like this can be really beneficial in avoiding AI slop, because they have this design knowledge baked into them already, and they're referencing your product identity, your brand identity that you've already created. So color strategy, does eyedropper's own UI stay fully monochrome with the customer's extracted colors as the only color on screen? I think we're going to do for fully monochrome. So let's go pure monochrome here. Typeface, the images grotesque reads like SF Pro and Vignelli's Helvetica is paid, which free substitute carries the system. So let's choose between Switzer, Hanken Grotesque, and Public Sans. And Switzer is one of my favorite free fonts for like this kind of like grotesque style, Helvetica style font here. Let's change the way we can see what it looks like. It reads really, really well when it's small as well as it does when it's large. It reads really, really nicely as a heading, even when it's bold like this as well. I think this is super useful. I want to go with Switzer. So let's go with that. Now JetBrains Mono is a pretty classic mono font. You might want to go with a font pairing as well, one for your headings and one for your body copy. For this, we're just going to keep it as one font because that fits the brand better. And we're going to use JetBrains Mono for things like hex codes, etc. I wouldn't use I wouldn't use any mono font outside of that. One really common AI slop tell is these little subheadings in either by themselves or in pills that are in this mono font, and we just need to get rid of that because this is a massive tell for AI slop. So let's go next on that. Depth and shape, take the image's soft lift shadows and generous radius, or pull toward flatter Vignelli hairlines. I'm going to go for more like this soft lift, generous radius approach because I want to create a bit of a balance here, and I want something that feels a little bit softer for the overall UI of this product. We might change that later, but for now, let's go with that. Which components does the MVP system need? Pick all that apply. I'll build variants and states for each. So let's just do the core set of components for now, and then click submit here. So this is now going to go away and create us a design.md file and a design.html file. And these are going to be our core references for our design system. The design.md file follows Google's open source design.md format, which is pretty much used across a bunch of different products and by a bunch of different businesses and design teams already. And then the design.html is essentially just an artifact for us to be able to visually see what the design.md looks like, because design.md is a lot of text and a lot of yeah, it's very hard to visually get a sense of what's going on. So the design.html file is a way of turning that into a visual reference that you can look at and see what's going on in your design system and also make any changes to, as long as those changes are synced with design.md, which is a rule that already exists in the Claude and the agents.md file that comes automatically as part of ProductOS. And one of the great things about having a design system is that this is going to be consistent across all of your products, whatever you choose to do. This is something that has already helped massively for people who have gone through the Product Studio coaching program that I run already. We had someone building a set of products for the glazing industry, and they created a design system, applied that across everything. And so all of these different products that sat under the same business umbrella now had the same shared design language. And that was something that he could reference across everything that he was doing without having to manually keep changing all these styles over and over and over again in what he was building. So it's a massive time saver. And this is also something that you can do for your business if you're building multiple products or websites. And so you kind of create this design.md and design.html artifacts and apply that across everything. And actually, the reason that I'm building Eyedropper is to solve this problem of doing multiple projects, multiple products or apps or websites, and not having this shared design style across everything, because you have to keep copying and pasting these design.md, design.html files. So I think this will be super useful to a lot of teams. So now we've got our design.md file and our design.html file written here. We have this design system for Eyedropper called Clear Glass is opening it up here on the right hand side for us to preview. It's got all of the decisions that we made in here basically across this entire design system. So Clear Glass, here are the colors, typography, ship on brand, the laziest prompt you've got, with some of these mono kind of space here. I would maybe remove this subheading style here. Don't know if we actually need that or not. Spacing, border radius, elevation, and shadows, which I think are looking really, really strong. Like these are very they're multi-layered shadows, so they have like 2 layers of shadow going on here to make this feel more premium. And we have the button styles here as well with the hover effects. I think maybe we can do a little bit more with those input fields with focus states, which are great. And a card example along with chips. These look a bit like buttons, so we might want to change the style here. And then the do's and don'ts from our design.md file, which is a pretty standard part of a Google design, of the Google format design.md. So this is our design system now that we have ready to build our product. And this is the whole reason that we do this before building the product, because then now that we have this, when our agent goes and builds the full product, it's got all of the front end stuff already mapped out that it can reference exactly. So this is a great starting point for this. So now we have our design system here. What we're going to do is we're going to go to the design prompt generator skill. And what the prompt generator skill is going to do is it's going to generate us 3 different prompts to allow us to create a design in a design tool like Magic Path or Claude Design in order to create a visual example of what our app is going to look like. It's going to go through the product.md file, figure out what are the key pages going to be for our app, create some prompts to design them in this exact design style that we've got documented in our design system here. And then we're going to be able to create those designs using an AI design tool. And I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. So let's run this skill next. And then what I'm going to do here whilst this loads up is I'm going to go to a new tab, and I'm going to be using a tool called Magic Path for design. And what makes Magic Path so great as a design tool that you can use inside of a tool like Claude Code or Codex or Cursor is that you can get your agent to design for you using the context from your existing project. So what we're going to do is basically get our agent to use the design.md file that we've created to create a design inside of Magic Path that we can then either share with someone or export in order to be able to share a visual of the products that we're building, which is going to be how we're going to get this next kind of mini launch moment for our product before we start building the app, in order to validate what we're building even further with potential people who might be interested in using this product. And it's trying to figure out here what are the best screens for us to design here. So we've got onboarding plus dashboard, the extract to design system onboarding, your magic moment, and the brand dashboard, the gallery wall, the customer's system displayed as art. And so I'm going to go with that one, I think, here. And then it's going to write a file for us, which includes all of the different prompts to generate some designs. Meanwhile, I'm just going to log into MagicPath here. So now we're inside of MagicPath here. I've just created a new design file here inside of MagicPath called eyedropper. I'm actually going to collapse this left-hand navigation because we don't need the agent inside of MagicPath. All we need is to basically connect Claude Code to MagicPath, which I've already done, but you can also do it by clicking this connect agent button here inside of MagicPath, and it gives you instructions on how to use it inside of your Claude app, basically. So it says use the desktop code tab. This is what we're going to do. I actually don't need this because I've already got it connected to MagicPath. And you can see here we've also got our design prompts file that has been generated in order to create the design, basically some initial pages for our app. So the first prompt is actually for a design system foundation, which we've already created with design.html. So we don't actually really need this prompt. The second prompt is for the extraction onboarding in the onboarding flow. So we're going to do this one, and then the brand dashboard as well. So I'm going to start by, let's have a look at the brand dashboard, because I think this is going to be the key screen inside of the app. So let's go in here and let's say design a screen following this prompt in MagicPath. And I'm going to paste in the design prompt here. So you see we've got the full design prompt here, and you can see inside of this it says use tokens from docs/design.md where applicable for exact colors, type spacing, component styling. So this is where it's useful to basically reference our design system in order to design something inside of MagicPath here on the right. So I'm going to send this off, and this might go through a couple of steps to help us connect MagicPath because I haven't used it for a little while. But this should be able to use MagicPath inside of the browser. Go to this project, or it's going to create a new design project. It might create a new design project inside of MagicPath, and then it's going to create this design on the canvas for us inside of MagicPath. You can actually see that it's found the eyedropper project here already. It's navigated to it. Now Claude is actually doing something not quite right here. It's putting in the design prompts into the agent prompt box inside of MagicPath. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to click stop. And I'm going to say, because I don't want it to do this, I want it to actually design on the canvas for me. So let's just make sure that it's going to do that. Don't put the prompt into the prompt box in MagicPath. Just use MagicPath yourself to create this design, because then you'll be able to reference the design.md file in this project. And this should get Claude Code to actually use the MagicPath canvas itself rather than using the agent inside of MagicPath. I know this sounds a little bit confusing, but we're going to be able to get better output if we can use the context inside of our project locally here inside of this folder, rather than using the agent inside of MagicPath, which doesn't have any of our context about the products that we're building. And now Claude Code has figured it out. You can see it in this right-hand side here. You have Claude Code on our canvas designing this dashboard screen for us based on this prompt. And this is how you can use design tools, use AI design tools like MagicPath, like Figma, like Framer inside of your browser, inside of the Claude Code interface. And you can do this in Codex and Cursor as well to actually design based on your existing project. This is a great way as well if you have existing products that you want to design and explore prototypes for, or different ideas of design directions. You can use tools like this inside of the code base of your existing product to create prototypes and mockups of journeys and pages really quickly by getting your local agent to design inside of these design tools in the browser in this same interface. So here is the first example of design example of our app. So a brand dashboard, basically where you can see here that you can have a dashboard page in eyedropper for your brand, projects, agents, export, and settings potentially. Now this isn't 100% correct, but this is going to be different when we actually build the product. But what you can see here is the overall shape of the UI, which I think is really strong. It looks modern, it looks clean, it doesn't look design slop at all. It has all of these soft kind of elements to it, and it's using this kind of Swiss style. I don't really like these capitalized links on the left-hand side, so we're definitely going to change those. This is also interactive a little bit. You can navigate between these pages. We don't actually have these pages yet. And And you can see that it's even pulling through the tone of voice on our copy here. It's got 2 agents are reading the system. Neither has improvised connect an agent. So that's super, super nice. Your system leaves as design.md plus design tokens anytime. Export your design.md file. Settings, not much to configure, that's the point. Now these pages aren't accurate, but what you have here is a good sense of what this product might look like. We even have a little toast notification in the bottom right. Again, some things are slightly off here, but it's pretty nice to see that. And these labels are working really, really well. They're working much better. Usage rules, do's and don'ts. So it's taken like a brand design system from someone else and it's put it into this kind of format that you can see here, that someone would be able to access using MCP in any project they're building in a way that is kind of constantly documented, and also it shows you when it was last updated. So I'm also going to design here the onboarding page that we had as well. So let's go back through the prompts, go to our design prompts file here. I'm going to scroll all the way down to our 3rd prompts, which is, this is the 2nd prompt, which is the onboarding extraction. Let's copy this. Let's paste that into the agent here. And let's say, now design the extraction onboarding using this prompt. And I'm just going to paste the prompt in there as well, and then send that to Claude Code here. And Claude Code is now going to design the extraction onboarding screen next to this inside of Magic Path. And as I mentioned, because you're designing like this, I can actually design any page inside of my project referencing this same design system, and it will follow it consistently whenever I want to do design work, whenever I want to build any new features in my product. And what we're going to do after we've done this, so you can see here that it is designing the onboarding here. And what we're going to do next is actually to map out our full onboarding flow before we go into building the final product as well, so that we have as much context about exactly how this product is going to work and how we want it to look and feel, and all of the decisions that come before actually starting to build something that is going to make a huge difference as to whether somebody actually wants to pay money to sign up for this or not. So now we have our onboarding flow screen here designed, and now this doesn't look like much in the design here. Well, what it's actually done with this, which is super interesting, is that it's actually allowed you to see what this looks like. If I show you, let me show you, if I put in like a pretend GitHub URL here and then click extract my design system, let's actually go into preview for this so that we can see the full thing. And then if I click there, we have an error state. If we actually put inside a GitHub URL here, it shows us what the actual extraction might look like in the app of extracting the app's design system, and then actually continue to connect or start over and going back to this screen. So I think we've got the right direction here, and it's definitely got its own visual identity that doesn't look like AI slop, which is great across both of these screens. There is definitely a few things that I might want to tweak here, but overall we have a really strong visual style to actually continue building this project. And now there's one thing that I want to do before we actually get into building the actual product itself, which is to outline the onboarding flow. So let's use the Studio Onboarding Flow Designer skill, which is called Design Onboarding here. Design Onboarding Flow. Let's use this skill. And we're going to create a wireframe of our onboarding flow for our products before we actually go into building anything. And this is going to give us a preview file that we can look at and click through as a prototype to see exactly what our onboarding flow should look like for iDropper. And the reason that we want to do this is because the onboarding is the most critical part of our product when we first launch, because this is what takes someone from being just interested in signing up for our products to being a paying user. And it's what takes someone from being just interested in trying our products to actually using it on a regular basis. Now, there's one thing that I've actually missed here, which is the design magic moment skill, which we need to do first in order to actually map the magic moment for our products before we do the onboarding. So let's do that, figure out what the magic moment for our product is, and then run the onboarding skill so that we can map out the steps in the onboarding flow. And the magic moment is really critical in order to help our user actually understand the true value of our products. Now, the magic moment from eyedropper here might be something like when you extract your design system from your GitHub repo, or when you use a coding agent connected to eyedropper for the first time and it stays on brand. But we're going to figure out what that moment is so that we can bring it into the onboarding flow as easily as possible and make sure that whenever someone signs up, they're much more likely to continue using the products because they've experienced exactly what makes eyedropper so powerful. And this is also something that so many people miss, is basically crafting this onboarding flow so that it really nails the key points that is going to turn someone into a person who actually uses the product and wants to pay for it at the same time as well. All right, so now we have some options here for the magic moment. So we're going to say which magic moment is a primary bet. Either the first on-brand lazy prompt, the extraction reveal, or where the design system comes out of the app repository on GitHub, or the side-by-side proof. So pre-sign up, same lazy prompt with and without eyedropper, side-by-side on the marketing side. I actually think this is pretty good, but it says the risk is a demo brand while converts, but it may not activate someone. So let's go with the first on-brand lazy prompt here. And let's submit that as the magic moment. It's creating our magic moment markdown file here, which basically documents what this magic moment is, and then we can run the onboarding skill. So let's run the studio onboarding flow now from ProductOS. And what is included in ProductOS for the onboarding flow is basically a set of wireframes and a set of wireframe skills that actually will turn our onboarding flow into a clickable wireframe that we can go through as a prototype to see what this looks like before we start building. So now it's asking us, how do we want to break down the onboarding funnel? 15-minute deploy shape, basically. 7 screens, magic moment at screen 6. So this is, number 1 is sign up, which is single sign-on. Number 2, point at repo. Number 3, extraction reveal. Number 4, connect a project. Number 5, the lazy prompt. And number 6, on-brand result. And then number 7 is checklist home. I think we can definitely do that. I think keeping them as separate steps rather than having it trimmed to 6 screens makes sense. And this way we also get that magic moment inside of our onboarding flow, which is critical to really activating people and getting them using the product. And we can always make those steps skippable in the onboarding flow if we want to as well. But let's submit that and let this skill inside of ProductOS map out the onboarding flow for us for this product. So now Claude Code has created our onboarding flow here, wireframed for us. And this is the wireframe template from ProductOS here. And what it does is it basically shows you all of the steps in our onboarding flow here, as well as some notes on the right-hand side, which break down why it works, what it does, what the user is going to do, and if there's any drop-off risk on these screens. So here's what happens in our onboarding flow. Firstly, you have a sign up where we go continue with GitHub or continue with Google. I've continued with GitHub because I think a lot of people have GitHub repositories and they want to use that as the source for their design.md and their design system to start off with. Second, we point it at our repository. So your app already knows your brand. We put in your GitHub repository, extract my design system, or you can import a design.md instead. Then we reveal the extraction that we've done here, all of the things that are being extracted from our code base, basically. And then we can click serve it to an agent. And this will take us to the next step, which is to connect a project. Now make it travel. Run this in any project. Your agent reads the system before it generates anything visual. NPX eyedropper init. And then basically that will connect. So this is going to be the stuff that we'll figure out on the technical side when we build the product next. How we're actually going to allow our agent to connect to eyedropper. And then when it's connected, we'll click keep going. And it says type the laziest prompt you've got. Make a pricing page, add a sign up form, build the hero section. And what should happen is it should generate a perfectly designed on-brand component or page inside of that project using the user's coding agent. And that is when they realize that this is a tool worth paying for, that they want to keep, that they want to get their team using. And then we have the on-brand result next. And then we have our... So this says the generated artifact is rendered large and a verification pass here as well. I don't think we want to do, I don't know if we do a generated artifact here, like on this page to see what it looks like. We might want to actually do like a comparison here of like generic AI versus your on-brand thing, like what you would have got versus what you will get. I think we can kind of tweak this when we get into actually building the real products. And then it says keep going, it's yours. And then we go into basically the brand dashboard here with a getting started setup. But what we need to have here is we need to have a pricing step. We need to have a pricing step before we go into the checklist home. So let's add a pricing and paywall step before the checklist home after the on-brand result comes back, so that we basically prompt users to pay and upgrade to the team pricing plan as soon as they get that magic moment. Let's send that off to Fable and get it to build this page in for us. And this is something that I would always recommend doing in the onboarding flow, is to always have a paywall at some point in the onboarding flow, ideally at the point where you have that magic moment where the user becomes aware of exactly how valuable this product is for them or for their team or for their business, so that you're basically hitting them at the emotional peak where they're most likely to pay for your product. This is the best way to do paywalls. It doesn't have to be a hard paywall, it can be a soft paywall, but we want to have that paywall in there before the user actually gets inside of our product. And also because there's a certain percentage of people who will already be willing to pay for this, regardless of us having to convince them of anything. And so they're just looking for, how can I pay? How can I get started? And we want to capture those people as soon as possible in the onboarding flow, or even before the onboarding flow on the landing page if we can. All right, so it says good call on the placement. Right after the aha is the highest intent behavioral trigger there is, which is exactly tactics number 14's card at the value moment. So it missed something in the steps here in one of these skills, basically when it was going through building the onboarding flow, but that's okay because we've added it in. So we can now see here, you get on-brand result and then founding price paywall. That was one project. You have more. Free covers one project and one person. $49 a month covers the brand, every project, every teammate, one system. Founding price for the first 100 brands, $79 after. And this is the founding price, and then you can also select free if you just want one project and one person, and then you click upgrade my brand, and then you go through to the checklist home, and that is our onboarding flow. So now we've got all of these things created. We've got our design system here for our product. We've got our initial designs for our dashboard page and for our onboarding flow, and we've got our onboarding wireframe so that we know exactly what the onboarding flow for our product is going to look like. And we've got this all alongside all of the definitions for our products that we did in the define phase, even before we've got Claude Code to write a single line of code for our product. And building all of this context may seem like a lot of stuff to do, but this is super valuable when it comes to building a product that's going to be right the first time, rather than building something that you have to continuously, constantly tweak all the time. And yes, there are always going to be changes, but this is going to get you 80 to 90% close to the version that is going to work for your product, ideally, rather than just being 10 or 20%. And this is going to also give Claude Code a ton more context about exactly how to build our product when we go on to the next step as well. And so what I'm going to do now is take this. We're going to export this as an image. I'm going to save this to my downloads. Now, I might want to tweak this before actually doing this realistically, but I'm actually just going to go over to X. We're going to post this as a new post, the same as I did the validation post before. We're going to go into here. Now, what we actually want to do before we type anything here is to run the launch skill for the define phase. So I'm just going to say run the mini launch skill for the design phase only. And this is going to help us to create a post for X as well, based on this first post that we've done. And it's just going to give us the exact text that we can use in an X post here. So whilst that is actually doing that skill, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back to X. I'm going to drag in this brand dashboard screenshot. You could also take this a step further and even do a video if you want to share that. Okay, so this is also going to check in with us about what happened on that first post. I basically got some replies on that first post, but not that many. I got a couple of replies, not really much interest. I'm going to say both shipped and got replies, but there weren't a ton of replies off of it, to be honest. Anything changed about who you can reach since the mini launch was armed? New warm contacts. Let's just say no change for now. This is going to help us to write a post. I have a draft post here that I have written, which is stop manually copying and pasting your design.md file between projects. Your design system should be stored on the cloud and accessible by any AI agent. I'm building a tool to do exactly this called iDropper, who's in. So now we have our second mini launch post ready to go here. And so here is variant A DM or reply to each X responder, or variant B an X thread continuation, quote or reply to the original post. Update on eyedropper. It has a face now. Your design system gets extracted from a shipped app and then served to every agent on every project. Extraction on the left, your brand's new home on the right. The UI is monochrome on purpose. Laziest prompt you can type comes back on brand. $49 a month founding. First 100 brands. Reply in for the beta list. I think this is a little bit too bold for X, but this is a great starting point, or we can do it on School as well. So 2 weeks ago, I asked you to poke holes in eyedropper. Here's what it looks like now. What you're seeing, the extraction moment, your design system materializing out of your shipped app, token by token, in the brand dashboard, where it gets served to every agent, every project, every teammate. The whole UI stays in black and white, so your brand is the only color on the screen. The bet, the laziest prompt you can type comes back on brand, and you retire from being the pixel police. I like the retiring from being the pixel police line here. I think we can definitely use that. And I think the quote or reply to the original post is a good one as well. So let's go back to X. And I'm just going to do this post that I wrote here. And I'm just going to do it, but I'm going to do it as a quote post of the previous post that I made here, which is this one here, which did get 2 comments. So we're going to quote this. We're going to copy that into there, and we're going to add the screenshot in here as well. In fact, I'm just going to change this line here to say comment below for beta access. So let's click post on that. And this is also, and we're now going to see basically, are we going to get any people interested in using eyedropper, or at least joining a beta list from my X account? And my X account is not massive. I only have just over 2,000 followers, so it's not even that many people even reading anything that I post on X. That's why I didn't want to do it inside of my community or on my YouTube channel, so to give this a more realistic chance based on where most people are in terms of their audience. So now we've finished the design phase of ProductOS, we can move on to the develop phase, which is where we actually build our products now. So we've created our minimum viable product identity, we've created our design system, we've designed some actual screens inside of our product, we've mapped our onboarding flow, and we've done a quick validation post here as well to get a sense from people whether they're interested in this product. To get a sense from people again whether they're interested in this product. And now let's move on to develop, where we're going to go through a few steps here, basically to create the spec to build our app, to build the MVP of our app, then to test and improve it, and then to deploy it using the launch checklist inside of ProductOS. And there are skills included for the full build for this. So we're going to be able to build the MVP in one go. There's also loop skills inside of ProductOS as well to help you build any feature. And there's a bunch more skills included as well, like the conversion rate optimization audit, the design review audit, and the design better skill to help you design better across all of your pages from your design system that we have already documented. So let's jump into the develop phase and start building our actual product. Quick break in the video because I want to show you a bit of my conversation with Jim. And the reason I want to show you this conversation is because Jim actually pivoted his idea about halfway through to being a completely different product. Initially, he was building an app, and then he turned it into something completely different that he's now able to monetize with real paying customers. And I think this is really important because it really speaks to the importance of this spec and design process before you actually start building, in order to really clearly understand exactly what you should be building and what you shouldn't be building. And this is one of the things that so many people do, is they start building something only to realize that the actual product that's going to solve the problem for their customer is something completely different, and they should have started out in a completely different direction. And now Jim has not only launched his product, but also has real paying customers and has had some conversations with some of the biggest people in his industry. And so let's get into this conversation now so you can see exactly what he's done. All right, Jim, I wanted to talk about a little bit about what you've built and what that journey has been like, how you've got on with that process, and also, yeah, just to learn a little bit more about what you've built. So for context, Jim has built a tool, a Claude plugin, or a set of tools to help authors write better with AI, but it started off as an app. So yeah, if you can break down a little bit more about your journey, where you kind of started with it and how you ended up where you've got to now.
Yeah, sure, Chris. Well, I joined your community with the intention of building mobile apps. And I remember whenever I joined, you said at the time that most people join with an idea, but what they finish up building isn't that idea at all. And that's exactly what happened to me. I gave up on building mobile apps because I had this idea to write a book, and AI was incapable of doing it. So I started building rules and skills to keep the AI in control. And that has grown into a massive harness, which can be used by fiction writers and non-fiction writers, and it guides them through the whole process. It's like having a full publishing studio.
The one thing that I think is super interesting about what you've built is that you're kind of you're always focused around like the thing that you wanted to the thing that you wanted to achieve as the outcome that you were creating, in terms of you wanted to be able to help people write better with AI. And it wasn't necessarily about building an app or, creating a business. It was just about, how do I create a tool that is going to help people to achieve this thing of writing better with AI, starting off in like fiction. And that came from your own need, your own desire to want to be able to write books that you had in your head yourself as well. I'd love to break down a little bit, because I kind of know the details, but I'd love to break down a little bit about where you started off in terms of building it as an app, and then having agents that worked inside of an app, and kind of where you got to now. So like, what did that first version look like?
Okay, the first version actually began in Genspart, where I was writing, because it was actually cheaper than Claude at the time, and it was more versatile, in my opinion. But basically, I kept chatting to the AI and saying, how can we make sure that the next chapter doesn't go off? Or how can we keep the control on the characters being kept in line, etc.? Eventually, I moved to Claude whenever it started to get really good. I've not been one who uses the CLI interface at all. I just chat to Claude on a daily basis. And as each new rule was introduced, it went from being a skill to being an agent. So now whenever you put an idea in or bring your own work, it checks it all. It creates a story Bible. The conformance agent checks that everything is right before it passes to the writing agent. The writing agent, once it's written the chapter, it gets passed to 5 other agents who check it for continuity to make sure that it's staying on story. And so it goes on until you build the book. But once it's built, it then goes to the publishing studio side, where you've got copywriting editors, you've got proofreaders, you've got alpha and beta readers. Now, the beta reader is actually not one reader, it's 5 readers. So you've got 5 different personas who read the book and evaluate it from a different angle. And it just makes, even if you don't want AI to write your book, it means that you can bring a book you've already written in and get the expertise of a publishing house to ensure that it's right. Something you'd be paying a fortune for in the real world. You can do it in a couple of hours using Idiorex.
You've had a lot of conversations, but how did you think about approaching the distribution kind of marketing part of this? And I know this is something that we're still having conversations about to try and figure out. And you've met a lot of people and done a lot of things that maybe you wouldn't have done had you not kind of like gone on this journey. So how did you think about the marketing part of this initially, and where have you got to now?
Okay, well, initially it started off as a system which was going to be hosted on Vercel, and users would log into it. But the only way that would work was if I was paying the API costs. And I wasn't prepared to fund that. This was never, I never set out for this to be a money-making enterprise. It's inadvertently gone in that direction. So I came across many other writing schools on school.com, and I could see they were distributing various bits and pieces there. And that's where all the people are. It made most sense to try and use it that way. The system has now evolved into a harness, which is in the form of a plugin, which is used in Claude Desktop. That's very convenient in that it keeps all your folders local, And for writers, that's important because the information never goes into the cloud. It's always on your machine locally and easily accessible. I have run into a couple of issues that one of the earlier versions of the plugin has been stolen, and it's being sold on a site which I've had takedown notices issued on. But now I have had it approved for Lemon Squeezy licensing system. Lemon Squeezy, if you haven't came across them, are now owned by Stripe. So I actually only got that approved yesterday. So the intent is now that all plugins going out will be controlled using the licensing system, and hopefully that will keep that more controlled.
Yeah, I think it's a really good path. Also, like, this is a new way of monetizing a product. In like, you've built a harness as a plugin for Claude, and it's not necessarily a typical, piece of software or an app that you would think. It's a product in a different sense, where you're selling a set of agents and instructions and skills in a plugin, in a harness that people can use inside of these tools. That is a different way of thinking about a product traditionally versus like software as a service or traditional apps. And that's also what I think is a really interesting direction that we're going in with all of this kind of like AI development, is that you can build products that you can sell and make money with, or turn into a business, or in your instance, kind of like let that naturally evolve in these other forms that aren't traditional software. What I would love to, was there any conversations that we had through the community, or like when we've talked other times, that helped you in terms of figuring out where you want to go from a distribution or like a, monetization point of view?
Oh yeah, I mean there were lots. There within the community, there are people building all sorts of things, and they're being distributed in various ways. And because, I mean, we had this discussion too. I started off wanting to build an app, but this wasn't an app. It was skills in a package. And it's only about a month ago that the actual development industry has come out and decided what I've built is a harness. And that's the technical term that's been given to it. The distribution system isn't quite in place for this. It's not suitable, in my opinion, for delivering via MCP servers, because that is going to incur other API costs. And you've covered all these within the school, different distribution systems, different marketing systems. And it's taken a while to actually decide, okay, there is a risk in using the method that I'm using, but it's the only way to get it out there, which keeps it affordable and simple for users. There's no complexity in having to log in and out of systems. Once you buy the product, it's delivered to you and you use it. And aside of getting updates and getting access to my training materials, we don't really need to have anything else. We have got the community on school where people do chat and exchange ideas, but that's a side issue to it. That's a community issue, not the actual product.
Yeah, and I love the fact that one of the things that I think is really great about this is that you had a really clear view about how you wanted this to work in alongside your life already, basically. So you knew that you didn't want it to exist as a certain type of business or a certain way of being monetized. You knew the constraints that you were working with and what you liked and what you didn't like to do. One of these things was not having to have the API costs handled on your side and reselling basically tokens to people. You wanted to allow people to use their own subscriptions, their own AI tools. That also lowers the overhead for you as well. But not only that, it's about you building a product in a way that's right for you, not about you building in a product in a way that's trying to make the most money. And that is a really key part of this as well. I think in terms of building products that have staying power and can actually last for the long term and evolve over time in the right direction to help people achieve achieve the thing that you're trying to help people with. It's really about building a product, building a business, or building a system that is really set up for the way that you want to kind of operate that. I think that's super interesting here as well. I know we have had multiple conversations about this going in different directions, and hopefully some of that stuff has helped as well. But I've really enjoyed seeing the development of what you're building in IdeaX and how that will kind of evolve going forwards as well.
And now let's get back into the course. So let's create a new session inside of the eyedropper project here. And if we type /develop into Claude Code, you can see all of the ProductOS develop skills here. And the one we want to use is PRD and Roadmap, because we have our product.md file, we have our design.md file, and we have a bunch more assets here. What the PRD and Roadmap skill is going to do is it's going to turn our product.md and it's going to turn our design.md and all of the files that we've created so far into a PRD file and a roadmap file that we can use to actually build our product in one go. And it's going to ask us a set of questions along the way to help us define our product even further. So let's run this skill and create these two files, the PRD and the roadmap, that we are going to need to actually go and build our application from scratch. And if you're not building from scratch, there are also refactor skills inside of ProductOS as well. So if you might have gone through this process and figured out that you want to build something slightly different to what you've already built, in which case you can use the refactor plan skill here to actually plan how to refactor your app based on the product offer, the customer persona, and all of the other files that you might have created using ProductOS. So you can absolutely still set up ProductOS inside of an existing repository for an existing project, which is I know is where a lot of people are, is not building something from scratch. It's building something, it's turning something that you've already partially built into something that's ready to actually get customers and launch. And so the refactor path is what you're going to want to do there if you're taking that approach and setting up ProductOS inside of an existing code base, for example. But if you are considering, you could basically take an existing product that you're already building and turn it into something that can actually get customers. This is exactly what I do inside of the Product Studio program. And as part of that program, we'll basically create a custom plan using ProductOS for your actual product so that you can get it off the ground and into the hands of real paying customers, or you can get it fully built and embedded inside of your business and actually working with your team. And so now it's gone through and it's read all of the documents inside of this project. So it says reading your magic moment and onboarding flow. The journey that has to work flawlessly is GitHub sign up to extract design system, to connect a project with npx eyedropper in it, to type the laziest prompt, and output comes back on brand with a verification receipt. Everything else is secondary. Does that match how you see it? Now, there's one thing that I want to be careful of here, because I think the output coming back on brand is dependent on us having to run an agent that writes code and then shows it in that onboarding flow. So I just want to clarify that here as we're going through creating this plan. Can you figure out how we do the output comes back on brand step here? Because I'm wary that we might have to have a coding agent run inside a sandbox to generate that code that then shows back in the onboarding flow. And so it might be better for the user to do this inside of one of their own projects connected to eyedropper, rather than for us to generate the code and then show that to the user as part of the onboarding flow. So let's figure out the best approach there. The rest of the flow is exactly correct though. The second question here is, who does the extraction? Products.md says the founder's own agent reads their app and pushes the system up. Eyedropper just receives it, small build. Onboarding screen 2 says paste repo URL will pull it out. Eyedropper clones and analyzes repos server side. GitHub app, cloning infra, its own LLM pipeline, a much bigger build. So I think the MVP is maybe we just do eyedropper just receives it, a small build. So let's go for agent driven, because that is a much simpler setup. And this is also super useful because the PRD and the roadmap skill here is going to identify these areas technically which we've gone through in our define and design phase, which may not be feasible, or we might want to do it with a slightly different approach. And then the last question here, where does the first lazy prompt generation happen? Onboarding screens 5 and 6 show it in the browser. Eyedropper calls an LLM itself and renders the result. The alternative, the AHA, happens in the founder's own terminal with their own agent. The web app shows the verification receipt. It says Eyedropper runs one scripted generation in the browser, so a demo project plus prompt chips reevaluated, so the AHA never depends on the user's terminal. Their real repo via their own agent is the day one repeat.
matches the onboarding flow as designed. It's saying recommended for this, so maybe we can do this. Screens 5 and 6 become guided instructions. Run this prompt inside Claude Code, then see the verification receipt in the dashboard. Lighter build, but the AHA now depends on the user's terminal setup and the agent behaving. See the verification. Let's go with in-browser demo gen for now and see what actually happens when we build this app. Okay, so here's the revised loop, and what this skill is literally doing now is helping us to figure out the technical shape of our application that we're building. It's to figure out all of these technical details that we need to know in order for the code, for Claude Code to understand exactly how to build this application. So the revised core loop is GitHub sign up, run extraction prompt in your own agent. Dashboard shows the extraction reveal live. npx eyedropper init in a project. Type a lazy prompt in your agent. Agent generates in your repo. Verification runs. Web onboarding flips live to it came back on brand with the receipt. Eyedropper never generates code. The web app is the live mirror and receipt. Commit to this shape. So the AHA is in their own repo. The web app as a live receipt surface. No sandbox, no LLM generation cost, proves the real infrastructure. Init plus MCP reliability becomes the top engineering priority. So let's commit to this. All right, so now we have some follow-up questions here. So payments, the MVP's launch target is the beta invite, pass bar, one activated user, not a payment. You could ship the beta with everything free and add Stripe before the public launch, or build the Screen 7 founding price paywall into the MVP now, since it's already designed and in the launch copy. So what do we want to do here? So this is a legitimate question, whether we want to add payments now, or we want to just do the beta for free and invite people on and get them to use it. I think we go with the paywall here. We want to build this in using Stripe so that we can have proper payments wired into our app right from when we launch this, basically, and so that I can show you setting up the payments in this actual process video here. So let's include the process in the payments in the MVP. Teammate invites. The second person is where the payment becomes unsolvable by hand and where paid triggers, but beta activation needs only one user reaching the magic moment. Where do invites land? So MVP is single player, invites to the first post activation build. The screen 8 checklist item invite a teammate shows us coming in beta or is hidden until shipped. Or we do invites with email plus shared brand access to ship in the MVP. I actually think let's do the invites in the MVP as well. So do the P0, P1, P2 buckets above, match your instinct. So we've got it broken down up here. So B0 is GitHub SSO signup, extraction onboarding, opinionated design system schema, live extraction reveal, npx eyedropper init, the MCP server, verification pass, screen 6 live receipt, brand dashboard, checklist home, the one-click export, the funnel instrumentation, which is the onboarding flow, and then we have a couple of other things that we've added in there as well. Is there anything inside of this P1 and P2 that we want to bring in here? So import an existing design.md. So let's add that. Let's add to P0 a couple of things here from some of these other ones. So import existing design.md. Let's do a simple landing page because we want to have a landing page before the sign up. Also Sentry plus resend wiring. I think we can do that later. So we do emails and all of that sort of stuff later. Side-by-side homepage demo, in-browser demo generation, full version history UI. I think let's do the design system version history as part of this first one. And I think those are the things that we can add to P0 here. So we've got our final list of all of the features that we want to add to our first MVP here. And this is where this PRD and Roadmap skill is going to help us define the actual shape of the MVP for our product so that we know exactly what things we do and we don't want to include. And it's also going to give us a bunch of recommendations of other things that we can add in that we might not have thought of here, which is basically going to help us to create the best possible shape for our product when we actually do launch it to real people. And now it's figured out this, it's going to go on to a few more questions to help us create this PRD and Roadmap document. So now it's asking us what front-end framework we want to use for the web app. I would recommend going next.js always, but it gives you some other options here as well. I'm going to say next.js for this. Then for the backend and database, note your core UX is a web page updating live whilst an agent works in a terminal. The extraction reveal ticking in, the receipt flipping to on-brand. That's real-time sync. That's the exact thing. Convex does with 0 setup. I'm going to go for Convex. I would highly recommend using Convex. Auth provider. So GitHub SSO is the front door and teammate invites are now P0, which makes org invitation machinery valuable out of the box. Either we do Convex Auth, which is part of Convex because we're using Convex, or we do Clerk, which has a lot more polished GitHub and Google single sign-on components and a bunch of other stuff. I'm going to go with Clerk because I love using Clerk. Payments provider for the $49 per month founding subscription. Let's go with Stripe Managed Payments, which is a merchant of record inside of service inside of Stripe, which is perfect for software because then you don't have to worry about handling tax from all these different international countries. We just use that, make sure you use that managed payments option inside of Stripe, which is basically when they acquired Lemon Squeezy, that was part of the reason why they did that. And we got a couple more questions here as well. So version, history, and P0 scope. Confirm the trim. Every extraction push or token edit also creates an immutable version. Dashboard shows a history list with view and one-click restore. Visual diffs and branching stay P2. So let's just do list and restore. Auto versioning with history list. Let's just do that. Supported services. So it's recommending PostHog for analytics, Sentry for bug reporting and tracking and error tracking. And it says skip resend for the MVP because Clerk sends invitation emails and Stripe sends receipts. So let's do that. Let's do PostHog and Sentry for the MVP here. What's the realistic build setup? Who's building it and how much time per week? I'm going to say part-time and Claude Code. Now, for some reason, AI always overestimates exactly how long this is going to take. It says stretches towards 10 weeks. This is actually going to take us less than a day. This is going to take us less than an hour probably to build. So let's just say part-time Claude Code. Any hard constraints I should bake into the PRD, monthly service budget ceiling, existing accounts to reuse compliance needs. So let's just do no hard constraints and then let Claude Code here use this skill to create our PRD and our project roadmap file that we can use to actually build this app in one prompt. So now it has outlined the MVP for us here and basically asking us if we want to go with this PRD and roadmap, approve it as written, or change something based on what we've come up with here. I'm going to approve this and then let's generate this PRD and roadmap. So now the PRD is written here. It's now going to write the roadmap for us and it's created a phase outline first with a number of tasks in each phase. And the reason why this roadmap has phases in it and tasks is because these tasks are specifically sized at the right size for an AI coding agent to go away and build. An individual task list, basically following a step-by-step phased build with a skill inside of ProductOS called build MVP, which we're going to use to build our product from this roadmap document. And this roadmap and this PRD is all informed by all of the documentation that we've created already before and all of the decisions that we've made up until this point. And all of those small decisions go into making this 10 times, or not exactly 10 times, but so much better than just putting a prompt into a vibe coding tool and seeing what comes out the end. This is an actual proper process for building and launching production grade software, especially if you're building something either for your own company or you want to launch something that's going to get customers. And so we're now creating the roadmap. I'll show you the roadmap document once it's been generated, but this breaks down to a few steps. It's got the foundation and the setup, the extraction and the live reveal, connecting and serving, so the CLI, the MCP and the verification, dashboard, history and export, and then the team and billing, then the landing page, polish and launch prep, and then the post-launch iteration, which is basically all of the stuff that we excluded from the MVP. So let's let Claude Code finish creating the roadmap and the PRD files here, and then we'll use them to run the build MVP skill and actually build this product from scratch, just using that one skill. So now we have our PRD and our roadmap files created. Two things worth flagging from the process. The biggest decision in the session was reversing the in-browser generation from the onboarding flow doc. Since extraction is agent-driven, every user reaching screen 5 already has their agent open. So the AHA now happens in their real repo, and eyedropper never generates code, which makes sense, and I think that's better. And then PRD number 14 holds 4 open, section 14 holds 4 open questions with recommended defaults. The only one with the scheduled decision point is whether to add Claude Code verify hook during phase 2 if the rules block proves flaky. Next step is to start the build with develop MVP build, which we're going to do But I do also want to have a look at these open questions in the PRD. So let's go down here and we can have a look at the PRD here, where you have your overview, objective, market differentiation, magic moment, success criteria, technical architecture here as well, chosen stack, stack integration guide, environment variables, the repository structure for this app, security considerations, cost estimates, the data model for Convex, and a whole load of more stuff, including the API specification, MCP server information, user stories here as well, a ton of stuff that we're going to need to actually build our app, and all of the screens inside of the app itself as well. At the bottom should be all of the open questions. So here we go. Should verify auto fire via a hook rather than relying on the rules block. So Claude Code supports post edit hooks. Init could install one that runs npx eyedropper verify on change UI files, making the receipt independent of agent obedience. Options rules block only versus rules plus hook for Claude Code. Recommendation, ship the rules block only in the MVP. Okay, so we're going to answer these questions basically. So let's say to answer the open questions, rules block only for MVP. And then number 2, extraction prompt distribution. Embed the full prompt text in screen 2 versus serve it from the backend so that it can be improved without deploys. Recommendations, serve from a Convex query. It's just data. Prompt iteration is expected to be constant during beta. So let's just do serve from a Convex query. And if you're unsure about any of these questions as you're generating these documents as a non-technical person, as I'm a non-technical person here and have just learned this stuff by doing it over and over again, you can always ask your agent, you can ask Claude Code, what does this mean? Which one would you recommend? Can you help me make a decision on this? And explain everything in simple terms to help you understand as you're going through. And then CLI telemetry, should the CLI send post hoc events for funnel completeness? The recommendation is yes. So let's just say yes for this, because I want post hoc to be able to see how far people get in the onboarding flow. And then org naming as sign up. So auto create the personal org from the GitHub handle versus one brand name field. So let's just do auto create for now and then let the user rename it later. Then let's just say update the PRD roadmap accordingly using the answers to these open questions. And then once it's updated these files, we're then going to run the build MVP skill to actually build this full app from scratch just using that one skill. So now Claude Code has updated those files. So I'm going to close this up. I'm going to start a new session here, and we are just going to do / run the studio develop MVP build skill. And this is going to build our MVP inside of this project using the PRD and the roadmap. I have it set to Fable 5 and high because I want to get some really, really high quality output for this. We don't need much more than high effort on Fable 5. Anything more is going to be a little bit of overkill. Generally, I tend to switch between Fable 5 and high and Fable 5 on low at the moment for depending on what I'm doing, but Fable 5 on high, and whatever high reasoning you can use on the latest AI models is going to allow you to do this very, very competently, whether that's GPT 5.6 inside of Codex, Fable 5 at the moment, or whatever the latest model is at the time that you're watching this video. Just use that on an effort level that feels reasonable for the cost and isn't just going to spend hours and hours spinning doing a ton of stuff that you don't need. I'm also going to set this to auto mode so that it bypasses all the permissions. It's just going to build this project for me. It's starting from phase 0 on the roadmap. To show you what the roadmap looks like, because we haven't actually looked at the roadmap file, it is broken down like this. Firstly, it has a build philosophy. This tells the AI, in this case Claude Code, exactly how to build step by step through the roadmap. Second, it's broken down into phases with tasks per phase for each of these sections with a goal stated for each phase so that the AI, a Claude Code again in this case, can test versus this goal to see if it actually works and has completed the section. It also references sections inside of the PRD. So for any of the technical information, it can look at the PRD and say, okay, this is what I need to apply to this task here in this phase. So these documents cross-reference each other. And all of these tasks are designed to be the right size for AI coding agents. Phase 3, phase 4, phase 5, and we have phase 6, post-launch iteration, which is the last phase. And there's an agent session guide and some tips down here at the bottom as well. So basically, it's going to give your agent a full guide on exactly how to build using this roadmap. And then if we go over to our our build here that is running using this skill. I want to show you how this skill actually works. So let's go into files here, and I'm going to go into ProductOS, which is where our skills are all set up inside of ProductOS. Go into skills and go into the develop MVP build skill here. And I want to show you how this works because this is really, really interesting. Basically, it instructs the AI coding agent to build your product using a loop. And this is how the work loop runs. It finds the first unchecked task, it reads what the task needs, implements the task exactly, tests and verifies the task before moving on. Then then there are no issues with the task, it marks it as complete. And then after each phase is complete, it runs the app end to end and it confirms that that phase's goal is true and actually works before continuing. And there's some rules in here as well, like visual styling comes from the design.md file and never invent colors, type, or spacing, and some other things here as well, just to keep your AI coding agent in check. And that is how this MVP build skill with the PRD and the roadmap works, so that all you have to do is run the skill. You don't have to type anything, no prompts, no nothing. It is going to figure out how to do this for you. And there is one other thing that I want you to do before you run this skill, just to make sure that this is going to work to the best of its ability, is to go into customize in Claude Code, go to connectors, and I want you to set up connectors for all of the tech that you're using inside of your app. So this means anything like Supabase. So if you go browse connectors here and you search for Supabase, you'll be able to see there is a Supabase connector here, which allows you Claude Code to actually access your account in Supabase and make changes in Supabase as well. So you want to set up as many of these as possible for all of the tech that you're using, because that is going to also give Claude Code the best likelihood that it's going to create you a really, really strong final output here. And the skill is not in necessarily the build of how to actually build an application anymore, because Fable 5 is going to go and it's going to do this using all of these skills. I'm giving you these skills for free so that you can go and do this yourself. And I offer a coaching program where I help you figure out how to do this exactly for you. But this part is not the hard part. The hard part is defining your product properly, designing it in the right way so that it stands out in the market, and that the user experience is designed to convert people and retain them so that they become paying customers, and the distribution side, which is how do I launch this and how do I get it into the hands of real paying customers. Those are the three critical parts, which are the most difficult part, and that is why this super long video here is actually not too much focused on how do you build and do software development with Claude Code. It's more focused on how do we define the idea properly, how do we design it, and then how do we get it live, how do we deploy it, make sure all the tech works, and then how do we actually distribute it after we've got our app live? How do we start to think about distribution and do these mini launches along the way? So you can see here that basically it's starting to set up our project. It's configured Tailwind config with the clear glass token. So it's taken our design.md file and created all of the styles. And now it's going through building the rest of our app here, rest of our product. Now I'm going to leave this to actually build, and this might take 30 minutes, 45 minutes to an hour to actually finish building the application. And I'm going to sort of jump in and out as and when I need to based on what is happening with Claude Code. But for the most part, we can just put this to auto, tell it to run this skill, and it will go away, run this develop MVP build skill, and it will just build it for us. And we don't have to do anything here. We can just come back to a 70 to 80 to 90% finished app after about an hour of Claude Code working by itself to actually build this for us. So I'll stop there and I'll come back in a bit, show you anything interesting, and then we'll see what this app looks like once Claude Code has finished building it using this skill. Now, one thing I want to show you whilst Claude Code is building this is that Claude Code is going to use a number of different tools whilst it goes through and builds this at its disposal to help validate and verify that things are working. It's going to start local development servers for you. So if you're not familiar with local development, that just basically means that it's going to build your app inside of code, inside of this eyedropper folder or whatever your folder is named. It's going to write code inside of that folder, and then it's going to run that code locally on your computer in an app that you can see in basically a URL that looks like this, like localhost 3000. But what is great about Claude Code and Codex and Cursor, if you're using those tools, which you can, and you can still follow this guide along exactly, is that these tools can run these development servers for you. But not only can they do that, they can also use those environments. So Claude can use its browser here to go and check the app for you, and it can pull back screenshots and videos for you to show you what worked, what didn't work, and what it's kind of verified as it goes through this. So you can see this part here where it's got eyedropper open on this local host URL, basically running in a local dev server, and it says clear glass is rendering correctly, scrolling to check the interactive primitives. So Claude Code here is actually using the app inside of the browser. If I click open here, you can see here we have all of our design system that has been built. This is called localhost 3000/dev/kitchen sink. So it's actually built a simple design system using all of our components on this page here, and it's gone in and verified that all of these actually work correctly whilst it's building through each of these tasks. And it's only on task 9 here. It's taken 28 minutes so far. We've got quite a lot of tasks to go, so I'll continue to let it run. I just wanted to show you that and explain that a little bit about local development, because what we're going to do later is we're actually going to take our locally developed code, and we're actually going to push it onto GitHub, and then we're going to deploy it onto our URL using a service called Vercel. And you can do this a number of different ways, but we're going to be using a skill inside of ProductOS as well to give us a simple step-by-step checklist to do this step-by-step as well. So the whole ProductOS setup is going to guide you through exactly what you need to do. You don't need to know anything technical here. You're just using tools, build loops, code review skills, all of this stuff to actually help you make sure you build a production grade product instead of building something that doesn't work and has all these broken elements. And all of this documentation that we've done initially, especially around the technical architecture in the PRD and the roadmap and how it should build that step by step, is going to have a massive impact on the quality of the product that we're actually going to get out of this. And so let's let it continue building. Once it's built the app, I'm going to show you what it looks like, and I'm going to help you set up some of these accounts on these different services. So we're using Clerk, Convex, PostHog, and I think we're using Sentry here as well. So we're going to go and set up some accounts for these and connect them to this app. And then I'm going to show you how to use the launch checklist skill to actually get the step-by-step instructions to then deploy this on a live URL. I'm going to deploy this app because this is actually a product that I want to try and get customers for. And then once we've done that, I can take you into the distribution step here, where we're going to map out a strategy for actually distributing this product to real paying users after we've built it. But for now, let's let Claude Code continue and finish building this full app through the product roadmap. So another thing to highlight here as well, whilst we're going through this build, is that Claude Code is actually using the Vercel CLI to do some stuff here. So if I go over to Dia, you can see I've been asked to authorize a device to use the Vercel CLI. And now a lot of these tools that you will use to build your app, so Convex, Vercel, for deployment, can actually be used through what's called a CLI, which is a command line interface. And that's just a tool that runs inside of a terminal on your computer. Now, you don't have to manually run this tool yourself, but agents like Claude Code can run these tools in a CLI because Claude Code has access to its own terminal behind the scenes where it can use any of these tools available to it. And so this is why it's useful to set up these connectors in advance, because then Claude will have access to all of the tools that it needs to actually build your full application. And to be honest, it might even just set that stuff up for you as you're going through the build if you don't have it connected already, and ask you for the credentials. But just an interesting thing worth noting here whilst it goes through and builds the rest of this app. All right, so Claude Code has finished building our app here. It's done 60 out of 74 roadmap tasks here, which I assume the last ones that it hasn't done here is because those ones are kind of a pre-launch or extra features that we kind of cut out of the MVP. And it says the magic moment works end to end, which is great. It worked through the roadmap.md file from an empty repo to a working product. Everything is committed and pushed to a new private repo, which is eyedropper-app with one commit per phase. The dev server is running at localhost 3000, which if we open this up here, and if we go to localhost 3000, which is where our local app is going to be running, you can see here we've got eyedropper, we've got a landing page created for us here for our app. Now this is looking pretty straightforward, pretty basic at the moment. We're going to do some things to improve this here, but essentially we can go through this full thing end to end, and it all works according to Claude Code here. So the core loop is real and verified, not stubbed, and stubbed means it's got
basically placeholder variables in. So this is real and working. A fresh account goes sign up, extraction prompt, live token by token reveal, npx eyedropper init install, a lazy prompt, and then it came back on brand receipt in 6 minutes 29 seconds, with every screen flipping live with no refresh. The hard gate passed 5 out of 5 cold Claude Code sessions in a freshly initted repo, given build a pricing page, consulted get design system, and self-verified with 0 reminders. So what this means in simple terms is that the app that we've created here, the app that I wanted to create here, basically will allow people to access the design system with their agents from anywhere. So what it's done is it's used this tool that it's created called Get Design System to access the design system from eyedropper, and it's tested it inside a set 5 different new repositories that it's created to run that prompt and see if it actually gets the design system from eyedropper. So that is working correctly as we spec'd it out. And if this stuff seems a little bit confusing as you go, don't worry, because you'll pick it up as you go, and you can always ask Claude Code to help you understand exactly what is going on behind the scenes. And I would recommend doing that as you go, to ask it, can you explain this for me in simple terms? Can you break down how this process works? Because the more that you can understand the inner workings of the application and the software that you're building, the better chance that you're going to have of being able to build something and scale something to real paying customers. And it may seem that that's a little bit disconnected, but that is important because it allows you to really have a great sense of exactly what is happening with the application that you're building. So it's done that and is verified with 0 reminders. The rules block needed no iteration. The real agent extraction test also passed. Now we can test this ourselves with a separate repository for a separate project that I've been building, or that I've built in the past. Along the way, 27 unit tests across both workspaces, checker, schema, export round trip, roles tokens, 3 adversarial review passes whose findings are all fixed and verified, a security audit that passed with no blocking findings. So this is all stuff that has been done through the build MVP skill inside of ProductOS. And this is why it helps to have all of these skills to be able to go through this and build any application, any software, be able to do basically the security checking, the code review, all as you go through building it. And that is what that's what the skills inside of ProductOS are going to help you be able to do. Lighthouse rating is 95, 100, 100 on the landing page, which means it is very, very performant. Axe clean core screens, rate limiting. Now, rate limiting is where you're limiting the amount of API requests or limiting the amount of requests that can be made to a specific service, and a full Stripe webhook lifecycle proven with signed events, which is great. So Stripe is hooked up and ready to go. There is going to be some things that we need to do here after to actually make sure this is all working and correct. We need to set up a Convex project because we're running this with Convex. We need to deploy that to a production environment, and we might need to add in a few environment variables here as well. And environment variables, if you're not sure what an environment variable is, it's basically a secret key that allows you to access a specific service within your tech stack. So for example, if you are using the OpenAI the ChatGPT API, for example, to bring in some AI functionality into your app, every time you use that service, you basically call their API, and then their API sends you back a response. And if you don't have rate limiting, then people can abuse that by sending hundreds and thousands of requests to the API through your application without you having any sort of limit on the number of those that can be sent. So that's what rate limiting is. It says I couldn't run the literal security review skill that's inside of ProductOS, but it ran an equivalent full code-based audit via an agent instead. So it's fixed everything from a security point of view, and we can get a report on that if we need to. Free tier gating is live and enforced server side. I've actually been looking at the pricing, and I think here probably $29 is a better starting point for this. I'll be honest, I think I've been going back and forth on this. I think we can do $29 probably. Anyway, I'm going to leave it for now. 8 are blocked on account credentials, 5 are phase 6. So there are 14 remaining tasks that need to be done. So these are blocks on account and credentials. So basically we need the real keys in Clerk to be able to do this. 5 are phase 6 post-launch tasks, so we don't need to do those yet. And task 71 is closed as it's not needed per its own rule. Your action list in order, the full runbook, is in readme.md. So this is what Claude Code is going to do now for us, is it's going to create some files for us to be able to go through
it says launch runbook here. So one-time production setup in order, each step verifiable before the next. So this is the step-by-step process that we need to go through to actually get this up and running. So that's what we're going to do next. We're going to go through and manually do all this stuff, hook it all up so that it all works. It's outlined here as well. So claim the Clerk instance, Vercel, create the project in the per the runbook. Stripe, we need to create our account, enable managed payments, and create the 49 and 79 prices. Set the 3 keys in Convex. Posthog plus Sentry, you have to create projects and drop the keys into Vercel and Convex. And then npm, we have to then publish from packages after this stuff here. Per the plan.md's ladder, the app is now past the state that beta invite ships against. That's Product Studio launch whenever you're ready. So what we want to do here, and you might see that I've done remote control because I was actually watching this build on my phone because it took a couple of hours to actually finish this MVP build, and I was letting that run into the evening whilst this was going on. So now we've done this, but I'm also going to go through the app itself and just test it to see how it works here, to see what happens when we actually use the app and what do we need to, if there's anything that we need to fix when we're going through this. Fable 5 should do a really, really good job. I already know one thing that I want to change here, which is this heading here. I just want to change it to a slightly different font for the logo. And I think I'm going to change it to this Pan Chang font here and have it really thick and have it small like this. So that's what I'm going to go with for the logo. I think that is going to work here really, really nicely. So let's just ask Claude Code to do this. Can you change all instances of the eyedropper logo to use the Pan Chang font in bold from fontshare.com? and have it in all caps? Whilst it does that, we're going to go through and see what's going on. So it has extract my design system here. I actually want to change this. And what I'm going to change it to is just to get started. I think it says extract my design system. People might not necessarily want to extract their design system first. So we might say set up your design system instead. So let's just say, can you change the primary button on the landing page to set up my design system instead of extract my design system? And it's saying 64 hours down here, but this is just because it's been over the weekend and I've picked it up again on Monday. So it wasn't running for that long to actually build this. It was only running for a couple of hours, but it's showing 64 hours because that's how long this session has been going on from since the end of last week, basically. Okay, so now we've got our logo in this font up here, which is looking a lot better. That is looking more like an actual company logo now, an actual software logo. And we also have this change to set up my design system, which it needs to actually change it in the other buttons as well. Because we still got extract in these two, but let's just go through and see what happens when we go, okay. So this is actually like the test account that I think was set up by, beta walkthrough by Claude Code. So this was set up by Claude Code, but you can see this is like what the extraction looks like. It's pulling out all of these colors basically and styles. Keep the Chrome strictly black. So it's got the do there and the don't. We can also export this as a design.md. So this is what the design system actually looks like when you've got design.md and tokens.json as your export. But I want to actually go through the full journey. So let's sign out of Clerk here, go set up my design system, and I want to create an account. So here we go. This is the onboarding flow here. Your app already knows your brand. Paste this into the AI agent that works on your code base. It reads ship styling and sends your design system here. So the way that it looks like this works is basically there's a prompt that you can copy and paste. It's going to push the design system into the Convex database against the user's account here and basically have saved the JSON to a temp file, then post it. So it's posting this to basically Convex. You can see the Convex URL here. And again, if you're unsure how any of this works, just get Claude Code to break it down. So I'm actually going to copy this entire prompt. We can just click copy prompt there. It says waiting for your agent, paste the prompt into it and keep this tab open. So what I'm going to do is open up a new chat here inside this project. I'm going to set this to Fable 5 on low because we don't actually need that high effort. And I think Fable 5 on low is actually still incredibly powerful and actually better than Opus 4.8 or Opus
5 in higher reasoning effort, reasoning levels most of the time, I think. And I'm going to say like, how does this extraction prompt work step by step? Can you break it down for me in the onboarding flow? And this is just going to help us get a better understanding of how this actually works. So let's go back to this for now. And what I'm going to do is I have a project here which has a design.md file in it already. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this prompt. I'm going to go into this project, which is called Dreamlock Test. And I'll show you what the design system looks like in a second. In fact, I can show you that. I can show you that now. It's an iOS project basically here. So you can see the design system here for Dreamlock basically with all of these elements. You can toggle light and dark mode here as well in this design system, which is quite nice. But I want to do a new chat inside of Dreamlock, and we're going to paste the prompt from Claude that Claude Code has given us for extracting the design system to eyedropper. And I'm just going to send this here and then see what happens, see if it works. So let's go back to, whilst that is running, let's go back to eyedropper here. It says waiting for your agent, paste the prompt in and keep this tab open. So we'll see what actually happens here, how this actually works. If we go back to the chat, we can see it says, I'll read the design docs and extract the tokens. Let's go back to this. If we look through how the extraction prompt actually works, you can see here. So here's the breakdown. The extraction prompt is a block of text on the onboarding screen, hands the founder to paste into their own coding agent. It's data, not code shipped with the web app. This get extraction prompt is a Convex query, so the prompt text can be iterated by redeploying Convex functions. 2 things get interpolated: a freshly minted extraction token first, and the ingest URL built from Convex site URL and API/ingest. So every founder gets a personalized expiring prompt. So the prompt will expire after a certain amount of time as well. So that is a bit of security around that. What the prompt instructs the founder's agent to do: find the styling source of truth, build one JSON object, post the payload, and then self-correct on failure. How it advances on the onboarding flow. The extract page watches this for that token, so validation errors surface in the UI, and when the ingest succeed, the flow moves on. Okay, seems pretty reasonable. So we've still got this waiting here. I do think we should have like some sort of thing that says, so we have some questions here, some permissions here being asked by this agent. So let's just turn it to auto and just do always allow. And this is going to post this design system payload to eyedropper. So click always allow. Then we'll go back to here. And here we can see these tokens coming through. These are all correct. So we've got all of the colors, the do. Okay, so there we go. This is your design system pulled from your shipped code, export at any time. It's yours. Let's click serve it to an agent. Okay. Run this in the repo where your agents work. It wires the design system into every session. And so what we have is run in your expo, npx eyedropper init, and then connect code, paste when asked. So let's ask how this step works as well. Just so that we can get it in simple terms, we went through it in the PRD here, but I want to understand like exactly how it works. And I also want to show you how it's possible to go and ask questions of the code that you're writing, of the software that you're building as you go. Once the design tokens are extracted and we get to the npx eyedropper init step, how does this actually work and how has this been built in this app? Can you break it down simply? So this says this screen flips the moment init connects. So I do think there's some language changes that we want to improve in here, basically so that it becomes a bit clearer to people who aren't necessarily technical, and also it makes it's less abstract and it's more tangible. So this screen flips the moment init connects. What does that even mean? It should say like you'll automatically connect to your design system as soon as you copy this code. Like that's what it should say, something like that. So let's go back to this one here. So what it does is, simple version, npx eyedropper init trades a one-time connect code for a permanent project API key, then writes a handful of files into the founder's repo so every future agent session automatically knows about their design system. Here's how it's built in this app. The connect code, the dashboard's connect screen calls this, that generates an eyedropper code. Stores only its hash in Convex with a 1 hour expiry and shows the plain text exactly once. It's essentially a short-lived single-use claim ticket. So this code is basically what allows us, our project, allows eyedropper to authenticate in a project against a design system.
So what the CLI does, asks for the code and auto-detects the project name and the repo name from the Git remote. Pre-validates everything locally first, e.g. that an existing mcp.json is valid JSON before spending the code, because the code is single use and failed init mustn't burn it. Calls the backend exchange, looks up the code by hash, rejects it if expired, enforces a free tier limit of 1 project, marks it used, creates projects row, and returns a permanent API key, which basically is the permanent API key that we can use inside of a project that we're building on our machine or in the cloud, so that we can always access that design system. Files written into the repo, eyedropper.json, mcp.json adds an eyedropper MCP server entry point posting at the hosted MCP URL with authorization with the API key. This is the actual wiring any agent that reads mcp.json reads. Eyedropper's design system tools available in every session. A rules block appended to Claude.md and agents.md, telling agents to consult the design system before writing UI. So basically, we'll automatically add a rules block to Claude.md and agents.md, and also git ignore entries for any of the stuff that shouldn't be committed to the repository. Every write is snapshotted first, so if anything fails midway, the CLI rolls the repo back to its prior state. And then the last bit, which is confusing, this screen flips the moment init connects. The connect screen is a live Convex query watching for the new project row. The exchange creating it is what makes the onboarding page auto advance. So the overall trick, the extraction step, got the design system into eyedropper, init gets eyedropper into the repo using a hash-only single-use code exchange, so no long-lived secret ever travels through the browser UI. So that is also something we're protecting from a security point of view as well. And it also means that this onboarding is pretty seamless. We don't have to be copy and pasting, we don't have to get an API key, go over to our project, set it up with an API key. All we have to do is basically do this. So let's do it. Let's go into this project. Let's open a terminal inside of this project that we were working in. Let's do npx eyedropper init. And now we have some errors here. So let's see what is going on with these. I also want to ask this question here. So, and how does the MCP server itself work once it's wired in? So let's just ask that. It was recommended by Claude Code, which is quite a nice one there. Let's go back to this that we're testing here. So run in your repo, npx eyedropper init. We just ran that in a repository. Okay, so let's start a new session here inside of eyedropper. And I'm just going to ask it about this error that we're getting with npx eyedropper init. I've tried running npx eyedropper init in a separate repository, but I'm getting this error message back. Can you figure out what is going on here and why this is happening and how we can fix it? I'm going to change this back to high effort for Fable 5, and I'm going to paste this error message in here. Now, it may just be something simple like, we're not running Convex, or we haven't deployed Convex, or we haven't set up Clerk, or something like that we haven't set up yet. We probably need to go through the setup steps. There is something here in that there's no versions available for eyedropper, so maybe it's something to do with version control here. Let's put it onto auto so it can figure this stuff out for us and do always allow. Okay, here's the issue, is that eyedropper isn't published and the name has a tombstone. Well, we didn't actually use this dash in there anyway. Phase 5 made the package publish ready, but publishing was on the credential blocks list. npm login was never done, so npm publish never ran. Someone else claimed the name eyedropper on 2025, published this, and then unpublished it 4 minutes later. npm keeps a tombstone record for unpublished packages. The name exists in the registry but with 0 versions. That's exactly what eno versions means. A never registered name would give a plain 404 instead. The good news, npm only blocks reclaiming an unpublished name for 24 hours, and that was almost a year ago, so the name should be free to claim now. The only version number burned forever is this, so we need to do the publish yourself since it requires my npm credentials. Okay, all right, so I have my npm account here, and this is, now that we've built the MVP, this is now the tricky bit of getting all of these things wired up so that everything works correctly. So we're going to do these 2 commands here. First, npm login so that we can log into our account in the terminal, and then second, to navigate to this folder and then do npm publish. So what I'm going to do is copy this code. I'm going to open up a new terminal here, and I'm going to do this outside of Claude Code because this is going to give us a terminal that is pointed just at our MacBook rather than being pointed at the folder that we're building our project in. We're going to do npm login, gives us a little URL here to go and log in at. Copy that, paste it into here. Log in to npm, which says logged in on registry.npm .js.org. And now this isn't what you'll have to do for every single project. I'm just showing you what I'm doing for this project. This is going to be different based on what you're building and the instructions that you get in your README after you've gone through the build MVP skill. So now we've done that, let's copy this next command over here, go to our terminal, paste this in, and then that should, so we have some issues here. Publishing to, so forbidden, two-factor authentication or granular access token is required. So this is just because I haven't set up two-factor authentication on my account. So let's go and do that now. Okay, now we have two-factor authentication enabled. Let's go back into, okay, so now we have published. Let's press enter to open this package in the browser. Let's use our security key to log in. So now we have created eyedropper at 0.1.0, which is great. So we've published eyedropper now to npm, which we needed to do to get this command here actually working inside of a project. So now we can go back to copy npx eyedropper init. I'll go back to the terminal over here inside of this separate project just to test it. We do npx eyedropper init. It says need to install the following packages, eyedropper, we do yes. And then it says connect code from the eyedropper dashboard. And this is where we go over to this. We'll copy this code over, the connect code here, go back to our project here, and then paste that code into the terminal. I actually think that we can make this even easier for the user. I think we could turn this whole process into a prompt for Claude Code or for any agent to do in the terminal. Or if you just say, do this in the terminal, give this to your agent and it will connect. Basically, so that your agent will just connect to eyedropper inside of your project for you. So what it's done here is it says connected Dreamlock test to eyedropper. If we go back to this, we should now have, there we go. Okay, so your project is connected. Every agent session in that repo now serves your design system. Try the laziest prompt. Now we should do some tweaks here as well to this. So let's try make a pricing page, add a sign up form, build the hero section, make a 404 page. Let's do make a 404 page. Now this is unclear what I need to do here at this step. So let's ask, when the onboarding gets to this step, how do I proceed from here? It's unclear in the onboarding flow. Let's just add that screenshot in there and then ask. So this is quite a common way that I like to work, where I have one thread where I'm just asking questions about what's happening, and then other threads where I'm actually building stuff and working. So it says this screen isn't asking you to do anything in eyedropper. That action happens entirely in your own repo. Here's how to proceed. Click a chip. It just copies the text to your clipboard. That's when listening for your agent's verification appears. Okay, so that is unclear. So we need to make that on this step. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start a new session here in this project, and I'm just going to create a to-do list. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add to this to-do list every time anything comes up. So let's add this one change here. Can you change the lazy prompt page in the onboarding flow so that when the user clicks a button, it actually tells them that it's copied the prompt to their clipboard and that they need to go back to their agent and paste that into their agent? And before they click a button, can you indicate that that's what's going to happen on this page as well, so that it's really clear for the user exactly what they need to do? And as we go through this, I'm just going to add each of these. So the other thing that we wanted to do here as well was to make it so that the npx init step and the connect code is wrapped up into a single prompt that an agent can do in the terminal instead. Can you change the npx eyedropper init step in the onboarding flow so that instead of having two steps with the connect code and the npx eyedropper init command, it's just a single prompt that can tell an agent to use the terminal to do npx eyedropper init and paste the connect code, so that this is just one prompt that the user has to do rather than having to go into the terminal themselves. And I'm not going to do loads of these changes in one go, but what we can do is kind of break them up into prompts. I just wanted to have one place to kind of store all of the things that I want to make, all of the big changes that I want to make to this project as we go. And what you can do as well here is actually do this in a markdown file, so that you can then just instruct your agents to go and work through this to-do list. It's probably a better way of doing it. So we've actually got a command copied and pasted to our keyboard already, apparently. So what we need to do is need to go into this connected project here. In fact, let's do that instead right now. Let's create the to-do list. So with these changes now, what I'm going to do is actually just going to get Claude Code to create a backlog markdown file here that we can add any of these to-do lists, to-do tasks to, and we can keep an agent going here where we add any tasks to this backlog list, and it will basically start to categorize it for us, and we can kind of prompt our agent to go and work from the backlog here instead of just prompting it to make changes one after the other. So now we've got those saved. Let's go into the connected project where we've got eyedropper set up. And I'm just going to paste this command, which is just make a 404 page, which is pretty basic. The thing that I am struggling with at this step actually is that the user might not want to do this part and actually build something inside of their project that they're not going to keep. So we might want to change the way that these prompts work, but for now, let's just test it inside of here. Let's do make a 404 page, turn this to auto. What is going to be crazy is that now this is connected to eyedropper via npx eyedropper init and the connect code that it's got. So as it's doing this, we should be able to see in here, it says listening for your agent's verification. So let's go back to this agent here. So I'll take a look at the project structure first to see where a 404 page would fit. This is an iOS app, so I want to check if there's a web landing page side to it. We've actually done it inside a, let's copy a different one. Because this is an iOS app, we don't actually need that. So let's say make a pricing page. It does say copied there after I've clicked it. Let's do make a pricing page instead. I think this app already has a pricing page inside it. What I want to do here actually is change this, because this is not, the user is not going to want to build a separate page, a new page inside of their repository. They just want to build something as a test. So this should be a test of this design system connection rather than like actually building something inside of the project. Let's put it to auto for now and always allow, so it's going to do this. And it says and pull the design system here, which is great. So I assume it's going to be pulling the design system from eyedropper. And one other thing that we can check here as well is that inside of the files, that inside of our Claude.md, it's actually added something in here about the eyedropper design system. So eyedropper design system mandatory before any visual. Call the get design system tool on eyedropper MCP server. Follow it exactly immediately after writing or editing any file. Call the verify tool. Do this without being asked. It's part of finishing the work. If verify reports violations, fix each one using suggested token and call verify again. Repeat until it passes. If the eyedropper MCP server is unreachable, fall back to the local design.md if one exists and tell the user you could not fetch the live design system. So that has added that to Claude.md, which is perfect. Now that npx eyedropper is set up inside of this project. Let's see what happens when we try and build this page. But for now, let's add this to our to-do list as well. Add another task to the backlog to change the laziest prompt part of the onboarding flow to just build a quick prototype inside of the user's repo in order to test the design system connection that explicitly doesn't touch any of the rest of the project, because I don't think the user is going to want to actually build something whilst they're going through this flow that messes with anything they've done in their project already. So what we're doing here is just keeping a track of our backlog whilst we're building, and this is going to add that to the backlog for us, and we're going through and testing this manually as we go as well. So it says now the mandatory design system verification, and it's actually using eyedropper verify. It's using the eyedropper verify tool here, which is great. So this is working. If we go back to this, we can see that we've got a verification here. So one off-brand value caught before you saw it. Nobody reprompted, nothing drifted. This is how every generation works now. Dreamlock test, verification, colors, type, spacing, one off-brand value, which was this. So use colors, border dark. This one just actually caught an issue on the pricing page that it's built, the HTML page here, and it's fixing that issue. And then we'll say, keep going, it's yours. Keep every project on brand, founding brand, or like not yet, show me my dashboard. Free keeps working, one project per person, unlimited generations. So we need to be clearer that eyedropper connected and the verification passed. So let's add that to the backlog as well. Can you also add to the backlog that we need to be clearer after the verification lands in the eyedropper page in the onboarding flow, that the user's repository is connected and set up and ready to go? So something more along the lines of eyedropper is now connected and verifying your design system in your repository. Something like that on the page. And that will be at the verification step. So let's go back here, and we've got a paywall at the end of the onboarding flow here. So unlimited projects, unlimited teammates, verification on every generation, export anytime it's yours, $49 a month, free, keeps working, one project, one person, unlimited generations, not yet, show me my dashboard. So let's go not yet. And here is my dashboard for Dreamlock. So we have version 1 and we have history here as well. So we've got a little bit of version history, back to dashboard, and we have our design system. We don't have here is a way of adding multiple projects to the dashboard. So we've got getting started, extract your design system, first verify generation, connect your real project, invite a teammate. We have our projects down here and recent generations here, and then export as well. So this is like slightly, we can definitely rework this a little bit. If we do connect another, it just gives us in the repo you want to connect, run the command and paste the code when asked. Again, this could be a prompt that we can just put in. We actually want to do a paywall. When you select connect another project on the free account, we should have the paywall. Once a user gets to their dashboard, if they click connect another project, let's show the paywall first before the instructions to connect another project if they're on the free plan. This is because free plan users should only have access to one connected project. Add this to the backlog. And then one other thing that I want to do here is I want to actually have a drop down at the top. I don't want to have the name on the left. So we want to do some navigation changes to this dashboard. So let's add some more things to our to-do list. So under recent generations on this pass and court thing, I want to add some icons here, like a cross or a warning sign or a tick. So let's add that. So we're going to change this to low as well, because we only need to have this on low for adding to the backlog. In the recent generations section on the dashboard for a design system, when it says one court or pass, we should have a green tick on pass and a yellow warning icon on one court or anything that's been caught on a verification pass. Add this to the backlog. Let's also change this navigation setup at the top here as well, so that we've got design systems as a drop down in the middle, and then we have the eyedropper logo on the left hand side. Add this task to the backlog. In the navigation on the dashboard page, when a user is logged in, I want to have the eyedropper logo in the top left side of the left side of the navigation, and I want to have a design systems drop down in the middle of the navigation, which shows all of the design systems that a user has on their account, and also an add design systems button that would then show the paywall if a user is on a free account, but allow a user to add a new design system going through the same process in the onboarding flow, but just doing that again for whenever a user wants to add a new design system. Let's get Claude Code to add that to our backlog. And then under components here, I actually want to be able to visualize the components on the design systems rather than just showing like their definitions like this. Let's actually have the components rendered inside of eyedropper on the design system page. Can you add this task to the backlog to visualize components in the components section on any design system so that we can actually see the live rendered components here alongside the definitions as well? Let's go back to our pricing page that we did on this other project. And we've just got here one thing worth knowing, one verifier oddity. The design systems pro says the pills press state is this, but the verify tool rejected that hex and suggested the border dark token. I applied the suggestion visually indistinguishable. You may want to reconcile that in the design system itself. So we're getting some good like verification here on the design system and some things popping up that are slightly off already. This is the screen that it created, the Dreamlock screen here. If I go back to the design system, this is also matching the design system here with the right fonts, and we've got it in the same style here. If I go to dark mode, we can see that this is following the same styles here as in the design system. So that is all great. There's some it's slightly off on the cards here, and then it doesn't have the border around the edge of the cards, which is slightly incorrect. So it has missed that, but maybe that was just not noted in the design system. It's got the card here, and then on this page it's slightly off there. So it's a little bit of drift there on the design styling. But this is working pretty good to start off with. Now we've got like our backlog here. We've got our list of everything that we're going to be changing, onboarding flow and dashboard. So what I want to do now is basically use a skill inside of ProductOS to go through and make all of these changes. And then once we've done that, we're going to go through the setup list. So we're still in this develop section here. We're now doing test and improve. And then next we're going to deploy the product itself. And then we're going to get another set of quick validation. And after we've done that, we can go on to distribution to figure out how we're going to actually do distribution for this product. So let's create a new session here. I'm going to have it set to Fable 5 and high. And what we want to say here is to use the skill we're going to use is called this Claude Code build loop skill, which basically in any code base, the work goes through these steps of build, review, test, fix, and then basically provide a report back to us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say use the build Claude Code loop skill to build through every task on the backlog.md and then report back once all tasks have been built and check these off on the backlog.md file. I'm going to say successfully in there as well, just in case. So the way that we're now building software with AI coding agents like Claude Code and Codex is basically to instruct the agent to use these loops. Now you can go even further beyond this, but I think the most basic version, the simplest and easiest to understand for most people, is just to start using a basic loop to build inside of your code base. To do this plan, build, test, fix, and then report kind of loop so that you're getting the agent to go and fix what it's doing, to test it end to end, fix any issues, and then only come back to you once it has managed to build everything successfully. And also to keep a list of everything that you want to fix instead of doing these one-off little changes so that you can get your agent to go through this in one go, basically one task at a time, the same way that we have done the roadmap, that we've actually built the app using the roadmap. And we can start to do this on a day-by-day basis. If you want to also schedule this, create a custom schedule where you run this every single day, you can also do that as well. So let's send this off to Fable 5. So it says use the Claude Code build loop skill to build through every task on the backlog.md and then report back once all tasks have been successfully and check these off on the backlog.md file. So it's loading the build loop skill and looking at the backlog first. The backlog has 8 tasks, 4 dashboard, 4 onboarding flow. I'll orient the code base first and then work through each task. And this is going to go through all of these and basically just work through our backlog for us. All right, so all of our backlog items are now done. You can see we've got the logo in the top left on the navigation here. We've got the drop down for design systems. We've got our pass and verification kind of like icons here under recent generations. If I click connect another project, we get the paywall pop up here as well as if I connect add design system here. So we're getting everything that we wanted in here. We've also got all of the components detailed out here as well. This is so we can now visualize what everything inside of this design system looks like in this one page here, and we can expand on this as well and maybe make the actual visual appearance of this a little bit better, but for now this is perfect. I think we've got everything we need here to have this working. I would actually also like to make this page a little bit nicer, but I think for now we can just get this live, get it working, get it up and running. One thing that I do want to do is I do want to change this to $29, I think, and I'm just going to do that across the board. And then it's also highlighted something in here as well, some questions that I need to answer on top of the backlog stuff. So product decision worth making is subscriptions are per brand. So when a founding user adds design system number 2, that new brand starts on the free plan. One project, one member until separately upgraded, whilst the upgrade modal promises upgrade once unlimited. The gate no longer traps paying users. So we just want to say here that like, let's answer these questions. To answer the questions that you've raised, first,
Let's keep it simple for pricing. So when a founding member creates the first design system, if they added another design system, it would add another design system to that same brand that they've created. And then team members are added per brand. So because of this, maybe we need to add in a step for the user to name their brand or their business name before they get into the dashboard, or have a way for them to rename it in the dashboard or see the business name in the dashboard somewhere. And second, can we change the pricing throughout to $29 a month for the founding price and then $49 a month after the first 100 brands? And can we change the brand terminology to teams? And maybe the best way of doing the teams pricing problem is to actually, when a user adds their second design system, that's when it would ask them to create a team, and then they're able to see their team after that and invite people to that team to be able to use all of the design systems under that team. Let's just send that off. And I just want to be clear first with Claude Code here, what it's actually going to change in terms of the pricing. So I'm going to get it to give me an idea of what it's going to do before it actually does work on this, to basically create a plan, but for only that section that I want to work on. Can you give me a quick plan for the pricing and subscription changes that we need to do this before you build anything? And then once we've fixed these last issues, I'm going to run the launch checklist skill inside of ProductOS to get the step-by-step playbook that we need to actually launch this. And this is the same as the README file that was created almost, but it's going to break it down in simple terms, and it's going to tell me what an agent can do and what I can do as well. So that's going to just make it way, way easier for me to follow to actually deploy this and get this live. All right, so here's the plan. Basically grounded in what's in the code. So the target model in one line, one clerk org equals one team. A team holds many design systems under one subscription. Okay, perfect. Free equals one design system, one project, one person per team. Founding equals unlimited everything within the team. This is simpler than what I shipped yesterday. New org per system. Yeah, so we don't want to do a new organization or a new team per design system. So part of that work gets reworked, which is fine, noted in phase 3. So phase 1 is the pricing, 29 founding and 49 after 100 teams, which is fine. Stripe keys are still unprovisioned, so I'll wire the code environments now. The actual prices get created in Stripe. Phase 2 terminology is brand to team. Sweep all user facing copy. Founding brand to founding team. Upgrade my brand to upgrade my team. Free brands connect one page. That's fine. Keep internal identifiers, which is the brands table and the brand ID, which is fine. Phase 3 is multiple design systems per team. So schema allows n design system rows per team. Serving path, project API, it's design system ID. Dashboard, the top bar drop down I just built becomes the design systems in your teams list plus a small team section only if you're invited to more than one. Clerk invite still made that possible. Add design system creates a new system row in the same team and routes to the exact blah blah blah. We're all going through this. And then phase 4, the team naming moment. First design system unchanged, the invisible auto-created personal org. That's fine. When a founding user adds their second design system, insert a one field to name your team step before extraction. That renames the clerk org. This is a create your team ritual without actually creating. Team name becomes visible in the dropdown and that gets set. So 3 things to confirm. So we also want to add here is to have that new team kind of journey. Create your team journey is when you connect a second project as well. Go ahead with this plan, but also add in the create a team journey to when you connect a second project as well, because you'll need a team subscription plan if you have either 2 or more design systems or 2 or more connected projects. And let's also say use the Claude Code build loop skill to build these changes. So again, we're just using this Claude Code build loop skill every time we want to make any significant changes to our app here. So let's let Claude Code finish off these changes, and then I'm going to show you how to go through your launch checklist and actually get this product live and ready for real paying users.
All right, so we built through these changes here. I'm just going to log into the app now and check that it's done it. And then I want to show you some other skills that you can use inside of ProductOS to get your app over the line, to get the software that you're building over the line and actually get it live so you can get it in front of real paying customers. We've gone through the build MVP skill. So we've built our MVP from our spec that we went through and created, from the product offer, from all of the information that we created before, to give us an app here that has worked incredibly well and that actually solves a real problem for teams building with, building with design systems. When I do all of these things, it's going to ask me to upgrade my team. We need to connect up some of this stuff. So we need to connect up Clerk. We need to connect up Stripe. We need to connect up a few other things here. And we've gone through and we've used the build loops to make some more changes here as well. I want to show you how to actually get your app live. So if I go over to create a new session inside of iDropper here, in fact, let's go back to this. So I want to show you some other skills that you can use from ProductOS to actually help you get your projects ready to deploy. One of those is called security review. This is ProductOS Studio developed security audit, basically used for a full security audit of the app, the whole code base, or just uncommitted changes. Produces a security audit markdown file and then basically gives out a report with a checklist that you can go through to fix any security vulnerabilities inside your own app. The other one here is called code review, and I've created a code review skill inside of ProductOS, although there is code review skills inside of Claude Code, Codex, and Cursor as well. And basically this one just basically does a code review on any uncommitted changes and then reviews them and fixes any issues before you actually commit those changes. So these are just good to use when you're building stuff, to do a security audit before you deploy, to do a code review before you commit any changes that you're working on. And then the other one that I want to show you here before we launch is called ProductOS Develop Go Live, and this is basically going to give us a launch checklist inside of our project. So I'm going to run this now. This backlog is still kind of like fixing some things, but this launch checklist is not actually going to, this go live skill is not actually going to make any changes to our code base. All it's going to do is it's just going to read our code base, and then it's going to give us a document that we can follow step by step to actually get our app live and working, because there are some things that we still need to do here with Clerk, with Stripe, with Convex, and with Vercel to actually deploy it. And it's going to create a file called docs/deploy.md. And as you're working through ProductOS, you'll notice that all of your key documents are being stored in this docs folder as well. So we have roadmap, product, PRD, launches, design, design.html, and backlog as well. So we've got all of our key files inside of this docs folder. This is basically, and your docs folder is basically where your agent can reference all of the information about your product and your software as you're building it. So let's let Claude Code write this deploy file and then come back and see what it says in this deploy checklist. All right, so one thing I'm actually going to do before we run this deploy checklist is just to set up GitHub for this project. So we've got all of this project. We've got all of this building locally on our computer at the moment. This is in this iDropper app folder, but what I want to do is push this to GitHub so that then we can deploy it. And this would probably be part of the launch checklist anyway, but I'm going to do this now just because I want to show you how to do it, how to set up your GitHub account if you don't have one. If you already know how to do this, it's pretty straightforward. And the reason that we're doing this and getting it into GitHub is because GitHub is going to be our kind of source of truth for our code base. It's going to be the version of our code that lives in the cloud, our kind of backup of our code. And it's going to be the version of our code that gets deployed via Vercel to actually serve this app to people as well, so that customers and users can access it. Quick break in the video because I want to show you another quick conversation from someone who is a member of my community who has got to the point where so many people get to, where they're in the development process, but they just can't get their app over the line. There is a few things that need to come together to make it all work and to actually deploy their app so that they can get it into the hands of their first real paying customers. And in this session, I did a live consultation call in order to help him get his app over the line and figure out some of the issues that he has been coming up against. And so with that said, I'll let you get into this conversation, and you'll also get a bit more of an idea of exactly how I help people get their apps live and into the hands of real paying customers.
All right, so this is Greg. Greg is a member of my community. This is just a weekly call that we usually do, but we just agreed to do an impromptu session. I thought it'd be good to record something. It's basically going through like what someone is building, figuring out a path forwards, and trying to figure out like how, well, yeah, Greg, trying to figure out how you can turn this into something that is actually making money and can scale. So yeah, I'm really keen to hear, I know roughly a little bit about what you're doing, so I'm really keen to hear like where you're at, what you're building. Just give us a little bit of an idea of, and anyone watching this, like an idea of what it is you're building, who it's for, and what it helps them with.
Okay, so I run a commercial decorating company. So we have loads of painters, but we're a subcontractor working for large builders across multiple sites around London and sort of southeast. And so the first thing was how to, when I got OpenClaw, it was, oh, great, I can run everything. And, I don't have to do any work, and it's going to have this. And I started off with this whole sort of 20 agents one was going to be, what do you have? I had Pablo, who was my debt collector or bookkeeper. I had Tony, my debt collector. I had all these different crazy names for different agents. And within a couple of days, it all fell apart. It was like, I was reading on Twitter or X, everyone sort of saying, I've got these running my business. And yeah, it just fell over. And so then I started building the system. And again, it was really coming from sort of like this company brain sort of thing of we had different things that we do in our business, and how could I systemize it all and do everything. And so I started trying to build everything. And again, realized that was probably quite after probably about 3 or 4 months of trying. We run everything on spreadsheets and different current software programs. So, you have the job financials, which are all spreadsheets. Then you have loads of Dropbox or folders. Then you have accounting packages, blah, blah, blah. And it's all pieced together. And the bigger companies have software that's work for them, whereas us smaller sort of, let's call it 1 to 10 million pound companies, no one focuses on our software for us. So it's sort of like it's cobbled together systems, basically. So I tried to build everything, but front to back of the business, called it from marketing right through to accounting, and that sort of failed within about, it looked great on paper, and it sort of it looked when I was talking to Claude and everything, yeah, we'll do this, we'll do that, and we had all these big plans, and but when you actually try to use it, it just nothing connected. So I then went into one particular loop, if you want to call it that, of what we do. And that's where I focused on and sort of really sort of tightened it up into I thought if I can get one loop working, and then I can add on and add on and add on and add on. And the particular loop is what we do is we win a job, we get a contract. We have to load that contract or analyze that contract, and then we have to get paid for carrying out that job in stages. So that job might be 1 month, might be 12 months. So let's say it's 100,000, and we will start the job on day one, and we will work for 30 days. And after 30 days, at the end of the month, we will put in an application for the work done. And then we will get, so we apply for, let's say, 10% of the 100K, we apply for 10K, and we will then send that to the client. We will wait for 20 days or roughly, and they will send back a certificate and say, okay, well, we don't quite agree with 10%, we'll pay you 8%. And then we have to raise an invoice. And it's okay when you've only got 1 or 2, but last year, I think we had about 40 different jobs running at the same time. And it's all right when it's all on the 30th of the month, but sometimes you've got ones on the 12th of the month, the 15th of the month, the 20th, and all of a sudden you've got to track all of this. And so we've got this on spreadsheets effectively. And so that's basically the plan. Get the contract, track the applications, the payment dates, and then chase it up. Once it gets to the point that you've got a payment certificate, you raise an invoice, that goes onto your accounting package. And I don't want to be an accountant, or I'm not trying to, so it hands over at that point and goes on to Xero or something else. And then the idea of this is the agent, but once you've got that system on there, you've got the agent who knows your contract and will then be able to there's things like delays, notices of delays, extension of time, which is construction speed. But if we're going to be delayed, we need to notify the client. If we're going to need extensions, and if you don't, you lose money effectively. So all of this stuff is hopefully I'm going to build in. So it's basically the agent will then tell us how to do stuff. And everything really currently is built for the client. And construction, you know, even though you're working together, you know, if you, the more money you make, the less money your client makes. So effectively everyone's trying to pull apart from each other. So you want something that's sort of backing you rather than them. Yeah, so that's it. So basically, I'm trying to get that loop, because what will happen there is I'll get the client contact, the contract details, the contact. I'll get the program and the payment cycles into this loop. Once I've built that loop, I'm then looking at how to document evidence, because they get, obviously in construction you get lots of disputes, and so you need to document all your evidence. So then I'll try to link it to emails, I'll link it to WhatsApp groups, I'll link it to photos. So you have a contract, a program, an amount of money, and then you have a timeline effectively, and that will all get recorded. That's the plan. I'm sort of nearly through the first stage of the plan, but actually finalizing it and building getting it to actually work is the hard bit.
Yeah, I think this is really common. I think this is where a lot of people
are there. I've been
it's fine.
I've been thinking about this a lot, so it's like
yeah, it's fine. It's all good. I'll edit some stuff, but like the more detail, the better, to be honest. So there's a bunch of people that have gone through the Product Studio coaching program that I run, which are doing stuff in like construction and more traditional industries, where this sort of stuff, there's just no software that's built for those things. And I think this is where there's a huge opportunity in software, amongst like a load of other opportunities, because the companies like yours and the companies that you're working with, they're not looking to like do all this stuff with agents. You just want to like, you know, the thing that you need to solve, and you want to build something that's going to solve that thing for you and give you a bit of visibility. And so the way that the first thing that we do in this in the product studio, or the way that I like to think about products when you're positioning them in order to get customers, is to think about who is the target customer, what is the pain you're solving, what is the outcome that you're getting that customer, and what is the mechanism that you're using to get that outcome. So I think in this instance, you have a really clear outcome, which is like helping companies like yours, which you have a network of already, which is great, I'm assuming, to save a specific amount of money, because the risk of not doing these things of like due diligence is actually money lost from the jobs that they're doing over a specific period of time. And I think that works really well in the messaging. Like if you think about the landing page, and we can jump into the product in a little bit more detail in a second and go through some stuff. Think about the landing page, the messaging of this product, if you reach out to people to potentially start using this, or you bring on some people to start using it initially, the messaging is all around like if you say this tool can save your business between 2 to 10K over a year, and it's going to cost you, $500 for a year to sign up. It's immediately a no-brainer, because then the closer that you can get to building something for a specific industry or business where it's like put money in and you get more money out, it just becomes like a no-brainer for people to sign up to. So, and the things that I feel like this is what happens with, like, I've spoken to a lot of other people, and this always seems to be the case of like, you have something, it's nearly ready to go. We kind of just need to get it over the line. We need to get the messaging into the right place so that it lands with that customer. And then you need to have the confidence to know that it's going to work. And then we need to start putting it in front of people to see what they actually do with this product. And then in terms of the actual product itself, there might be some like, can we take out a couple of features, or do we not build a couple of features? If you're thinking about all of those little add-on things that you mentioned, what's the minimum version of a thing that you think would be valuable for the type of customer that you're going out to? And how can you just build that to start off with, and then start bringing in people either as like to test it for you, as like I'll give you free access in exchange for a testimonial, because one of the things that you want to build up really early is proof that this actually works.
so that other people who might be interested in paying to access this tool are going to see that, okay, there's case studies, there's testimonials here from people who are actually using it. And this company said, especially if you can get those testimonials, it's like, what's the name of the products, by the way?
SubOps.
Okay, so it's like I started using SubOps, and within 30 days, we'd saved over 2,000 on our project costs. It's like you want a testimonial like that as soon as possible. Put that on the landing page. So yeah, do you want to share your screen and so we can see the landing page of this?
Do the landing page first, or the?
Yeah, let's have a look at the landing page, and then we can go through anything else in a bit more detail. And yeah, for anyone watching, I think like the purpose of us kind of going through this is just to show like maybe where some of the gaps are, and for anyone else watching, if you are building something similar, how we can like bring all these things together to try and get it over the line where you have something you're confident with and can actually get it out to customers. So okay, awesome. Do you want to talk through this? Yeah,
this is a new landing page. I've actually had a really plain landing page the other day, and I just redid this in cool design about the weekend. So basically it's about keeping records. So the main contractor platform, built to manage us as a subby. So I think I want to try and really niche down. Obviously I've got a decorating company, which is what's known as a finishing trade. So I would probably niche into finishing trades between 1 and 10 million within the UK effectively. Because let's say when you go into electricals or groundworks, they've got some different other things, if you get what I mean. So I think within the fit, start with what my niche network is and go after finishing trades, which is a bit easier for me. So basically you have the main contractor platforms are built to manage us. You know, there is something called pay apps. So there's a big thing, technicality in construction law, where if I put in my application to get paid and the contractor does not send it back by a certain date, then if we have a dispute, I can do what's called a smash and grab. I can basically go to an adjudicator, and the amount that I've applied for is due in full, no questions. So let's say when you're a main contractor and you've got, I don't know, 100 different surveyors all doing their, and some are good, some are bad. You know, that you've got all these systems now put in place that are there to manage that process, but they're all built from the main contractor side. So every platform was built for them and built to manage you. The records live on their controls, pending rejected. Not everything's tracked by them, but we're trying to build it from our side where we will have agents that are managing our process. And hopefully I will link into all of the main contractor platforms and then also be able to analyze everything and give us feedback effectively on it. That would be like the long term. So what we do is we load the contract, we get the terms, we set the budget, we apply for money, we get the certificate, and then we get retention as well. So that's basically the spine, as I'm calling it. So application, certificate, retention, contract terms, budget, automated, done under real construction law, software that talks to you like a QS. So it's going through this one little process. It's really a loop because every project, every company, whoever it is, we're going to all do the same thing. It's the same. It's called a JCT or NEC contract, and they'll all have the same types of things. And then this is where I'm going lately. You know, this hasn't been built yet. Coming soon on my roadmap. You know, your Jarvis. Is going to basically will read every contract, the application. Let's say we will apply for. I put it this way. I just did an application for nearly 200K. And the main contractor comes back and they knock nearly half of it and say, nope, not paying this, not paying that, not paying this, not paying this. Some of it might be justified, and it might be because of my lack of skill as a surveyor. So I've not evidenced my documentation properly, or some of it might just be that the main contractor is just trying not to pay the money. So what the eventual thing would be is to help you improve your submissions. So analyze what they've done and what they've done it. And I haven't built this yet. This is the long-term plan, is to so I put a submission in, it gets knocked back, and we analyze why it's been knocked back and then try to improve it and evidence it better for the next time. And that's where you go into your company brain. And so it basically what I'm trying to then do is analyze all communications, site diaries, things like that. So we've got all the evidence to support our submission. Does that all make sense? It gets a little bit heavy in construction, to be honest. And then how much the money they're holding from you, and then a few questions. So that's my sort of front page.
Yeah. All right. Makes sense. All right. Awesome. Yeah. So I think, so there's definitely some interesting stuff here. So the one thing that I would say is a risk here is that you don't want to try and do too much stuff all in one go.
This stuff at the bottom, I think I've gone too far. This is my plans, and I think it's too far. What I've actually done is I've built this, and that's it so far. Mm-hmm. This stuff here, this stuff here is all TBC currently.
I think like having a roadmap is good because it shows people. The one thing that they want to avoid with like vibe coded software and products is that people see it and they think, well, this is not going to be around for very long. I don't trust it. I'm not going to sign up for it. So the one thing that a roadmap in a way communicates is like a little bit of proof of like, you're committed to building this. Someone has like thought about a roadmap for the next 6 months. So that gives it a little bit of legitimacy in that, oh, these people are continually working on it and building it. So it is a real thing. So I don't mind it from that point of view. The one thing throughout this landing page, which I think is really, it's not too bad here. A lot of other people do it worse, but is this I really think always with any sort of product or service, you always need to sell the outcome, not the mechanism. And so we don't want to get into the position of selling features. And what we do want to get into the position of is like selling an outcome. So what is worth thinking about, like for any company using this product, what is the outcome that they're going to get at the end of using it? And the higher the value of the outcome, the more likely they're going to be to sign up for it, and the more that you can charge for it.
This is very feature heavy.
Potentially, yeah, but it's okay to showcase the features. It's just the language that you use should be focused around the outcome. So if you go back up to the top of this, the landing page in the hero section, it's like if you could say here, so the system of record that's on your side is that's what it is. It's great. The outcome is like, the value is like, it's on your side. It's not like based on the main contractor platforms are built to manage you. I really like that angle. What I would try and think about here is like, okay, what's the outcome of having a system of record that's on your side? Try and go like 1 or 2 steps further. So is the outcome of having a system of record on your side that you can like, you know exactly how much is outstanding and you can get paid sooner? Because then it's like, get paid sooner. And then you can have your testimonials about like, we got paid XYZ on our thing. And then it's really, because then it becomes really, really tangible for people and they know exactly what they're going to get when they sign up.
Benefits over features.
Yeah, like for sure. Like outcomes, the outcome of using this thing. The other thing I was going to talk about here, which I really like, is the retention calculator, because these little mini apps or mini tools are really good as lead magnets to lead people in. So what you can do here, either, and this could work well as, so when it comes to distribution, which a lot of people are talking about distribution at the moment for vibe coded apps, all of that sort of stuff. When it comes to distribution, there's 3 steps I think work really well. Number 1, figure out your go-to-market strategy, which is which channels are you targeting and where are the people that are your target customers, where are they hanging out and where can you reach them basically, and what channels are going to work best for them. And people think just about social media, but you might not be doing that. I'm just saying like in general, but there's so many more channels that could work really well. You've got like communities, partnerships, referrals, paid ads, all of these different channels that you can do. And for this, I think paid ads could work really well, because my guide for what works well on paid ads, what always works is anything that's presented as new money and anything that's presented as a done for you thing. So if you could do this, like for the first people who you've already got a book a demo on here, which is like the right thing to do for a B2B like software platform, because you want to give them a demo, you want to kind of guide them through the setup and help them like get set up on it to get the most value out of it. So you can easily position as new money, because this is like earn X amount more money from your construction business in this industry, which is kind of what you're saying the outcome is.
with a system that tracks everything for you. It's like, then it's done for you. And then anything like, so new money and done for you work always really well for cold ads, like for ads to cold traffic generally. So this could work for that. And you can lead people into like the retention recovery calculator, or maybe like word it in a way where it's like, see how much, what's the enter one contract, see what the MC is holding across both. I don't even know how to say that word. When each is due for release and whether any of it is already overdue. Okay, so see how much money is overdue on your contracts, like something like that.
Yeah.
So because people might not even know. And so they'll put in their details and they'll be like, oh my God.
But very hard to track because let's say even we've got it set up in Zero, which is, most people will be using Zero. Zero doesn't track it at all. So you end up on spreadsheets. And put it this way, it's sort of free money to a main contractor because they prey on companies not remembering because, you're meant to invoice 12 months, 24 months later. You invoice and they go, oh, sorry, it's not due yet. We've not got it from client. Come back in a week. And not a week, or in a couple of months, then you come back and, oh yeah, sorry, no, that's another excuse. Come back in another, and then people give up and forget, and even with us, it's a nightmare on the spreadsheet because you're sort of just trying to juggle it all, and you got ones that I forgot, you forgot about that one and forgotten about that one, and then you have a little blitz on it for a while, so it's it's painful.
Yeah, we can have a look at that for sure as well. I'd love to see it.
So this is what I'm calling, my command center. So you've applied, certified, outstanding, held, and then you got to do, and then you need attention, and then you're to do that sort of thing. It's all got sort of just bits of data in here at the moment. So you'd click on here and what you're actually chasing. And first of all, I was trying to do this whole solicitory thing where if you drag a contract into Claude or ChatGPT at the moment, it will give you an interpretation of the contract. And I've sort of started off and went down that whole rabbit hole and actually went back to I just want to get out the main terms. So it was just really payment terms, program, value, type of contract, and the retention.
For me, the most interesting part of this is, firstly, so this is going through. I would say that.
Sorry,
that's all right. I would say the most interesting part of this for me is where, if anywhere, are you stuck with? Like, what's the gap between where you are now and like having this in front of people?
The fine details of it actually working, like I think I've worked out this ends up taking about 5 or 10 minutes to actually look through a contract, and so that actually worked. And it's also the numbers behind the whole thing, because what you sort of do is you load up your applications and you load up. So let's say what we have is this job might have 10 applications. And what we have is a timetable that's given to us in the contract. So we can upload the timetable, or we can do a fixed cycle, and we build these for each job. So when we win the job, we build these for the next 6 to 12 months or whatever it is. We've got the contract, and then we add the contact of who the client is. So on that, we've got whatever their details are, what their names are, their mobiles, what their position is. All of the all of the formulas behind everything, making sure it actually works and understands. Because what we've then got is when we go, let's say we go to this month, July, we've got all of these, and they're all still to do. We've got to basically we've got to go through, and all of these we've got to do our applications for. So we'll go in and we will do basically an Excel spreadsheet is what an application is, that then gets sent to the client. We will say, right, that one is worth 50K. Within here, it will have the dates that everything's due on, and that's basically then being tracked. And then what happens is you apply for it. When it comes to get certified, it will remind you, because you've got I'm not very good at explaining the software. You've got your calendar view showing you, and we need to chase a certificate for that job. I'm trying now to get it into a contained product, if you can get from what I understand. Because I've got this, this all works on spreadsheets and general, but trying to get it to work as a software product has been quite difficult.
Yeah. So the calculations thing, I think for sure you could. What tool are you using to build at the moment?
A mix between Codex and Claude.
Okay. So I think you could do this with either of them, but would just be to say use /goal and set it to a higher reasoning level, either high or extra high. Do /goal. Can you do an audit of the full application for any calculations that are made across any tables or pages within the app? Give me a full report of everything of every calculation that's made, and find any errors in calculations, and keep going until you found every calculation that's made in the app. And that goal will that /goal will basically trigger it to keep going until it finds all of the calculations. And then after it's hit that goal, kind of like is complete, it will then, you can then get that report kind of given to you. Because you could do it as like a goal and say like fix all of the calculations within the app. But what I'm aware of is that you don't want to do it blindly. It's like you need to know that everything is making sense. And so you kind of want to get that full audit of all of the calculations that are made. If you want to do it this way and have a bit more visibility, get a view of all of the calculations that are made across the entire app, and then get a view of like which ones are working and which ones aren't, so that you can check them yourself. And what you could do here as well as a second level on this, if you wanted to, maybe not necessarily for MVP, but you could, what I've seen other people do with software like this is to build an admin dashboard where you surface those calculations. So, or like any of the things that are right or wrong, so that you can kind of check on the admin dashboard side. Like you might even want an admin dashboard for like managing each client that's using this tool and seeing like what contracts and calculations and whatever are going on in their side, so that, and have that system like flag you if anything is incorrect, and have like almost like a fail safe for like anything that's slightly wrong. Because I realize you're dealing with like financial calculations here, so you want to make sure that stuff is accurate. And that maybe lends itself a little bit more to this business model of, instead of getting 200 companies using this, you might instead have like 50 companies, like 20 companies using this, but paying a higher price in order to save more money, and you doing more of like a bit of a white glove, like onboarding. Like we have the sales call, I help you set the system up in your company, and then like we'll have a call like every month or so just to check in to see how you're going. Are you using it correctly? What are you getting out of it? And they're paying like, even if they're paying, you know, $1,000, $2,000 a month for access to this with that service on top, if they're saving a lot more, it's going to be a no-brainer for them still to use something like this. Because we're like in a space now where it's not necessarily like software versus service businesses. You kind of have this gray area in the middle where you can sit at any point on that spectrum. And there's some people that I've been working with who run agencies. I've been working with a guy running a copywriting agency to build a software to enable him to do his services better and take on more clients. Now that's more towards like the service end of the spectrum, but you can like sit a little bit in the middle here. And I think definitely with the B2B stuff, where the value and the outcome for the client is a lot higher, you don't have to necessarily fit into this monthly, you don't necessarily have to fit into this like low priced monthly subscription model. In terms of just like wrapping this up, I just want to say thanks for going through your product, showing me what you're building. Hopefully some of that has helped, and maybe some of that has helped anyone else watching this back as well. We'll get this over the line and get it into customers' hands for sure. Now let's get straight back into the course. So let's go to GitHub, which is just github.com. You can create a new account for free, or if you have an existing account, just go to new under your account dashboard to create a new repository. We're going to call this iDropper as the name, and this is going to be a repository for the iDropper app. And I'm also going to set this to private as well, because this is going to be a commercial project where people
Now, if you're doing something where you're doing this open source, or you want to share the code, which is completely fine, and a lot of projects are done that way as well, then you can set this to public. For this one, I'm going to set it to private. We're going to create this repository. I'm going to copy this URL at the top up here as well. And then we're going to go back to Claude Code, create a new session, and just say, can you set this as the remote repository for this project, and push all of the code to the main branch as the first commit. And then we're just going to paste in the repository URL here. And then Claude Code is going to basically be able to set this as the remote repository for this project, and then push all of the code that we've got so far, everything that we've got built and working. It's going to push it to GitHub. I'm going to set this to auto again, as usual, and then let Claude Code push all of this code to GitHub for us. All right, so now Claude Code has pushed all of this. I click on this, I'm going to open it in my default browser, and we can go to this repository here called iDropper, which is private, and it has all of our files here for our app. This is our web app inside of this project, inside of this folder here. We also have a bunch of some of our other files here as well, which we might not want to include, like our agents and Claude.md, and also the docs here, which we may not want to include here either. In fact, what I think we need to do here is just to push this app's web file to GitHub. So what I'm going to check with Claude Code, and you can just do this by asking Claude Code here, is whether we have pushed the right folder here that can be deployed via Vercel. Have we pushed the right folder here to GitHub to deploy this via Vercel, or do we just need to push the web app folder instead? And if you're unsure about any of this, you can just ask Claude Code as you go. And the reason that I want to make sure we've got this right is because when we deploy to Vercel, we're going to be deploying via GitHub here, and we put in the GitHub URL, and that will allow us to deploy our app. And if we're deploying with the wrong folder structure from our repository in GitHub, then it's going to cause some issues with Vercel that we might have to go back and fix later, so that we want to get this right from the start. So it says yes, pushing the whole repo is the right call. Assuming VSL means Vercel, that was just a transcript error. You should not push just the web app folder. Here's why. This is an NPM workspace's monorepo. Apps web, the Next.js site, depends on packages iDropper the shared. So in Vercel, add new project, go to add new, then project, then import the build great products iDropper repo, the whole thing. But before deploying, set the root directory to apps/web in the project settings, and add the environment variables from apps/web/.env.example. Our launch checklist is going to tell us exactly what we need to do with all of the environment variable stuff here. So we don't need to worry about that. Here, it's not going to submit any, it's not going to put anything in here that has any exposed like keys or anything. And we've got the security audit skill if we do want to make sure that we're doing that right as well. So now that we've got that in GitHub, let's actually run the go live skill inside of ProductOS, which we can do by just typing /go, and there you have the develop go live skill here. So let's run that now and get a deploy guide to actually deploying this app, getting it live so that we can get it in front of real customers. All right, so now we've run this go live skill. It's created a deploy.md file, and this deploy.md file is essentially our go live guide. So what you're deploying, iDropper is a web app built with Next.js, and Convex is a backend database API hosted on Convex's cloud, and Clerk handles sign-in, Stripe handles payments, plus a small command line tool published to NPM that your customers run in their own projects, which is our npx iDropper init skill. Tool that I showed you earlier working. The current state is the production build succeeds, all 34 tests pass, and the working tree is clean. So it's run a bunch of tests to basically check that everything is working correctly. And this was also re-audited since I did this after I made some previous changes as well that we went through. So phase 0's first step is already done. Your development environment is fully wired. Convex development deployment, which Fable did for us. The Clerk development instance, we do need to set up our app in Clerk and create a production instance. We have the Stripe test flow and webhooks. So if I go back to, let's go back to our web app that's running here, and actually go to our design system and then try and add a new design system, click upgrade my team. It says checkout isn't available right now, so there may be some issues here, but we're going to go through this deploy checklist, and this is going to help us figure out all of these issues.
So what's missing is entirely on the production side: live accounts, live keys, a domain, legal pages, and the deploys themselves. Okay, so estimated hands-on time, 4 to 6 hours of actual work. AI always gets the estimated time wrong for the amount of work. Estimated running cost is Vercel for basically the domain, and then the Vercel Pro costs, which I've already got set up. So I already have an account on Vercel. If you're building a web app that is you're going to deploy using Vercel, if you chose that in the tech stack part when you are planning your product earlier, as we were creating the PRD and the roadmap, then you'll need to create a Vercel account. If not, it's going to give you a guide to exactly what you need to do here with whatever way that you're deploying your app. And basically this is broken down by whether I need to do it, whether the agent can do it, whether Claude Code can do it, or whether I need to do it in combination with the agent as well. And we have a bunch of phases listed out here, which we just have to go through step by step in order to get our product up and running. So let's go through all of these now so that we can get our app deployed and get this live and working for customers. So number one is to finish and commit the in progress work, which we've done. That was the stuff that was running in the background when I ran this skill last time. The second part is add a privacy policy and terms of service page. The app currently have no privacy policy. Okay, so here's a prompt for us to do this. This is something that our agent can do. Add 2 pages to the marketing section and terms of service, styled consistently with the existing marketing pages per design.md. Draft sensible SaaS content for product that stores the user's design system data. Uses Clerk for auth, post hoc. Link both pages from the marketing site footer. Mark clearly in the page content that I should review the text before launch. So we can do this and create a new session. In fact, we can just do this alongside the go live stuff here. So let's just do this as we go in the chat here with Claude Code. And then it's going to mark off this step as done. You'll know it worked when the site basically has these pages against it. So this is going to build these 2 pages for us now. Then the next phase here, phase 1. So accounts and domain. Sign up for each service and using the same email and GitHub account so nothing gets orphaned. All are free to create. Buy your domain. So I've already bought a domain for this, which is great. So we can mark this as complete. Or we can just tell our agent to mark it as complete. Number 2 is create the production service accounts. So Vercel, I've already got a Vercel account. Convex, we've already got a Convex account and it's up and running. It says you already have this. Team, build great products, just verify you can log in. So I've already done that. Clerk, you already have a dev instance, claim it. Open the claim URL stored in here. Ask your agent to just read out the URL. We can actually get this by going to here and say, you've got, basically it says down in the bottom right on your app, it says you've got your first user, head to the dashboard to customize authentication settings, view user info and explore more features. We click configure your application. That is going to open Clerk here. We can log into Clerk inside of Claude Code here, or we can actually just copy this and go over to our browser and log into Clerk here instead. So here we go. We're now going through to claim this application. So it's called iDropper. So we've claimed that application. Now we have to set our environment variables. So we have to set these, add these keys to your .env.local or create the file if it doesn't exist. Retrieve these keys anytime from the API keys page. So we're going to set these, we're actually going to set these up inside. We're going to follow the guide that we have inside of our deploy guide here. So let's go back down to this. So it says, claim it, open the claim URL, ask your agent to read it out loud. So we've claimed that now. Stripe, we need to set up an account. So we have to sign up, then complete business verification. They ask who you are, your bank account for payouts. Start this now. Verification can take a day or 2. So we're going to go over to Stripe and get this set up. So in Stripe here, I've created a new business, and this is just basically a sandbox environment for now. And you can click verify your business to basically verify the business before you actually deploy. And this will take you out of the sandbox and allow you to actually accept payments. Let's also set up post hoc and sentry. We've already set up npm for the CLI, which is great. So I'm going to go to posthog.com and I'm also going to create an account on posthog. Doing a click create an account here for posthog. Now this is just on the default project in posthog here, and what I'm going to do is just call this iDropper, and you can just create new projects whenever you have a new app inside of posthog. So we're now in the iDropper project here, and now we've signed up and created that one project. That's all we need to do here. So this task is just to create our accounts basically. So we're just creating all of the accounts that we need here. Let's also go to sentry.io and let's click get started.
We're also going to sign up with Google here as well. So now we've created our account in Sentry. We're now going to go through this onboarding flow, which basically allows us to connect our code. So linking a repo auto detects your platform and unlocks stack trace linking, suspect commits, and suggested assignees and SEER. Now you don't actually need Sentry to get started. If you're just getting started, as easily as possible. However, I would recommend setting it up because it is just useful to have running on your application's code base. And so we now done all of this section. Then we need to deploy the backend to a Convex production deployment. So Convex separates dev from production, which basically means that, and this is one of the reasons I also really like Convex as well, is because you have separate development and production instances. I may have already mentioned that before in this video, but that is going to really help here. So from the apps/web folder, we need to run this, and this is our agent can do this. So it says tell your agent. So we're just going to copy this over to our agent. So now it's created from here. It's still building this. It's still building our privacy and terms of service pages here. And we can then just paste in this command after it's finished to get it to create our production deployment in Convex. So I want to just add an extra little bit in here before we continue, just to break down a little bit more about Convex, because I've kind of skimmed over this a little bit going through this go live process. And the reason that this go live skill here is asking me to create the production deployment in Convex is because Fable 5 has actually already created a project for me in my Convex account. And so you may not have a Convex account if you're going through building software with Convex for the first time, in which case all you need to do is go to convex.dev, create an account, and preferably connect it to your GitHub account. Then once you've logged into your account, you'll be able to create a new project on your dashboard here for the app that you're building. Give it the name of the app that you're building. But to be honest, Claude Code will literally guide you through this step by step in the go live checklist for you. So if you don't have a Convex account already, when Fable 5 or whatever model you're using in Claude Code builds the app for you, it's going to know exactly what you have and what you haven't got set up. And so it's going to be able to build it in the right way based on what you already have set up. So if you don't have a Convex account, it's going to guide you through these accounts of going to convex.dev, creating your Convex account, creating a project, and then once you have a project inside of Convex, exactly how to link it to your local project that you're building. As I mentioned, I already have Convex set up locally. I have my account set up here. It's connected. And I'm logged in via the Convex CLI. And again, you don't have to know any of this. The go live skill inside of ProductOS is going to guide you through every single thing that you have to do step by step. So don't worry about understanding any of this at this point. It's just going to take you through it step by step. And then once you have your Convex project set up, you're going to get a dashboard like this, which gives you basically an overview of your backend and your database so that you can see exactly what is going on behind the scenes in your project. And not only that, you also get a production and a development environment. A production and a development deployment on Convex as well, so that when you're building locally against your development environment, you know that that's not going to affect anything in production. Just wanted to cover that off. so that if you are going through this, you know exactly how to use Convex. But don't worry if anything in the process so far that I've walked through hasn't made any sense or is a little bit confusing, or you feel like it skipped something, because as you go through the process yourself in ProductOS, it's going to guide you step by step and help you basically figure out the right path for you based on what you do and don't have set up on your local machine and when you're building your own applications. So with that said, let's get straight back into the video and we'll carry on going through the go live checklist. All right, so now we have the privacy and terms of service pages, and they have been built. And the terms and privacy links in the footer are now real links on the landing page as well, which is great. We also need to set up add in a legal entity name and contact email and a jurisdiction in here as well. So that would be like your business name or your personal name and some sort of a contact email. So I would recommend setting up an email address for the app that you're building, like help@eyedropper.dev, for example, would be a good one to use for this, so that people can contact you. Any sort of customer service or support requests for your app, you'll need to set that up as well. It found a bug and fixed it during verification. So now we're going to create the production deployment with Convex by sending this prompt off to Claude Code. And we can go and confirm that as well. I can also close this. We can open the browser here as well and have a look at the app, and you can see the terms of service. So it does have a draft thing in here, review before launch, and there's bracketed values. Basically, we're going to enter in some things in there for like company name, etc. And we also have in our terms and privacy link in the footer here as well as a privacy policy here. So if I go back to the home page for eyedropper here, we have this. So we now have our pages built, our terms of service and policy pages, and Claude Code is now deploying our Convex database to production. After this, what we need to do is create a Clerk production sign-in. So we need to create a production instance inside of Clerk. We've already claimed the app inside of Clerk. So what we can do, going back to Clerk here, copy these keys over to our local environment file. And because you can't edit files directly inside of Claude Code, what we're going to do is we're just going to find this file, which is just inside our apps and web folder here, and then go to .env.local. And you can see there's a bunch of environment keys here that we need to add in. And we've actually, and when we ran that, and when we claimed the app here, it actually already set our keys already in here, and we've got all of the URLs and everything set. So we've already got these actually set inside of our projects. So let's go back to deploy.md and keep going through this deployment list. But what we need to do is we need to create our production instance for this app inside of Clerk. So let's go otherwise skip. Let's go into Clerk, and you can see here we have our eyedropper app that has been created, along with a list of other apps that I've created in Clerk as well. And this is in our development environment. You can see the email addresses here that we have used to test this app. So what we're going to do is click Create Production Instance. We're going to go Clone Development Instance and click Continue. This is going to be for the production version of our app. So you'll need to know the domain for this. So you can see here, I have my URL here, eyedropper.dev. I also have eyedropper.design, but I think I'm going to actually use eyedropper.design for this. So let's set this as the URL inside of Clerk. That's going to be the application URL, and we might have to change that later to include or not include the www, depending on what is configured in Vercel. And now we've got a setup checklist on the right hand side here. So we've got our environment variables, which we can set as these in our .env.local. Basically, this is for our production deployment. We can keep them as tests for now. I think we need to basically set these up in Vercel rather than in our local environment folder. So we're just going to follow the checklist as given to us in Claude Code. So what we need to do is basically configure the DNS records against this domain for Clerk. So we're not going to do this first step. We're not going to do SSO connections because I just want to because I only want to enable. So we've got sign up with email enabled here. We need to configure this Google connection here. I also want to add in GitHub. For now, I'm just going to disable the Google sign in. And we're just going to use email for now, because this is the simplest way to get started. We just configure email, and then we'll set up Google and GitHub authentication later. I just want to get this app up and running and live so that we can see it working and we can start getting some people using it. So let's go back into our setup checklist in Clerk. I'm going to add DNS records. I'm going to click connect here. So we need to configure these DNS records here. And all we have to do here is just follow each of these instructions. So add a CNAME record for Clerk that points to this on our domain. So let's go over to our domains in Vercel. We've got eyedropper.design here, and we've got our DNS records here. So all we have to do is add these records to Vercel from Clerk. So let's go through and copy and paste those over. I'm going to paste the value in here. This is a CNAME record, and we're also going to type in Clerk here, and then click add to add that record. So now we've added this record to our domain, and I'm just going to go through and connect all of the other records here and get it all set up. So now we've got all of these DNS records set off, we should be able to click verify here, and that should detect all of these DNS records on our domain. Now this probably isn't going to work right now because we do have everything. Okay, we've got everything verified. I actually thought that was going to take a lot longer. I've added those to my domain and they're all verified now. So we've done that step on our domain, which is great. So you'll know it worked when Clerk's DNS panel shows all records verified green, which is what we've done. Set up the real GitHub and Google sign in. So we're going to skip this for now and just do email and password sign in. So in the PRD here, it says that your product signs in people only with GitHub or Google only, no passwords. That's deliberate per your PRD. I think that is basically a security thing, that it's pulled out that from a security point of view. So in GitHub, we can do github.com to settings, to developer settings, and then OAuth apps and new OAuth app, Clerk's dashboard, configure this using the custom credentials, and then shows you the exact callback URL to paste in, copy the resulting client ID and secret into Clerk. Or Google, we go to the Google Cloud Console, create a project, go to OAuth consent screen, fill in the app name, the email, copy the credentials over, create the OAuth client ID, and again, Clerk shows callback URL, paste the resulting ID and secret into Clerk. These are a bit of a pain, but we can definitely set these up later. That's totally fine. Then JWT template and webhook, 2 wiring pieces connect Clerk to Convex. Your agent knows the shape. It built the dev versions. The production dashboard clicks are yours in the Clerk dashboard in the production instance. So let's go and see what's happened here. So basically, phase 2 is done. Here's what you asked for. Production Convex deployment created. So it's created the production deployment in Convex already and then updated deploy.md. What we need to do now is go over to our Convex dashboard, which we logged into earlier in this project eyedropper, and we need to go into our production deployment here. We need to go to configure JWT templates, new template, and then Convex. Name it exactly Convex and add 2 custom claims, org ID and org role. So let's go over to, so this is actually in the Clerk dashboard, not in the Convex dashboard. So I got that wrong. So we need to go over to Clerk here. I thought that was slightly incorrect. So let's go over to Clerk. We're in the production instance here. We need to find JWT templates. So let's go to JWT templates. We've already got one called Convex here with an ID, which is great, which must have been created by our agent when we set this project up. And this is where Fable 5 and these newer AI models are really getting really good, because these are automatically creating these things for you. You just need to be able to wire it into the right place. So configure the webhooks. So let's just check that it's got org ID and org role here. So we've got org ID and org role already created in here, which is totally fine. That is perfect. And they are set to the correct things. Then we need a webhook inside of Clerk, which is a way for Clerk to automatically notify the backend when users or teams change. Configure, go to configure webhooks, add endpoint, and then the URL is this. So let's copy this over and let's go to this section in the Clerk dashboard. Let's go webhook. Let's add a new endpoint. We need to paste this URL in here. We need to subscribe to all user, organization, and organization membership events. So here's what we need to do. Basically user, organization, so we'll do organization, organization membership, and then user events, which are these. So these are what we're subscribing to here, and we need to click create. And now we have this webhook created here. What you then need to do is get this signing secret here, and we're going to copy and paste that signing secret, and we're going to set it in the next step. So we don't paste it, so we don't need to do anything with it yet.
So then we need to set 3 values in the Convex production environment ourselves. So we go to the project in Convex, go to production and then settings and then environment variables. We need to set the Clerk JWT issuer domain. So let's go over to Convex here. We'll go to environment variables in the project settings, add this, add the Clerk JWT issuer domain here, then go back to our API key in Clerk, just search for API keys. And we actually don't want the API keys here, we just have to view Clerk API keys, which are the global kind of standard API keys here. And this is the front end API URL that we want to copy and paste over. So let's go back to Convex and paste that in here. Let's add a new environment variable in Convex, which is Clerk webhook secret, which we're going to paste in here. And then let's go back to Clerk. And we want to go back to that webhook that we created here. And then in this webhook, we're going to come down to this signing secret here and then copy and paste that into our Convex environment variables. So that is now added to Convex. So let's add the last one here in Convex that we need, which is the Clerk secret key. And again, that's on the Clerk API key page. Let's go back to Clerk. And we're going to go to API keys, and then it is this secret key here, basically. And make sure you're on the production instance, just in case you're not, and just copy and paste that over to Convex. So now we have all of our environment variables set up correctly in Convex. So now we've completed phase 3 of our deploy checklist. Now phase 4 is deploy the website to Vercel. So in Vercel, we can go add new and then project and then import our repo, the eyedropper app repo, with the root directory set to apps/web. And then this is the build command that we'll need here. This makes every production deploy also push the matching backend code to Convex, so the two can't drift apart. So this is basically going to add this to the build command so that every time we build our app, it also pushes it to Convex, which is great. So then we add the environment variables, settings stored outside your code. Ask your agent, list every environment variable from apps/web/env.example that belongs in Vercel, not Convex. So let's copy and paste this into our agent here. And this is where this go live skill in ProductOS really shines, because it helps you to, in very simple terms, work back and forth with your agent, tell you who needs to do what, and even give you prompts to get all of this information out from your agent so that you know exactly what you need to do at each step here. So let's go into Vercel and create this project. So in Vercel, we're going to go to projects. I'm going to go add new project. I'm going to click on projects here. We've actually already got it here. And I actually think we already had a GitHub repo for this, so I've kind of duplicated the GitHub repos here. So I can actually delete this GitHub repository because we've already got, we set it as eyedropper we set up this GitHub repository here. So that is a good example of what not to do. Don't overwrite, don't create duplicate GitHub repositories here and then push it to both. I'm actually going to delete this repository for eyedropper-app and keep eyedropper. And I actually just want to ask inside of this project, what is the remote repo set to for this project? And did it change at some point from eyedropper-app to eyedropper? Because I just want to check what I've done here to make sure that this is correct. All right, so it turns out we did overwrite the repository here with a new repository called eyedropper instead of eyedropper-app. It's because the folder is called eyedropper-app and it's updated the name here in the top left-hand corner and just connected that to our GitHub, to my GitHub account, which is Build Great Products. So you can see the name of that has changed and it says worth archiving or deleting to avoid confusion. So I'm just going to delete the eyedropper-app repo here and we'll just keep it as the eyedropper repository. So we're going to delete this repository from GitHub. So now we just have this eyedropper repo, which we're going to use here. So let's go back to Vercel and I'm going to import this eyedropper repository here. Project name is just going to be eyedropper. The root directory is already set to apps/web, which Vercel has automatically detected there, which is great. So let's just go back to the instructions here. And we want to make sure this build command here is set to the correct one. So let's copy that over. And then let's go back to Vercel. We've also got here, Claude Code has outlined all of the environment variables that we need to set in Vercel. So environment variables to set in Vercel. And there are some here that we can just copy and paste from this. And there are some that we need to go and get from Convex and Clerk.
And there are some others that we're going to leave empty until we've done the next step where we connect up Posthoc and Sentry. So let's set these all up inside of Vercel to make sure this is correct. So we go to build and output settings. So the build command here, we're going to change to this. And then environment variables, we're going to go through and add all of our environment variables as per the instructions in Claude Code. So now we have all of our environment variables set up here in Vercel as well, ready to deploy. So we've got all of these set up. We've got our build command and we've got the root directory for our app and the project connected here, and it's going to be called iDropper in Vercel. So with that all done, we're going to click deploy in Vercel. And there might be some issues here as we're deploying. We can resolve them as they go, but because we're following this deploy checklist that we've created, we should be pretty much all good. Let's see how it goes. Let's see if it picks up anything that we need to fix here before we deploy this. And Vercel is going to let us know as it goes through building the app and deploying it to this custom domain. All right, so Vercel has now deployed our project, has now deployed our app, which we can access via the preview link, basically. So we've just deployed a new project and the app is live and working. It's on a Vercel URL for now, which is idropper-3.vercel.app. So our app is live and working here. We can click Set Up My Design System. This takes us through the onboarding experience inside of iDropper. There seems to be an issue loading Clerk here. So let's have a look in the console. So these issues are bound to happen. At least some things like this are bound to happen after you set up your app for the first time. And we now need to just diagnose these and figure out what is going on. So failed to load clerk.clerk.js. So let's copy this error over here. I think the reason this is not working is because we haven't deployed it to the custom domain yet. So the reason Clerk is not loading is because the domain for this idropper3 vercel.app domain doesn't match our custom domain. So what we need to do is we need to go into our project in Vercel and we need to connect our custom domain. So let's go to add custom domain inside of this project. I'm going to go add existing and then we're going to type idropper. We're going to click idropper.design and then we're going to add this domain. We're connecting it to the production environment. So click add domain. That has now been added. And if we go to idropper.design, we now have this here. If I go set up my design system, I think we're still getting an issue here. And let's go back to Claude Code and paste this in here. We're getting this error when the app is deployed to a custom domain where Clerk fails to load the Clerk.js. Can you figure out what this is and how I can fix it? And let's paste the error message back in here and then send that to Claude Code. So we've attached the domain, we've got our project live. Now what we need to do is to set up Stripe Live Payments, and we need to connect analytics and error tracking, which is Posthoc and Sentry. We have already published the CLI to NPM, so we've done that. And then we need to go through a quick test on the live app just to make sure that everything works, that it all connects, that we can do everything and fix all of these bugs that are happening now in production. Because this is our production application. This is the production app that we have built and deployed via Vercel. So here's an example of where my system here is actually better than me going through it because it's already documented this known trap inside of this deploy guide. Known trap failed to load Clerk.js on the custom domain. This literally just happened to us. Clerk has a Vercel auto proxy feature that gets baked into deployments, built before the custom domain was attached, making pages looking for Clerk script on your own site. Fix is to add the Vercel environment variable Clerk disable auto proxy equals 1, then redeploy. In general, always redeploy once after attaching the domain. So we just need to add this to our Vercel environment variables and then redeploy. So let's do that. So let's go to Vercel. Let's go to our environment variables. Let's add an environment variable here. This is going to be Clerk disable auto proxy and the value is going to be 1. Let's just double check that's right, 1. And then all we have to do here is click save and then redeploy in the bottom right. And we'll redeploy this to production and hopefully this should fix the issue pretty straightforwardly. Let's view the deployment so that we can see when this is finished deploying. So the deployment is now done here and let's click visit to go to this. I'm going to close this other tab just so that we've got the right one open here. Now that is the Vercel, that's the Vercel link. So what we want to do is we want to go to idropper.design. Let's go to idropper.design. Let's click set up my design system.
And we have got the Clerk login screen here. Already have an account sign in, secured by Clerk. Here's the email address. Let's put in my email address. Let's go in here, click continue. I'm not going to save this password. Now we've got a code on our email that we need to put in here. And now we have these steps here. Now we have this link at the top, which we don't need this here on the in the onboarding flow. We can copy this prompt. We can go into a project. We can go into this eyedropper project. We can go through this flow in our app. It's all working. The only thing that isn't working, that isn't going to be working here, is, and I want to know actually, if I click add design system, upgrade my team, checkout isn't available right now. So we have to copy this prompt, have a design.md, the same prompt imports it. So it's basically just one prompt to either import your design.md file from a project or to extract your design system from a repository. It says we can go extract your design system. There's some changes that I'm going to make to this, but now we have our app live. We can configure the other stuff here. So let's see if we can connect everything else up. Now, I'm not going to be able to create the Stripe live payments here because I need to do the business verification with my business in order to get this set up and get the payments working. However, you'll be able to see this live on the application after we've gone through this, because I'm going to set this up as soon as that verification comes through. But we can go to the Stripe dashboard and I'll show you exactly how to do this, even if we do this on the sandbox here. Okay, so it actually turned out to be simpler than I expected. I just verified it versus my existing business information inside of Stripe, which you can do if you have a Stripe account already set up. It does make it easy. I've just created a new account here called iDropper, which we'll basically use for any payments through the iDropper app. And so let's go through and follow the steps for setting up Stripe live payments here. So first we have to create the live products. In the Stripe dashboard, switch off test mode, toggle in the top right, then confirm managed payments is enabled for the account and create the subscription prices. So we have to confirm that managed payments is enabled for this account. So for that, we're going to have to find it in the dashboard here. All you have to do is go to settings and then go to managed payments in the product settings here, and then click get started. And this is and turning on managed payments is really important, because managed payments allows you to basically collect tax correctly from anyone paying from anywhere around the world, so that you don't have to handle any of those tax issues. And this does charge an extra fee on top of any payments taken, but it's well worth it for not having to manually do all of the tax stuff for each individual country from wherever people are paying, basically. So let's start off by creating our first product. We're going to create a product for the $29 subscription here. It's going to be recurring. I'm going to change this to USD. We're going to have this as 29. We're going to do this as recurring monthly. Include tax in the price automatically. The product category is set as software as a service, which you need to make sure you do if you are building a software product which you're charging a subscription for. We're going to name this as founding and then standard, so $29 and $49 a month. And what I actually think we should do here is probably set it to $19 and $29 a month instead of $29 and $49. Just because I think that is going to fall into the more reasonable range for companies paying for this. So let's set this as 29 here, and then I'm going to click add products. And we're going to do pre-built checkout here as well. So click continue. I'm also going to ask Claude Code exactly what we need to do here to set up our checkout, and just screenshot this image and drop it into Claude Code just to make sure that we're doing the right thing here. So let's take this image, drop it into Claude Code. I'm setting up Stripe managed payments. These are the instructions that I'm getting through the managed payments setup. Can you tell me what is the right path to do here in order to get this set up correctly with iDropper? Let's send that to Claude Code and just get a breakdown of exactly what we need to do here with managed payments. Okay, so dropping this into Claude Code, it basically says that this was asking for 2 code changes, and iDropper's code already has both, so we don't need to do anything here. Basically, we just follow this existing integration tab. We click continue to the end, so managed payments gets enabled. The wizard is a checklist, not a gate that inspects your code. Completing it is what flips the feature on. So I was just worried that we didn't have everything that we had here, but we basically we've got everything that we need from all parts of this. So we just click continue and then go to settings. And now managed payments is set as ready to use. It says all of our products are eligible. So let's go to our product catalog, and we just need to we've created actually 2 products here, which are the same. So let's delete one of these products. And let's create a new product, which is the standard membership. We're going to set this to, just going to put that as that. I'm going to set this to 49 USD. And we're going to click add product here. Now I do think I might change these prices moving forwards to something a little bit, maybe 19 and 29 like I mentioned, because they're still seeming a little bit maybe in the high range for a product like this. But for now, let's keep them as they are and actually get this live and get payments working. The next thing we need to do is to set up our webhook and keys. So still in live mode, developers, webhooks, add endpoint, and then the URL is this, which is our Convex, basically our Convex Stripe URL endpoint here. So developers, webhooks, add endpoint. So we go into developers, we go webhooks, add destination. Let's go your account, which is this account. We don't want to go to wider connected accounts here. We need to subscribe to exactly these events. So checkout session completed. So all you have to do is just type here, checkout session completed, customer subscription updated, which is this one here, and customer subscription deleted, which is this one here. So we have these selected events here for this webhook. Click continue. We go webhook endpoint here, click continue, destination name. So we're going to paste this in as our endpoint URL. We're going to call this iDropper app and then click create destination. So now we have our webhook endpoint created. Then we need to set in Convex production in these environment variables, Stripe secret key. So this is in our developers API keys section. So we go developers, then API keys. We can get rid of this workbench here. Let's go over to our environment variables in Convex. I'm going to put the Stripe secret key in here. We're going to copy this secret key here. So we've added our Stripe secret key. We then want to add the Stripe webhook secret. And here is our webhook. And the secret is just over here. So we're going to go back over to Convex. So we're going to go back over to Convex and put that in there. And the last two here, we need Stripe founding price ID. And that is going to be the price ID for that product. So let's go to the product catalog. We go to the founding product. So the price ID is if you click on the price for each product, you get that in the top right hand corner up here as well. So I'm going to copy that over, put that in for the founding price ID, and then we'll add the standard price ID here as well. And this is what we would need to change if we change the pricing later. So it's good to get it right to start off with. So let's copy the standard price ID here over into Convex. There we go. So that is now set up in Convex. The webhook endpoint shows as enabled in Stripe, and all four variables are set in Convex production. So let's go to Stripe. We'll go to our webhook. This is showing as active, so this should be correct. We need to check that this works. So that is the next step here. So the real purchase test. This is the only honest way to know payments work on the live site. Upgrade a team using a real card. So you'll get a payment test as part of your launch process here to test that it actually works. So I'm about to make a real live mode purchase on production. Watch the Convex production logs for the Stripe webhook calls and confirm checkout session completed, processed correctly, and the brand's plan updated. So let's copy this. This is something that we're going to give to our agent here. It's actually team, but we'll call it brand. Here we go. So let's wait until Claude Code is ready for us to test this. Okay, so it's ready to make the purchase now. So it says I'm watching both eyes on the production logs now. Log stream live from this endpoint pre-check. Go ahead and make the purchase. What I expect to see is these things basically happening. I'll report each event and it lands and flag anything that errors. After the webhook process, I'll also verify the brand row in the production database. So Claude is going to keep an eye on this and make sure that everything works correctly for us. So now that we've got this set up, let's go back to our app in iDropper here. What I want to do is add a design system, click upgrade my team. Now we're getting this opening checkout button here. We're going through to a Stripe checkout with this product and with the correct VAT added for where I am. I'm going to make this test purchase. And now you don't want to do too many test purchases. You can test this better in a sandbox, to be honest, and use the test card details from Stripe. But because we're testing our production deployment of our app and we want to actually see if payment works and if money actually comes out of an account, and we'll be able to refund it back afterwards. And you don't want to do this too many times, as I mentioned, but to do it once or twice here is just going to confirm that payments work. So let's click pay and subscribe. And I've just got a payment come through on my account. And now we can add
new design systems here, name your team. So we're going to name our team. If we want to add a design system here, we've upgraded our account to the plan. What we need to add in is a plan management so that we can manage our plan, because that is not part of this app yet. So that is something critical that we do need to add here. But it seems like the upgrade has worked, has gone through correctly. And if I look at my Stripe dashboard, close this, let's see, we have one payment here, which has come through correctly. We have a transaction, which has been done correctly here. And if we go back to Claude, let's just say I made the purchase. All right, so the watch is now correctly armed, purchase verified, working end to end. So the webhook received, signature verified, plan flipped to founding, subscription recorded as active, no errors in the backend. So that is now working. So now we just have to process the refund. Refunding the charge in Stripe does not cancel the subscription. So we want to do refund and then cancel the subscription for that test payment that we just made. I'll save that and do that later. But now we can move on to phase 6, which is analytics and error tracking. We've already done phase 7, and then phase 8 is basically just going through it and testing that everything works correctly. What I'm going to do here is let's just set up analytics and error tracking quickly. Now what I'm going to do here, instead of setting up the analytics and error tracking here, is I'm going to set them up later. And I'm just going to go through now. Now we have our app working. We've got it live. We've got it on our custom domain here, eyedropper.design. We have our landing page. We've got our, everything works in our app. We've got our terms and policy pages, and we've got Clerk, Convex, and Stripe all working correctly. This app is something now that someone could go on and actually legitimately start using and start paying for. We confirmed that. I'm going to do a bunch more testing on this just to make sure that everything is working correctly, and I'm going to do a bunch more improvements on the design side. But now we've got over the main difficult part here, which is just getting the thing that you've built live and actually working on a domain with a production ready tech stack that is ready to scale to hundreds or thousands of customers, all connected and live and working. And so now that we've done that, let's go into the next phase of our build. So we've created the spec, we built the MVP, we tested and improved the product, we've now deployed the product. And now you could also do another launch post here if you wanted to at the end of this phase, which I would always recommend doing as many launch posts as possible, and more like a waitlist launch post for to say comment if you're interested in being a founding member for Eyedropper, for example. So actually I'm going to go into the browser and I'm going to open the local version of Eyedropper, which is running on localhost 3000. I'm going to go into login here. And I'm just going to take a screenshot of this page here and then share this and just use that as a screenshot. And then I'm going to go to X and I'm going to do a mini launch post for Eyedropper. So let's get this screenshot, drop it in to X. So here is the post I'm going to launch on X. You can now extract full design systems from code and give any agent access to it from anywhere via MCP. It's called Eyedropper. Here's all you need to create your design system in less than 5 minutes. A GitHub repo, a design.md file. Eyedropper extracts your complete design system and stores it in the cloud so that any agent can reference it from anywhere, and it detects when anything your agent builds drifts from the design system and fixes it for you. This is the design system layer that every team building with AI needs. Comment design below and I'll get you early access. So this is the post I'm going to do for my mini launch now that I've built it and got it live, so that I can see if people are actually interested in using this, or if anyone who has seen my previous posts actually want to use it as well. And what I will do off the back of this is actually message people individually and use outreach as a strategy. But before we get into any sort of distribution strategy, what I want to talk about now is let's get into the distribution phase of ProductOS. So I'm going to show you how to run through the distribution skills, how to figure out your go-to-market strategy, how to run growth experiments, and then how to automate any growth experiments that work so that you can scale. So let's get into distribution. Quick break in the video because I want to show you a bit of a conversation that I had with one of the people that has gone through my Product Studio coaching program. And it's at the point now where they've invested in scaling their product to hundreds of customers within their industry. His name is Elton, and what I think is really interesting about the product that he's building is that he had these specific things in place before he started building that meant that he was going to have a very high chance of actually being able to get customers for his product and then scale it to a significant amount of revenue. And he is also non-technical as well, so he doesn't know how to code himself, but he has built a product
for a specific customer that he knows very well in an industry that he already runs a business in, and is now scaling it using contacts in his existing network to find those first 100 customers. And without giving any more away, I'll just let you get into this conversation with Elton so that you can see exactly how he built and is scaling his product, Real Paying Customers.
So for context, Elton is someone who's gone through the Product Studio program, and you've built an app. You not built an app, you built a product to help tradespeople to take these kind of messily written specs for windows and doors and send them to the fabricators, and then use AI to basically translate those messy specs into the actual specifications for the people creating the windows and doors. And that's helping them to reduce wastage over a year, which saves them money, and it also helps them to save a bunch of time in terms of them reviewing the specs themselves. So what I think is interesting here is that this fits a lot of the criteria for, I think, people who are a really good fit for the Product Studio, which is that you have really deep expertise in one industry. You have access to a network of people who might already be interested in this product, and you have a level of willingness to kind of learn and build using these tools, even though you're not necessarily a developer yourself. And what you've built is a product that now you're going out to potential customers and speaking to them to help kind of get them using this product, even though it's not a traditional software product. So what I'd love to understand a little bit more is, how did you find this problem? Why did you decide that this is something that you should build?
Okay, so I think one of the key things now is that deep industry knowledge, because that's where you're going to find the problems that already exist. And so I think that there's almost a layer between deep industry knowledge and the mindset that it doesn't have to be the way that it is now. So it's when you combine that, you're looking at the problem and saying, we have this problem, we put up with this problem because it has to be this way. And then you say, well, actually, it doesn't have to be this way. So I think that's really, really key. And then when you go through the Product Studio sort of plan, that is more about defining, okay, so who is this target audience? Well, because of your industry knowledge, you know who they are. So it's just allowing you to put all of it together in a really sensible, ordered fashion. And I think the key is, and I know, I think you said this before as well, Chris, it's all about the product designer, not necessarily the developer. Because there's quite often a gap between the person who's got the idea and the person who's got the skills to actually make that idea happen. Now, to have the skills to make that happen, traditionally, that probably meant you were more technical. So you were focused on the technical sort of capability of whatever that solution was. But actually, it needs to come from the user. It needs to be focused on the user, which is the product design part. Hence why in this one, we went down the WhatsApp route. Be far easier to build an app. It's far easier to build an app, but that's not the interface that the audience would use. So I think, definitely that industry knowledge makes the difference. You don't need to be the technical developer, but you do need to understand the problem and understand who the audience are, have the network to the audience to solve it.
I think you're right. And what I think is super interesting is that even if you have expertise and you've worked with clients, or you've done some sort of work in some capacity, even if you're just working as an employee, you already kind of know the areas which are painful, and you know the things that are frustrating or that your clients come up against. And so there's always something in there to solve. And I also think that the decision to do this in WhatsApp and meeting the customer where they are was really important here as well, and not necessarily just building a piece of software for that. And that's where I think this idea of product versus app is really, that's the kind of difference for me there. I'd also love to talk about the distribution part of this and how you thought about that before you started building. So what was your plan kind of going in, and then how was the distribution piece actually happened after building the product?
Yeah, so ours, I think it comes back to that thing of we knew exactly who the audience were. So I could provide you a list of 1,500 companies in the UK that need this product. So actually having an identifiable audience to me is really key. Like if everybody could use your product, I think that's actually harder to distribute. Knowing exactly who could do it is the key, because then I can go and talk to them. Ours is it's a not high value. I mean, it is high value, but it's going to be a high ticket price by the time you've used enough of it. So this was never going to be a put it on the App Store, £30 a month type product, because it's too integral to the business. So for us, that means our distribute phase is quite literally getting in the car and going to see these people. So at best, it will be doing demos over Teams and so on. But actually, we need to get into the business with a scrap of paper, with a sketch on, with a piece of plasterboard, and actually show it. Because when you show the real power rather than actually saying, hey, you can do this. No, again, it's about understanding the audience as well. Our audience are touch and feel people. They're not software people. They use software because it helps make us more efficient, but that's not the audience. The audience want to touch, feel, they deal with product. So therefore, we need to turn up with a piece of plasterboard with a sketch on, stupid as that sounds, take a photo of it and show, look, this is how it works. So distribute to us has literally meant, I've hired 2 salespeople on the road to do this. So it's significant investment rather than just putting it on an app store and running some ads to it. But that's why it's important to go through that phase of really understanding, is this a problem? Because if not, you're gonna invest some serious numbers to not get anything back. It really does need to be a problem that people genuinely feel. And I think the key there as well is that gap between what it will cost versus what it will save. Because again, if I can save somebody, an hour a month and it's only going to cost them £500 a week, well, then it might be a great product technically, but it's not really helping them, But if I can save them thousands of hours a year for less than, a salary, then all of a sudden the gap is big enough. The solution is obvious enough, or the reason to buy is obvious. And I think that's really key when it comes to distribute. If you can't provide significant value in cost saving or opportunity creation, it's just going to become more difficult to sell the product.
Yeah, I love that. And I think that's such a huge part of, why I wanted to put the program together, and the first and last part of it, which is like, let's define that stuff up front and figure out how can we say to a potential customer, if you put money in, you're going to get more money out, and then make it a no-brainer decision. And then how can we, at the other side of it, identify these channels, which are not necessarily I think a lot of people will be thinking about, you're thinking about, social media, or you're thinking about how do I do content, or how do I do a personal brand? But there is so many other distribution channels that are incredibly underrated. And if you have your business model kind of defined at the beginning, like you do, this is a higher price point product, that's going to demand a more intensive sales process to actually get it in customers' hands. The type of people that you're working with which is you have to demo it to them first. And so how do we design a distribution strategy, and how do you have confidence in a distribution strategy that is basically defined by that? And that's where you've decided to go out and actually speak to people, which is great. And that's not, you're not doing a personal brand or posting content on TikTok or anything. You're literally going, messaging people, speaking to them, driving to them, showing them the thing. And that makes so much sense for the products that you're building.
And now let's get back into the course. So now let's run through the distribution part of ProductOS so that we can actually get our product into people's hands and find real people who actually want to use this. And this is one of the parts of the process that most people struggle with, to be honest, who come through into my coaching program, the Product Studio, and actually go through using ProductOS to build and launch their product and then get real customers using it. We've had a bunch of people who are now starting to get customers for the products that they've built and actually make money from the things that they built as well inside of the Product Studio program, which is incredible. And so this process absolutely works. And to be honest, you can even do this distribution step before you even build your product if you wanted to as well. So let's create a new session here inside of this eyedropper project, and let's do / and just type distribute. And then we're going to do distribute GTM strategy as our skill that we're using here. I'm going to change Fable 5 back up to high for this as well. And then we're going to run this inside of eyedropper. And so because we've got all of this really rich context now built up inside of our project, inside of this docs folder, we've got our product.md file, our design.md file, we've got our roadmap, we've got our PRD, we've got our deployment checklist as well, and we've got all of the code that makes up this entire application, and a bunch of other documents, including the customer persona, all of this information for our AI, for Claude Code here to be able to use this to actually figure out exactly what the right distribution strategy is for our product. And this runs basically a go-to-market strategy across about 12, 13 different distribution channels that work really, really well for software products. All right, so now we've got some initial research from this go-to-market strategy skill here coming in. So the competitor, so it's basically having a look at, so 2 research agents are now sweeping the actual channel landscape, one naming current communities, MCP directories, search queries and creators, and others tearing down how 21st.dev, Superdesign, Tweak CN, and other proven money in this category actually distributes. I'll build the 3 ranked channel plans. So what go-to-market strategy is going to do is it's going to give you 3 key channels to focus on, and with 1 primary channel that's going to be your likely best bet for actually getting early traction and early revenue. And it's done a competitor teardown. It's decisive that only proven revenue in this exact category. So 21st.dev's magic MCP, sleek.design replicated it to 10K MRR in 6 weeks in January, came from founder-led X build in public with a gated comment for access beta loop compounded by free MCP skill listings in the agent native directories. Now, I think build in public could work because I have a bit of visibility here and I can do it via my YouTube channel, but I also think that outreach is a really good channel that could work here as well. It says Pulse MCP Smithery, where Anthropic's own front-end skill has 530k installs, proving mass install intent for this exact kind of tool. SEO on the pain vocabulary is real but crowding fast, so Superdesign is executing it now, and Product Hunt and Hacker News repeatedly underperform for this category, so I don't think that's a good approach. That confirms the hypothesis, ranking ex-believers loop first, MCP native directories as the platform play, and communities and SEO behind them as the 3 kind of key categories here. So still waiting on the agents first agents report, subreddit sizes and self-promo rules. So basically this has gone out and had a look, figured out what works in this market for this type of tool, and giving us a few different channels to focus on. So the go-to-market strategy is written here, is now filled. Here's the TLDR, the 3 channels ranked, build in public plus the gated beta loop. This is where your only cold signal came from. That was a little bit of a rough cold signal. It's precisely how the only proven revenue in the category was built. Magic MCP recruited a closed beta from X demo posts before its public launch, and sleek.design copied that exact playbook, hook plus demo video plus comment for access to 10K MRR in 6 weeks. So we have to film a little video. I think we have to do a little demo video here basically showing the design system extraction, and maybe we'll make some of the other elements a bit more shareable as well. Agent native directories, MCP registry, and Claude Code plugins and skills. Next, your customer discovers tools inside their agent workflow. Crucially, every design server that currently ranks is a Figma bridge or a generic component pack. Nothing serves your own brand. The slot eyedropper claims is open. Working 20 directory attributed signups by October the 16th, and then Reddit AI builder communities as well. We can experiment here. r/Claude AI just crossed 1 million members and structurally sanctions. I'm not 100% sure that Reddit communities is a good approach. At least it can be quite difficult to do. First move is today and it's overdue. Launch number 2's committed send window closed on Saturday. Send it now. Believers DM first, exactly as armed in launches. I think actually outreach via X could work really well because a lot of people spend time on X in this startup space, and a lot of people who are in the AI building space also do that as well. So I think we can definitely do outreach via X, but a price discrepancy I found. The armed message variants still say 49, while product.md says 29 and 49. I actually removed the pricing from that first message. So fix the variants before sending. The plan assumes 29 is current. Correct me if 49 stands. What to watch? Whether posts with the split screen demo video outperform text. That was the deciding variable for both Magic, MCP, and Sleek, and it's the first thing the plan says to check if replies stall below 3 by August 17th. 2 things from the research worth knowing: that delivery did not make the file. Creators, Greg Eisenberg's podcast, How I AI Show, whose format is literally guests demoing their workflow, are strong bench material for after a channel works, and SEO on the pain vocabulary is real but crowding fast. One strategic warning: the window is narrowing. Google open sourced the design.md spec, Claude Design added design system sync, and Zero Height Frontify both shipped MCPs. The research argues for speed on channels 1 and 2, not polish. So this is an area where a lot of people are building, so we want to move fast. Since you couldn't confirm my channel hypothesis mid-session, I proceeded on the launch log's own read. Lead launch number 2 with the X-thread continuation. If you'd rank differently, say so. I want to ask here, what about outreach? Did your research cover anything around outreach? Because I actually feel leaning into my own network here of startup founders could work quite well, and sending messages to founders on X rather than doing purely organic. Feel free to critique me on this if I'm wrong, but this is just my hunch. And now Claude does tend to be sycophantic with this sort of question, so I'm expecting it fully to just agree with me straight up. But I do always try and word my questions in a way which are not leading, to try and not lead the AI into going one way or the other, and to include both negative and positive framing in the message here as well, so that it gives both points of view. But let's see what it says. We can also, in the meantime, have a look at this go-to-market strategy document here as well. So build in public X plus the gated beta loop. So here we go. The places your existing mini launch thread on X and your school community worked in that order. The format to copy is Serif. It's the Magic MCP run, so closed beta recruited from X and a public launch post, and Sleek.design's hook plus demo video plus comment for access. The warm-up, launch number 2 is armed and already past its committed window. So I actually posted this already, I just didn't tell Claude Code. The first move, the gated beta post, target within 2 weeks, as soon as the split screen is recordable. So that's the next thing that we should work on here, is a recorded demo that we can post, or several recorded demos, or a video that we can do kind of showing this really clearly. And then the link, never the homepage. DM beta invitee is a link that lands directly on extraction. Paste your repo, watch your design system material. Believers from launch 1 get the DM before anything goes public. So we want to get organic attention, and then we want to send them a link to get it. We could do this on Instagram as well, potentially, with that visual demo, so that might be worth testing. And this is where it helps to have someone in your corner a little bit who knows this. Now, my background is working with early stage startups to specifically design products and engineer growth in the early stages. And so I know exactly what works, what doesn't work, and where the AI maybe slightly goes off track sometimes here. And so if you want to actually get help from me alongside doing this, then that's where something like my Product Studio program is really, really helpful. And there'll be a link somewhere for you to be able to apply to that as well. It says the cadence is 3 ship posts a week. Progress, extraction clips, beta users, before, after, same day replies to every response. Every stranger who replies, add to the believers list. Hold for 4 weeks before judging. So we'll do like 4 weeks worth of posts on X for this. And then channel 2, agent native directories. I think this could be really, really powerful, and actually is something that I hadn't thought of before this. So MCP directories. Anthropic's own front-end design skill was on free tier MCP directory listings. So the places in order: the official MCP registry, so registry.modelcontextprotocol.io, publish, server.json with the MCP publisher CLI under your domain namespace. The next skill, growth experiments, is going to tell us exactly how to do some of this stuff, basically. Do this. The warm-up, ship the free tier and open source the MCP client on GitHub. The README leads with a split screen GIF and the one comment command in it. So we need to have like some sort of GIF demo that we put onto the GitHub page. So the guide here is that we do listings are a 1 week sprint. So we'll just do this at the start, basically get the app listed wherever we can on these MCP agent native directories, and then go from there. I also have got the answer back to the outreach question here. So what's really interesting is said that neither the teardown nor the channel sweep found a single proven revenue story in this niche built on founder initiated cold DMs. So cold DMs, it seems like, is maybe not a great strategy here. So it said, let me split your hunch in two because half of it is better. The warm half, you're right. So I underweighted it. So my advantage is I have a network of founders and teams and startups that might be interested in using this tool. So a bounded warm DM sprint, say 25 named founders. So if I go out to my existing audience, my existing network, and people from my community to try and see if this is valuable to them, to see if they want, if I can set this up for them and get them using eyedropper, that could be good. The cold half is not particularly going to work. Basically, the playbook gates outreach at $100 a month for a structural reason. A personalized DM motion costs real founders hours per send, and $29 a month can't pay that back at scale. So we want to try and find a channel that's going to work better at scale. So the recommendation is don't add outreach as a fourth channel. That's the 7-channel spread failure pattern starting and running instead of the public. The public posts would trade away the compounding asset. So what we want to try and do is to try and engineer some content, some more like building public style content that is actually going to work better in this space and get more people interested in actually signing up for it. So now that we've done the go-to-market plan, what we're going to do is say, okay, ignore the outreach strategy for now, just keep the GTM strategy document as it is, and then run the growth experiment skill. And I'm just going to add the skill in here as well, which is basically growth experiments. So this growth experiment skill, what it's going to do is it's going to take our go-to-market strategy and it's going to dissect it and basically create a bunch of different growth experiments that we can run across all of these 3 key growth channels. Because the key part about distribution in the early stages for any software startup, any software business, or any software product is about experimentation across a large set of channels and types of effort that you think are going to have a very high chance of working. So we want to give our app the best possible chance of getting customers by testing things very, very quickly, by testing a lot of different channels super quickly, and then finding something that works and then doubling down on that and just keeping on leaning into that over and over and over again. And so if we can get something to work, we then just want to do it again and again and again and do it more, do it better, and start to automate that as well. So how can we automate? If the build in public kind of video demo works, how can we automate creating those video demos maybe? How can we automate the editing of those video demos? How can we automate the writing of those posts? How can we do that on a larger scale? How can we do that across different accounts? How can we get other people to post on their accounts the same sort of content that we know already works? So that is the way to kind of go through this 3-step distribution part of, firstly, figure out the actual go-to-market strategy. Second, create a bunch of different experiments that's going to help you hit that first 5K. And then thirdly, automate that so that you can scale. And also, another exercise that I like to do here at the same time is actually just to reverse engineer from that first 5K. So if you think about the first 5K MRR, so where does that come from in our app? Well, we're priced at, say, $29. So $29 a month and then $49 a month after that. So for the 100 founding members at $29 per month, that's going to be $2,900. And so then we have a gap there of 2,100, which we're going to divide by 49 to see how many more people we have to get on at the standard pricing to actually reach that $5,000 a month. So if we take 2,100, divide that by 49, and then we've got 42.8, so 43 basically. So 43 customers takes it over 5K MRR. So that means that we need 143 paying customers.
And if we assume that there's maybe a 10 to 20%, let's just say 20% churn month over month, then that means we lose about 29 people per month. So in order to stay even, we have to get at least 29 new people per month. 29 per month equals about 1 per day, or we'd say like 7 per week. And we're going to post 3 times a week. So that equals, we need about 2 to 3 signups per post, which seems reasonable. So if you do 2 to 3 signups to the tool, 2 to 3 paid signups per post, which means we probably need maybe double that or triple that. So maybe like, let's say 5 to 15 total signups per week, which is about 5 signups per post. So we need about 5 total signups per post on X if we only use X. And then we can use other strategies to get that in. And so we want to have a couple of posts that go really well in here that get us more than the 5 total signups. But if we keep posting and we do 3 posts per week, we aim to get 5 signups per post on X. 3 posts a week is 12 posts per month, and 12 times 5 is 60. So ideally, we're going to be able to get at least, we're going to aim to get 60 within the first month of posting content on X. It might take a little bit longer than that, but I think this is totally reasonable to actually reach these numbers. And we can do this even better if we start to lean into and test other channels, potentially other content channels as well. So Claude is still putting together our growth experiments documents to figure out what growth experiments we should run for this product. And let's check back once it's finished writing those. All right, so the growth experiment skill was doing some research on X tactics and reading a bunch of different templates that it created and creating a backlog inside of this growth experiments file here. So focus channel is the go-to-market primary channel, so build in public X plus the gated beta loop, moving strangers on the beta list from 0 to 10 by Monday the 31st of August, which is, we're aiming for 10 customers here, split screen gate post. These are the experiments. So the split screen gate post, the 30 to 60 seconds side-by-side demo video with a comment in gate posted by Wednesday the 12th of August. So past equals 5 cold in comments. So it's like comment in to get access to this tool today. The research confirmed gating survived X engagement bait crackdown only when the post carries a real demo, and that links and price now belong in the DM, not the post body. So no links in the post, which actually is correct based on X, and no price in the post. We just want to have a DM. We just want to have a video and then comment in down below. We don't want to do any automation on that tool, just do it all manually. Pain reply sprint. So save searches on drift complaints, max 15 useful replies a day. So basically search for people talking about design.md or design drift. And this is a tactic that I've seen another builder called Corbin, who built a tool called Thumbio, use really, really well for his tool that he did, which basically is a YouTube thumbnail creation platform. And he just commented on a load of people's posts on X who were basically looking for thumbnail editors, or people who were posting on other creators saying, do you need a thumbnail editor? And then just replying with his tool, like, have you tried this instead? So we can find, I think this is a really, really good experiment to run. Just basically replies, being like a reply guy for like people talking about design.md and design systems and AI. Hook test, so rotating 3 openers, second person pane, the 2K contractor story, and the contrarian, your agent isn't bad at design, it just has no design system. Across the week's ship posts, so past ship posts, pass 1 opener at 2x profile visits across 6 posts. So I think these first 2 are the most likely ones to succeed here, and then we've got the third one here if we need to. We also have a tracker in here as well, which we can use to track all of these posts that we do. So if there's a result, if it passed, what we learned and what decisions we made. And if we look at the growth experiments file here, basically we have these broken down in a lot more detail. So here's what we do for the split screen gate post. So every winner in this niche launched on a demo video with a comment gate, testing whether 30 to 60 second split screen pulls cold in replies where launch number 1's text only post pulled only conversation. I actually included a screenshot in those first launch posts.
So turn on X Premium first. I've already done that. Record the split screen in Screen Studio. So we're going to record a split screen video here between the two different outputs. Post by Wednesday the 12th of August. So we've got a bit of a deadline in here that's created automatically as part of ProductOS. And we've also got the text here that we use for the reply. So reply publicly to every commenter within that hour. Author replies are the heaviest weighted signal, then DM in batches, under 100 an hour. Wording varied every time, then add every stranger to the believers list. So we want to add them to a list and then DM them as a follow-up afterwards, seeing if they want to get in. And this is the work that most people don't like doing, but this is the work that's going to get you customers for your app. If you actually care about building a business, building a product that is going to get customers and actually make a difference for people, then this is the sort of stuff that you have to do. It's not just all about building something cool. We've gone through the pain of deploying it, getting payments working, getting all of these things connected and set up correctly in a production software that can now scale. And now we are really digging into the details of the distribution strategy of exactly how we can start to get customers for this app. It's not attractive particularly, but these are the ways that we are going to be able to get customers. Pain reply sprint. So the first useful reply to a founder complaining about drift is worth 11 times. I don't know why 11 times. A late one. And replies, not posts, are how a sub 5K account, which is mine because I've only got 2K followers, gets seen at all. Testing whether 10 useful replies a day adds beta names. So we can just schedule 30 minutes first thing in the morning, go on X, search for people talking about design.md, recent posts, train our algorithm. We've got save these X searches and check them morning and afternoon. Design system, Claude or Cursor, forgets or ignores or inconsistent. AI slop UI, looking for or what do you use, UI consistency. It's all really good stuff. Reply within 2 hours of the complaint, 100% useful and 0% pitch. Give the actual fix, including the free design.md workaround. Skip anything that has 20 plus replies. Max 15 replies a day, never 2 to the same account. So this is super interesting. We want to give the actual fix here and not just be a promo post. When they posted a screenshot of the drifted UI, go one further. Reply with their own colors and tokens pulled from their live site. They design it for them in the reply move that's built this niche is winners. Now, one thing that I've noticed from this is that I think I need to add a feature to iDropper where you can extract a design system from a screenshot or from a website URL instead of just the GitHub repository here, because I think those are going to be even better demos of just going from a website, creating a design system straight away. If you're a company and you have a website that is on brand, you want to pull all that design system in and then start building stuff with AI agents in your exact design system straight away. You can do that. That is where a ton of value is here. So I'm going to add that to this product pretty much straight after this video. Reply within 2 hours. So yeah, only after a real exchange. Want to see what I built for exactly this? It's a bit tongue-in-cheek, but I think only after the real reply do you then DM and then send them the beta link and then add them to a list again. So 3 beta list ads traced to replies by Friday the 21st of August. So we've got a couple of weeks to do that, maybe a few weeks. And then the hook test here is write the openers. So your AI agent has no idea what your brand looks like. I paid a contractor $2,000 and half the UI came back off brand. Your AI agent isn't bad at design. It just has no design system. We kind of did those sorts of intros and those sorts of hooks in the first mini launch posts that we did here. So we're on the right track. Rotate 1 opener per post, 3 a week, same structure. So we do Monday, Wednesday, Friday. We post these and we can write them in advance, schedule them in, just do them one time on a Monday morning, schedule them, get people coming through. And let's say 1 opener drives 2 times the profile visits of the others. I don't know how we see the exact profile visits. Maybe there's a way. Now, what you'll also get at the bottom of this go-to-market of this growth experiments file is basically a set of up next experiments you can try if these initial experiments aren't working. So it says the price frame test here. So founding price locks for beta teams instead of using the actual price here. So we can message someone after they've added a comment and just say that the founding price is locked in for beta teams rather than actually saying the price, which might convert more people who are just saying they're into actual signups, even if it's just on a free plan to start off with. The extraction gift, so productizing experiment 2, step 3, which is running any complainer's public site through extraction and reply with their finished design system. So anyone who's complaining about design drift or design.md issues, we just take their website, run it through iDropper, give them their actual finished design system and say, you can claim it at this link. Now that's a tactic that's used by some other different types of tools. I can't remember exactly what they are. Well, basically you like reserve a URL for someone and then say you can claim it here if you want to. Is a really good strategy. So we could use that for that as well. Video versus static, the same post content as a clip versus screenshots if the hook test says format is the constraint. Believer proof posts. So we could have like each beta team's first on-brand generation. So any sort of proof from people who are using this, a milestone relaunch. So like the first 10 teams that are in, founding price is closing soon. Now there's 100 spots apparently in founding price, but we could reduce that number. And then a creator big bet. So pitch the split screen demo to How AI or Greg Eisenberg Startup Ideas. I don't think Startup Ideas will go for it. Maybe How AI, I'm not sure. It's a pretty just maybe like as an interviewer, it's like how to create on-brand design teams that any agent can use, something like that. You could always pitch potentially. It might be worth a shot. It's always worth a shot. You never know when these things are going to actually come through. So basically, we can run this growth experiment skill on any of the channels in our go-to-market strategy to create even more growth experiments that we can run. But to start off with, we've got a ton of experiments to run here. And I also feel so much more confident at the likelihood of this being successful just based off of all of this stuff in this growth experiments file. It gives you so much more clarity about exactly what you can do to start to get customers, rather than just thinking, I need to post something on social. What the hell do I even post? This is going to give you the framework and the research and the process and the strategy to know exactly what you need to post, and you can use Claude Code to dig into it even more here. And then you also have another skill that is inside of ProductOS here. Once you find something that works, is you also have the automate and scale skill here as well, which basically turns anything that works from these growth experiments, from this go-to-market strategy, into basically gives you a clear path to turn it into something that is automated and do it more and do it better, so that you can basically turn it into something that can scale beyond you doing it manually every single time and taking up loads of your time. And that is how you go through ProductOS. We've gone from the beginning to the end here. This is how you go through ProductOS, find a product worth building, design it in the right way so that it's going to convert people to pay and retain customers, and design the right parts and create a design system and design language that is actually going to resonate with your customers. And it's how you then build it using the right tech in a scalable way, using a proven process where you're not having to prompt all of these different changes, but you're just using skills to build things in a loop and build your full MVP in one go from your documented spec, your PRD and your roadmap, and then mapping out the exact process to distribute your product through your go-to-market strategy, your growth experiments, and then automating and scaling that so that you can get more and more customers. And this is the process, the exact process that I use to build any product with AI, including products that have made over $1,000 in the first 30 days, and also how I have helped hundreds of people to build real products using AI, and I've turned all of that experience into this system. So now that you've gone through the full process, congratulations, you've made it to the end. Let's get into my final thoughts, and I'll break down exactly what I think you should do next and how I can potentially help you if you are looking to turn this into turn whatever you're building into an actual product that you can launch and make money with. So congratulations, you made it to the end of this video. It is a super long video, but I wanted to show you the full process of not just building an app or a piece of software with AI, but actually how I would go about building a full AI startup using AI tools and my own system, ProductOS. This really covers everything even outside of the build. And we've gone through how to define your idea, create a product offer, identify the customer persona, validate your idea in the market, and create the right pricing strategy for your product as well. And then gone on to the design section where we created a design system, built a product identity that will be differentiated in the market in order to help you design a product that isn't just AI slop. And from there, we looked at how to actually design your full onboarding flow and prototype it so that you get an exact idea of exactly what's going to happen inside of your product before you even start building it. And there's a bunch of other skills inside of ProductOS as well that you can use to build things like your landing page, your app store listing, and do a design review on anything that you've built with AI. From there, we went into developing the actual product itself, speccing out the products that we were going to build in a PRD and a roadmap, building the full product in one prompt using Claude Fable 5, and then from there, iterating on the product to actually get something that we were really happy with, set up all of the tech that we needed, get payments working, and then deploy our app live to a real custom domain using Vercel and following the step-by-step approach broken down in our deploy checklist. After doing that, I then showed you exactly how I would create a go-to-market strategy, identify the right growth experiments that you should be working on to start off with your product, and actually get traction for your app or your software so that you can turn it into a real business, or you can actually get your customers or your clients using it if you're running this for your existing business. And I've also shown you throughout this video people that I have worked with who have figured out a lot of these problems either through my community or through going through the ProductOS system so that you can see exactly how this works in practice and what sort of problems other people are coming up against on that journey. If you have gone through this and you do want to work with me and go through this system from start to finish, but not only that, but actually create a custom plan built specifically for your products that you're building in order to help you get it built, get it live, build the right thing, either for your business or for paying customers, and then get it out there and get it in front of paying customers or get your team using it inside your own business, then you can apply to work with me as part of my program, the Product Studio, where you'll not only get access to a full customized version of ProductOS that's specifically designed for you, but we'll work through the full process to get your product up and running as quickly as possible, get it out there, get it working, and then give you a ton of support to actually help you grow it and scale it so that you have the confidence that whatever you're building is going to be launched in the right way, rather than just vibe coding with Claude Code and hoping for the best. And if you are interested in getting access to ProductOS, you can find out more in the description down below and get started with that. I hope you found this useful and interesting and you've managed to understand exactly how you can start to build your own startup, build your own AI software product, and also understand all of the different parts across these 4 key phases: define, design, develop, and distribute, that all go into building an AI startup or an AI product that is actually going to work. I've had a great time filming this and going through the full process. And if you are interested in joining the Product Studio, I'm excited to see you on the other side and learn more about what you're building as well. Thank you for watching the full video. I would love it if you could leave a comment down below with your key takeaways, what you've learned, and what you're going to be building using this system, just because I love to see what other people are building. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you next time.